Chapter 867. On the second day of the second month, the dragon raised its head. Mo-Jillian's group took a detour to Sanshue County from the beginning of the year. They were worried about their own people, worried about the future, and in the process of learning more about the Tang Empire, they finally arrived at Sanshue County. There were not many people in the group. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left behind 100 guards. Xiao Bei and the others also followed with 50 guards. Then there were the leaders or important figures of the Turkic tribes like Mo-Jillian. In total, there were about 70 people. As for their families, there were other arrangements. Because the Yellow River had just opened up, the surging water was filled with countless ice cubes. Therefore, no boats could be seen on the river, and no one continued to walk on the ice. This year, the several section was not like usual. The people were afraid that the ice was too thick and would drown. They happily prepared for spring plowing. This was because an artillery battalion had been pulled over before the beginning of spring, ready to explode the ice at any time. Mo-Jillian and the others naturally could not see what had happened on the road they had already walked on. All they could see was the lively scene in Sanshue County. As soon as he entered the territory of Sanshue County, Keitachin was infected by the enthusiasm of the people. The sound of firecrackers, gongs, and drums shook the sky. Flags fluttered and ribbons fluttered. A big dragon held up by people meandered in the direction of the county. It's a good time. The second day of the second month, the dragon dance. As the local master, Zhang Xiaobao's face was also brimming with a happy smile. He introduced to Keitachin and the others. Mo-Jillian watched the bustle and said regretfully, "I thought that Zhang Xiaobao had told us in advance to welcome us." Zhang Xiaobao smiled and did not reply. When they came, they were disguised as merchants and did not raise a flag to symbolize their identity. That was why the people of Sanshue County did not personally welcome them. This was the rule of Sanshue County. When foreign merchants came and wanted to do business, they could only enjoy the same treatment as the local merchants of Sanshue County. Perhaps thinking of this, Mo-Ji sighed and said, "This trip, I have seen Zhang Xiaobao's ability to do business. Those who know will understand that you want to play along, but those who don't will think that you are so poor that you can't even pay for the reception. After deducting the expenses, you have earned about 20,000 coins, right?" Thank you. I made a small profit," Zhang Xiaobao said modestly and continued to move forward. Mo-Ji was a few steps behind. He glanced at the silent Secret Service officer K and asked, "Left Virtuous Prince, how is it?" Secret Service officer K squeezed out a smile and said, "I admire you. We have more than 200 people. Starting from Fengzhou, Zhang Xiaobao spent 10,000 coins to buy a lot of dry food and other goods. At that time, we thought that he wanted to bring back to the capital. Who knew that he was doing business along the way, selling what he bought and paying for our accommodation and meals. In the end, when we arrived here, he actually made 20,000 coins. It doesn't look like much, just 20 coins, but the food and accommodation along the way, even if they deliberately avoided between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand, the place they arrived at was not bad. I estimate that it would not be enough for less than 300,000 coins. Also, he saw 2 carts of brocades shipped from Sichuan on the way and bought them. If we had people like him, we would not be in this situation today. No wonder the Tang Emperor, Li Longji, values him so much. In fact, he doesn't have to show off to us like this. He's not showing off to us, he's teaching his little sister how to do business. When those little guys grow up, they'll be extraordinary too. Our clan will be gone from now on." Mo-Ji couldn't help but show a pained expression when he thought of his clan being scattered to different places. As they walked forward, there were more people on the road. Some people who didn't want to join in the fun had already brought their tools to the fields to prepare for the spring plowing. Zhang Xiaobao's team slowed down and looked at the fields on both sides. Occasionally, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would stop and ask a person resting on a ridge. After traveling for a few li, A few cars appeared by the side of the road ahead. There were also many people stopping in the fields. Zhang Xiaobao had the team stop as well. He leaned to the side and took out his clairvoyance to observe the people there. He saw an old man arguing with a middle-aged man. He looked very angry. Then he walked to the side of the road. The middle-aged man lowered his head and followed behind. He seemed to be explaining something. Are they fighting? Mo.G asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. There may be a problem with the spring plowing plan. It may need to be replanned. I hope it won't delay the plowing time. How do you know? Mo.G was puzzled. You will know later. Zhang Xiaobao walked forward. It didn't take long before the old man came to the ridge by the roadside and sat on the ground angrily. The middle-aged man, who followed him, quickly took off his coat and asked the old man to stand up and spread the coat on the ground. Then he stood to the side and explained, Uncle Wang, the land here is fertile. If we plant beans, there will definitely be a lot of yield. That's why when the county was first planned, this area was planned as a soybean field. Please calm down. I'll immediately find someone to discuss and see if we can think of a way to satisfy both sides. Is that okay? The old man obviously didn't buy it, but his expression softened. He said to the middle-aged man earnestly, Second boy, since you said so, do it quickly. You are the county magistrate. Why don't you know how to look at the big picture? Do you think I don't know that the yield of beans in the fertile land is high? But if we plant beans, this land is close to the river. Do you still need water? If we do, all the beans will be washed away. If we don't, where will we get water for the rice fields? In the winter, when we collect manure as fertilizer, you are so careless. Look at the people you asked to add so much lime. If someone didn't see it, you would have burned all the land. It's not that I want to criticize you, but we all know that you want to achieve something. But it depends on the actual situation. You have to come up with a solution within 2 days, or you can't be the county magistrate anymore. Do you hear me? Uncle Wang, you're right. I'll get someone to replan the land and find a suitable place to plant beans. But this year, all the land in the county has been allocated. I'm afraid we won't be able to make it in time. I'm so worried. Why don't we allocate some land on the mountain behind the first house in Linshui? I see a lot of empty land. We can allocate some land there, and then the square beside the dock. Let's? The middle-aged man tried his best to explain. Before he finished, he was interrupted by the old man again. No one can touch the mountain behind the first house by the river. Are you waiting for someone to steal the things you planted at the square of the wharf? The people in the county won't touch it. There are so many people coming and going. Are you waiting to catch someone to show off your achievements? That mountain is useless. People who go to the mountain will see the beans. Won't it be another scenery? The middle-aged man continued to argue. Nonsense. That mountain was bought by Zhang Zhuangzi. At that time, the Zhang family became famous there. Then the people in the county lived a good life. If you change that place, do you want to change the feng shui of the county? Then hand in the seal today. We don't need you to be the county magistrate. Wrong, Uncle Wang. I know I am wrong. I won't do anything to that place. Can you help me think of a suitable place to plant beans? The middle-aged man's waist was almost touching the ground as he begged. Mo.G and the others understood this time. The middle-aged man standing was the county magistrate of Sanshui County. The angry man sitting in the middle-aged man's clothes was a farmer in Sanshui County. The county magistrate was scolded because he made a mistake in his decision. Zhang Xiaobao, the county magistrate of Sanshui County, doesn't have any authority? Is he scolding like a grandson? Mo.G felt sorry for the county magistrate. He was an official, but he didn't have any temper. Before Zhang Xiaobao could speak, Xiaobei sneered, what authority? He should admit his mistakes. Sanshui County doesn't need to be so thick-skinned. An official who knows what he did wrong and continues to quibble is not a fool. No matter how much he quibbles, everyone knows the truth. What if he quibbles? Mo.G asked Xiaobei deliberately. He was also a little confused by Xiao Bei's cute appearance. Xiao Bei stared at him and said even more cutely, "Quibbling and escaping will result in dismissal. Any official who is dismissed from Sanshui County can forget about being an official in Tang. Am I right? Look at me, I'm talking to you too." Xiao Bei's voice was loud, and the middle-aged man heard it. When he looked over, Xiao Bei saw him and questioned him. Yes, admit your mistakes. I am not thick-skinned. The middle-aged man nodded. At this time, the old man also turned his head and looked at Xiao Bei. He felt that Xiao Bei didn't look like a local, so he said unhappily, "Little kid, who are you? You don't need to talk about my Sanshui County's officials. County Magistrate Liu, don't worry about outsiders. I will find someone to discuss this matter. County Magistrate Liu, don't think too much. You have to do what you have to do. Who doesn't make a mistake in their life?" This time, not only was Mog surprised, but the other Tibetans were also curious. What kind of place was Sanshui County? The farmer had reprimanded a county magistrate as if he was his grandson. But in the blink of an eye, he was defending him. It was really confusing. Xiao Bei didn't get angry. He turned his head and said to Mog, "See, this is Sanshui County. Family matters are solved by family members, and outsiders are not allowed to interfere. Old Grandpa, I am also from Sanshui County. Do you want me to think of a good idea for you? Little kid, who are you? Why are you with a group of outsiders?" The old man stood up and shook the clothes that he was sitting on. He put them back on the middle-aged man and asked Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei smiled and showed two dimples. "How am I an outsider? They will be one of us in the future. My brother and sister will bring them back, and they will become citizens of Tang. Who am I? I am the cutest and smartest little princess of Zhangjie Zhuangzi in Tuqiao village of Sanshui County, Zhang Xiaobei. This is the stupidest Wang Xiaoyuan. Do you see? Don't mention me. You can't elevate yourself by belittling me. Who are you? Just now you said you would think of a way. Think of a way." Xiaoyuan, who had been silent, was not satisfied. When the old man heard Xiao Bei's self-introduction, he was suddenly shocked. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were standing behind Xiao Bei. His eyes opened wider and wider. He looked carefully and asked tentatively, "Xiaobao, cuckoo?" "Hello, Grandpa Wang." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saluted at the same time. "Oh, it really is our cutest little princess, Xiao Bei. Come and let Grandpa give you a hug. I have heard of such a person, but I have never seen her before. I was wondering which family's daughter could be so beautiful, like a flower. So it is our Xiao Bei." For a moment, the old man forgot about farming. His stern face turned into a flower as he picked up the already heavy Xiao Bei. He was extremely happy. The county magistrate next to him was nervous and did not know what to do. He wanted to go up and greet them, but he did not dare. He wanted to pretend that nothing had happened, but he did not dare. Not to mention Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's ranks. Even if they were not officials, the whole county magistrate would tremble when they stamped their feet in Sanshui County. That. For a moment, the county magistrate did not know how to express himself. He rubbed his hands anxiously, but could not say a complete sentence. "You are County Magistrate Liu, right?" Zhang Xiaobao turned to the county magistrate and asked. Yes, it is this official, Lord Zhang. Please give me your orders. Just now. This year." Aya. County Magistrate Liu did not know what to say. He knew that if they really wanted to remove him from his position, these two legendary figures in front of him did not have to do it personally. As long as Xiao Bei, who was being picked up, said something, not to mention a county magistrate, even a provincial governor would have to be removed. The people of Sanshui County were very active in collecting information on Zhang Wang's family. As long as there was something going on, they would know. At this time, the old man helped to speak up. "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, and our cutest Xiao Bei, County Magistrate Liu is not bad. When he was a registrar, he did well in accounting. Last year, when he became a county magistrate, he ran around all day. It can be said that he has done his best. Grandpa Wang, I did not say that I would do anything to him. He planted beans in the field last year. Can he continue to plant beans this year? Is that right, County Magistrate Liu? Zhang Xiaobao naturally could not remove him from his position just because he made a mistake. Since he was an official approved by the people of Sanshui County, he would not be bad. The people's hearts were not so easily bullied. County Magistrate Liu nodded vigorously. Yes, during the planning, we planted beans in the field last year. This year we will plant rice, because we need to clear the silt in the river. After the rice is harvested, we will directly pluck the fields. The soil will be more fertile, but during the planning we forgot. What should we do? What should we do? We can only mend the pen after the sheep is lost. This year, we will not plant beans in Sanshui County. Send people to Fengzhou to get seeds. This year, we will plant pasture in the barren lands of Sanshui County. You organize people to go there and buy cattle and sheep, especially those that need to give birth. During the summer, we will make milk products and send them to the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office to sell. Since Zhang Xiaobao had encountered this, he could not ignore it. County Magistrate Liu knew what was called secret farming. It was like the poppies that were planted in the past. When they were planted, they would be sent to the Dei Medical School. Chapter 868. It's still okay in the county this year. In winter, every village has a boiler room and every family uses heating. Some villages with a small population have moved out and built big houses outside. In winter, the off-season vegetables are not selling as well as before. The main reason is that there are more and more people who know how to grow vegetables. The biggest taxpayer is still at the docks. The river channel has been expanded to both sides. They also specially found shrimp and fish to raise in the river channel. Every once in a while, they will get stuck in the net. Before the new year, 2 pavilions collapsed due to heavy snow. The people in charge of maintenance have been arrested. Fortunately, they were not crushed to death. This matter is not tolerated. Due to the inconvenience of the road, the children in the school drank soy milk continuously for 45 days and only returned to fresh milk 2 days ago. The roast chicken and duck sold in Zhuangzi have become the specialty of the county. Last year, we paid a lot of taxes. Last year's snow was heavy. This year's development will probably be affected. I'm worried that the turn of the river channel will be washed ashore. Decent people have reinforced it. The poultry farm has done a good job of blocking and preventing diseases. There are more than 450,000 chickens and ducks. County Magistrate Liu followed beside Zhang Xiaobao and reported the county's work to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao occasionally asked a few questions. Every time he asked, County Magistrate Liu would answer smoothly. The group of people who came with the Tujua listened and were surprised and envious. Secret Service K had heard Mo Jillian's introduction of Sanshui County. At that time, it was almost unbelievable. How could a county's development be comparable to a province's? Now that he heard and saw it, he knew that Mo Jillian had said too little. He was even more envious of County Magistrate Liu's detailed introduction of the data. If there was such a capable person in his tribe, why would he be blocked by the great Tang dynasty a few years ago? Zhang Xiaobao was satisfied. He also praised County Magistrate Liu. It was considered that he approved of his position as County Magistrate. Otherwise, he would have taken him down immediately. Xiao Bei had also been a county magistrate and was in the same line as County Magistrate Liu. He nodded and said, County Magistrate Liu, you have worked hard. You are better than me when I was in Jian and county. You flatter me, you flatter me. It was all supported by the people in the county. As long as the county made a decision that was beneficial to the county, a small portion of the people would be willing to suffer losses to support it. For example, last autumn, when there was a shortage of medicinal herbs, they were going to choose a fertile land to plant herbs in. At that time, they chose 2 rivers, Beach Village. There used to be 2 rivers flowing through the village, so the soil was strong. When the idea came out, the entire village of 115 households, 700 20 people. No one complained. Within 3 days, the entire village moved. Without their efforts, there would not be Sanshue County today. County Magistrate Lu hurriedly spoke modestly. Although Xiaobei was young, he did not dare to belittle him. "How's the water transportation?" Zhang Xiaobao asked casually. "It's about the same as before, but fewer boxed meals are being sold on both sides of the river. Ever since the introduction of canned food, many foreigners don't like to eat boxed meals from our county and bring their own canned food. This year, I plan to hire some chefs from other places and expand the service station so that everyone can find their favorite dishes." County Magistrate Lu answered without any hesitation. "What about salt and oil?" Zhang Xiaobao was not surprised that County Magistrate Lu was familiar with the affairs of the county, like Mo Jillian and others. For him, it was normal to know these things. It would be abnormal if he did not know. To be able to be the county magistrate of Sanshue County, he must have the ability. He then asked about the necessities of life. The price of salt has decreased slightly, mainly because there are more places to dry salt. The manufacturing of ships is also more advanced. The profit of selling salt has not changed. The quantity has increased by 20%, so the price has decreased by 20%. As for oil, the price of soybean oil and rapeseed oil has increased slightly. One is that there are more livestock, so there's more lard, so the locals like to eat lard more. The other is that the people south of the Yellow River like to eat vegetable oil. Most of it is shipped and sold there, so the taxes have increased. It's better to eat vegetable oil as much as possible. I will write a notice later, saying that eating too much lard is not good for health. No, I will say that lard can be made into wax. Keep more of it and try to sell it to the areas where there is less lard to lower the price of vegetable oil. Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that more people would get cardiovascular disease if they ate too much lard. He wanted to mention it in the county, but he was afraid that because of his words there would be more market for vegetable oil and the price would be pushed to a higher position. Therefore, he could only take a roundabout way. County Magistrate Lu nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I will remember it. I will talk about it later." After the beginning of spring, the price of garlic has increased a lot. It has doubled the usual price. Should we find a good place to plant more garlic? Garlic has increased? How did it increase? Did it increase all at once, or little by little? At this time, Wang Wan, who had been silent at the side, suddenly asked. Zhang Xiaobao also wanted to know. He knew that people at this time liked to eat garlic. Many people asked if there was any garlic when they went to a restaurant. If there was, they would go in and eat without turning around. It was said that garlic and meat were delicious when chewed together. He didn't think so. He only knew that it tasted good when eaten with sausages. County Magistrate Lu thought for a while and replied, "It has increased twice. The first time was just after the New Year, and the price increased by 30%. The second time was a few days ago, and the price suddenly increased by 2 times. It is said that the places where garlic is produced were bought by big businessmen. It is estimated that the price will increase again. The people in Sanshue County are more prudent, and there is no panic buying. I heard that the price of garlic in other places is higher. As long as there is garlic, it will be sold out immediately. I don't know what happened. I always feel that someone is doing it deliberately, but I can't think of a way." Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "County Magistrate Lu, go to your work. We will walk and watch. We won't disturb you." County Magistrate Lu acted like he was pardoned and obediently stepped aside. When Zhang Xiaobao and the others walked away, he raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat on his forehead and said to the yamen runner beside him, "I was scared to death. Fortunately, I didn't relax. The young master of the Zhang family is really amazing. He can even find a lot of errors in the data. If we randomly check the data, he will definitely find the problem. It will feel like he has never left the county." The yamen runners also looked admiring. Song Yang, who was still a yamen runner and became the new arrestor, said with a smile, "Sir, young Master Zhang is certainly not ordinary. You should know that when Sanshui County was changed from Zhongxian to Shangxian, many people said that it was young Master Zhang who promoted it. At that time, there was no master from his family. Sanshui County is the foundation of his family. How could he not do his best? People say that he is a little immortal. Wang didn't know that people were talking about her and Zhang Xiaobao behind their backs. At this time, she lowered her head and thought about something. She didn't wake up until the road in front of her suddenly widened and she heard the sound of running water. She found that they had reached a small river. She asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Did someone deliberately increase the price of garlic?" "Probably," Zhang Xiaobao replied. "Then what should we do? This kind of thing is the most terrible thing to encounter. In the end, even if there is a way, the real leader will run away. Only those who follow the hype will be unlucky. At that time, the garlic will have changed hands at least 3 times. Should we issue an order to arrest all those who hoard garlic?" Wang thought of herself. From 100 years ago until she and Zhang Xiaobao came, she didn't have a good way to deal with this kind of thing. She was worried. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "Why should we arrest people? Garlic isn't a necessity in life, unlike grains, oil, and salt. I know that you remember the past. At that time, you knew that the real big fish were all the elders in the capital who were officials or were officials in the past. Not to mention cooking garlic, even if they were cooking something more important, who could do anything to them. Let's not talk about the past. Let's talk about the present. There are many people who like to eat garlic. How can it not be a necessity? Today they are cooking garlic. If you don't stop them, they will cook something else tomorrow. Even if they decide to deal with it in the end, many people will suffer losses. This won't do. I will write a letter to the capital and tell Li Longji." Wang was very anxious. She knew that this wasn't just a problem with the price of garlic. If it wasn't handled well, the people's trust in the imperial court would decrease. As she spoke, she wanted to enter the carriage to write a letter. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and stopped her, saying, "Do you really want to use administrative orders to solve the economic problem? Didn't I say before that we shouldn't do this unless we have no other choice? Administrative orders are useful, but there are also many drawbacks. It will make the other party feel that the imperial court is incompetent and continue to find loopholes to attack. Although political economy is a combined study, it can't be used like this. If buying garlic is hoarding, then what about buying ginger, buying onions, buying cloth? How do you locate it? Aren't you afraid that the local officials will take the opportunity to do as you wish? Let me tell you this. If I were a merchant and you gave the order to crack down on garlic hoarding, I would immediately change it to something else. If you directly said to crack down on hoarding, then the local officials might be arrested by the merchants. Merchants will definitely have stock in their inventory when they do business. Does that count as hoarding? Then what about the negotiation? Get them together to discuss it. Scare them and give them benefits so that they won't be so greedy." Wang thought of another method. They want to earn 1,000,000 strings of cash. After you negotiate with them, even if you scare them, they will earn less. They won't say anything and will endure it. When the garlic is harvested next year, they won't accept it and will try their best to lower the price. Every industry has its own rules. Who would dare to casually accept it? What will happen to the people who grow the garlic? This kind of thing will backfire. Then, won't you negotiate with them again? Don't you find it embarrassing? If they ask you, what do you mean? If you can't sell it at a high price or low price, wouldn't it be better to send officials to do business? Your imperial court will set whatever price you want. What do you think the consequences will be? Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the situation for Wang and asked. Wang held back her anger and thought, it will become a purely planned economy. When the time comes, the farmers will lose their motivation and there will be problems with business. After all, people who are good at business usually don't become officials. Those who can become officials will need to spend more energy on officialdom, and that will make it even more chaotic. Just like if we didn't come, there would be a salt tax in the Tang dynasty, causing the price of salt to rise. What should we do then? Why don't we use our family's business to cooperate with them? Economic problems are best solved by economic means. Cooperate with them? Negotiate? Did I give them face? Isn't it just the price of garlic? I'll let them rise and lose money. Later, investigate who is the leader. I'll make it difficult for them to do anything in the future. Zhang Xiaobao scoffed at this kind of compromise and said contemptuously. Wang Wan smiled and hugged Zhang Xiaobao's arm. I knew that Xiaobao would have a way. You have thought of a way to deal with the situation that just happened. Quick, tell me what to do. There's no hurry. Let's go to the county and rest first. We won't let them have an easy time. Let's confirm it first. If the situation is not like what we said, the method we came up with will be useless. How can it not be? There's no news of a big disaster in the garlic area. The price suddenly changed so much. It's strange if it's not strange. Are we going to buy garlic from other places and sell it here? We can't buy garlic from anywhere. As long as we buy it, that place will definitely raise the price. Don't you think it's better to steam eggplant and eat it with sauce than to fry it directly? Each has its own taste. What does it have to do with eggplant? It doesn't matter. I'm going to steam eggplant today. When there are more potatoes in the future, we'll steam them and eat them together. Just thinking about it makes me drool. What's the plan? We'll talk about it when we get back. Zhang Xiaobao and the others strolled toward the county of Sanshui County. They walked until night time, but they did not reach the county. They just arrived at the river that connected to the capital. As the people of Sanshui County were rich, they lived in two-story houses. Their demand for other things was also high. Countless street lamps were erected on both sides of the river. In the entire Great Tang, apart from Luzhou and the capital, only Sanshui County had the ability to do so. The lights of the street lamps were not very stable. They flickered. If the hydroelectric generator beside the river turned fast, the street lamps would light up. If it turned slow, the street lamps would naturally dim. Even so, Secret Service K and the others were shocked. They looked at the caravans walking on the river under the street lamps in the dark night. Some people who could not sleep came over with shrimp cages to fish for shrimp. The more than 70 people thought that they were no longer in the mortal world. These are the street lamps I saw in the capital. Mo Jillian's gaze followed the river. After being mesmerized by the gorgeous colors on both sides of the river, he introduced them to Secret Service K, who was also in a daze. I wonder if my tribe has the same thing? With the light, I think the wolves don't dare to easily attack the sheep pen at night, right? Secret Service K was envious. At the same time, he knew the difference between his tribe and the people of Great Tang. In his tribe, it was more extravagant to light candles. When they used oil lamps, the people of Great Tang had electric lamps. How comfortable would it be to go out for a stroll in the summer when you couldn't sleep at night? Yes, it was just like what was happening in the pavilion not far away. Chapter 869. Zhang Juling, who had been promoted to Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, was leisurely sitting in front of his desk. He held a glass of warm orange juice in his hands. It was said that the Beibei Juicing Group was worried that the spring would lack nutrients, so it was specially provided by the central government. The Beibei Juicing Group was located in a 40-square-meter room on the corner of the third floor of the Savant's restaurant. Zhang Juling's mind was not on the juice. A memorial had just been sent to him. It was about the recent price increase of a certain commodity. The price of garlic in Hunan province had skyrocketed, and the person in charge of the investigation had sent a report that was uncertain of the extent of the damage. In the past, the Ministry of Revenue had rarely paid attention to the changes in the price of these goods. However, starting from 5 years ago, people began to pay attention to it. Once the new assistant minister took office, Zhang Jiling, he began to strengthen the collection of information in this area. Li Longji was also very supportive of Zhang Xiaobao's decision. After witnessing Zhang Xiaobao's terrifying methods, he was afraid that someone would learn from him. Hunan Province, Wind Logistics Group? The name is Wind. How can logistics affect the price of garlic? Aren't they in charge of transportation? Zhang Jiling could not think of how a logistics company could affect a certain commodity. He read the contents again. A name made his heart tighten. Wind Bridge, Shoji. Japanese? Wind Logistics is Japanese. Little Japan is indeed up to no good. This won't do. I have to send it to Her Majesty, quickly. When Zhang Jiling saw the name of the Japanese, he did not think that it was normal price changes. He raised his head and drank the juice in his glass. His stomach felt warm. He organized the memorial and hurriedly walked to a nearby room. As soon as he entered the room, Zhang Jiling reported to an old man who was half lying on a chair with a worried expression. "Old minister, it's not good. Someone is going to make a move on Tang's garlic." Old minister was referring to Wang Bei. He was in his 70s and his body was still healthy. Every 10 years, there would be a professional medical staff to check on him. He did not care about the trivial matters. Only when something serious happened would he be called. At this time, he was reading a book written by Zhang Xiaobao. Deliberately leaving financial management loopholes is a temptation for financial personnel. He rocked his chair and savored it carefully. He felt that it was very reasonable, especially the sentence, "Those who are in a financial management environment with opportunities for corruption for a long time will easily grow old." Suddenly hearing Zhang Jiling's voice, the old minister was startled. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Jiling. His eyes were full of doubts. Attack the garlic? How to use magic? Could it be that he had to beat up the garlic? Beat the garlic cloves into a paste? Are there dumplings for lunch today? My old minister, don't think about eating anymore. The price of garlic has increased abnormally. It has already doubled. Hurry up and think of a way. We can't let it continue to increase. Otherwise, we won't be able to find garlic to eat dumplings. In Zhang Jiling's eyes, Wang Bei was no longer steady, but slow. Wang Bei's squinted eyes suddenly opened, and his face became serious. He nodded and said, "Yes, there must be a reason for the price fluctuation of any product. If we lead it to good, it will be a blessing for the people. If we lead it to evil, it will be a disaster for the people. We must investigate. Let me take a look." Zhang Jiling hurriedly passed the memorial to Wang Bei. Wang Bei carefully looked at it. When he read from beginning to end, he suddenly said, "Oh, Wind Logistics, the problem lies with them. What are you waiting for? Arrest him. Arrest Fengqiao Shoji and ask him what his intentions are." Arrest? Old minister, why should we arrest him? Zhang Jiling did not expect Wang Bei to arrest him immediately. Why? Just because you suspect that he is disrupting the price. Wang Bei replied. Zhang Jiling shook his head. Old minister, that won't do. If we arrest him without evidence, won't the merchants be disappointed? Can't our great Tang tolerate a Japanese merchant? Can't the price of all goods be increased in the future? That's not the case. Hurry up and find evidence. Wang Bei also thought of this problem. Once we find the evidence, won't the price of garlic increase by 10 times? The people who should be lost have already been lost. Even if we kill him, it's useless. We can't take the money he earned and ask each and every one of them who bought garlic, right? Zhang Jiling did not care if they could arrest Fengqiao Shoji or not. He was thinking about how many people would be lost from the beginning to the end. Wang Bei thought for a while and said, "Yes, arresting him is not the goal. Once the matter is out of control, even if we arrest him and settle the matter, it will only mean that we have failed in our duties. A good fighter will not have outstanding achievements. We have to eliminate the threat before it sprouts. We don't want to wait until many people are lost before we stand out to settle the matter. We don't want that kind of credit. What we want is to make people unable to see the credit. It is like an abyss, calm and not majestic." Old minister, that's what I mean. I don't want to wait until the matter is out of control and then suppress the credit. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will despise me, Zhang Jilin said excitedly. He remembered what Zhang Xiaobao had done in Jili province. There were many people who wanted to take advantage of Jilin province, but they didn't have to wait for the real action. Zhang Xiaobao easily controlled the other party. When he was scheming against people, it was not obvious. It was not as obvious as when other officials put out a riot in a place. But if you think about it carefully, you will find that the whole northern Hebei province was very reassuring. They felt that as long as Zhang Xiaobao and Li Shiqiang were there, nothing would happen. This was the real way to rule a country. While Zhang Jilin was thinking about things, Wang Bei had already dressed up. He drank a big mouthful of tea and pulled Zhang Jilin out of the room. This is an important matter to discuss with His Majesty. If they succeed this time, they will do it again. Do they think that there is no one in Tang? In Xingqing Palace, Li Longji, Empress Wang, and Wu Huifei were enjoying the flowers together. They were all wild flowers dug from the mountains. Few of them were blooming. Most of them only had green leaves, and some of them had buds. The small buds could only be seen very close. Beside Wu Huifei was Princess Taihua. It was not clear whether she was the one that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao talked about, but the various things that Wang Wan said did not happen now. Princess Taihua was very cute. Li Jun and Pan, who were older than her, were very curious and always wanted to touch her. Empress Wang was naturally the pair of twins, Jun and Pan, who were in her arms. Before the new year, they were sent back by Zhangwang clan. They had not left for more than a month. One reason was that Empress Wang kept a tight watch on the harem. It was not easy for someone to hurt the two children. The other reason was that Wu Huifei was not in the mood to fight with Empress Wang now. Wu Huifei knew that as long as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not fall, she would not have any hope of winning against Empress Wang. But how difficult would it be to make them fall? Last time, when they were playing in the lake, even the emperor had tacitly acknowledged the existence of the two people in the Tang Empire. Li Longji enjoyed the peace in the harem. He looked at his children for a while, then at his two women, and finally at the wild flowers. These wild flowers are like the people in the world. They will not wither unless there is a drought. They will not die unless there is a flood. Why do the dynasties change? Compared to the drought and flood, the government is fiercer. I know. As long as there is a way to live, they will not rebel. Because Li Jun did not grow up in the harem and rarely came back, she did not have many scruples when speaking. When she heard her father speak, she immediately continued the conversation. Li Longji happily looked at his 3-year-old son and praised. Junior really knows a lot. That's right, as long as there is a path to survival, no one is willing to rebel. To be able to force them into a dead end, the person in charge is definitely not simple. Come, let Daddy hug you. Li Jun ran to Li Longji and opened her arms for him to hug. She took out the crushed baked potato chips from her small bag and stuffed them into Li Longji's mouth. Father, eat the chips. Li Longji recognized the chips immediately and muttered, when I wanted to eat them. He wrote back saying that there was no more. Where did you get them now? A year's salary penalty is too light. Father, Grandpa Zhang said that this year there will be a lot of chips. Is that true? Li Jun did not understand what her father meant by a year's salary penalty. She only wanted to eat chips every day. It's true. Apart from chips, there are more good things. There are rare treasures overseas, and there is a greater threat. Li Longji began to think about the powerful country that Zhang Xiaobao mentioned. A hint of worry could be seen on his face. Your Majesty, bad news. Someone is making a move against Tang. Li Longji, who was enjoying the peace of his family, did not have time to suppress the worry in his mind when Wang Bei's shout suddenly rang from outside. The old man was not stopped. He brought Zhang Jilin directly into the courtyard of Xingqing Palace. He was sweating profusely from the rush. Li Longji shuddered. His expression changed slightly as he asked anxiously, did they attack? Did Lu Zhou send the news? How many gunships did they lose? Do they still have the will to resist? They're attacking? Gunships? Your Majesty, who's attacking? Did the Zhang family and the Wang family rebel? Did they send gunships to the capital? Wang Bei was confused. He followed the topic and asked. Only then did Li Longji realize that it was not that country. He heaved a long sigh and waved his hand. No, no one's rebelling. Tell me in detail what Minister Wang said about making a move against Tang. Servants, give him a seat. A palace maid brought a stool and let Wang Bei sit on it. Wang Bei raised his sleeve to wipe his sweat. He took out the memorial and handed it to the emperor as he said, Your Majesty, the price of garlic has been increasing abnormally recently. I'm afraid that someone is deliberately raising the price. Please investigate this matter thoroughly. Japanese? Wind logistics? What's your concern? After reading the memorial, Li Longji pondered for a moment and asked Wang Bei, Your Majesty, this is what I think. Wang Bei told the emperor about the matter he discussed with Zhang Jiuling. There were speculations and concerns, but there was no way to solve it. Li Longji listened quietly. When Wang Bei finished, he thought for a while and said, What Minister Wang said is correct. If we arrest him now, we won't have any evidence to prove that he's hoarding garlic, and we won't be able to catch him raising the price of garlic. Good plan, really good plan. It's not easy to have such a capable person in Japan. We'll take action when the new garlic is not out yet. By the time we find the evidence, the disaster will have already happened. Minister Wang, do you have a solution? Your Majesty, this subject can't think of a solution. Why don't we gather all the officials to discuss this matter so that we won't delay too much and suffer more losses? Wang Bei helplessly replied. He really didn't have a solution. Li Longji also thought so. Soon, a few important officials were gathered. They looked at the memorial and admired Fengqiao Shoji for coming up with such a solution. Li Linfu narrowed his eyes and pondered. Wind logistics solution broadened his horizons. Logistics was naturally responsible for transporting goods, and there was a guarantee of compensation. Generally, logistics would want to lower the compensation price so that even if there was a problem, they wouldn't suffer too much loss. Wind logistics was special. They offered 3 times the compensation according to the goods themselves. At the same time, they extended the review period of the compensation. The compensation would be paid within 3 months. The shipping price was also very low, half of other logistics. They also used the limited number of vehicles as an excuse to selectively accept orders. The orders they accepted were all for transporting garlic. In the end, not long after the garlic was transported, they told the owner that the goods were lost and they were willing to pay 3 times the compensation. Therefore, the people who lost the goods were not angry. Instead, they were very happy. This was more profitable than directly transporting the goods and selling them. It was like a meat pie falling from the sky. After the first batch of garlic was lost, the people who collected the garlic found a good way to make money. They began to collect large amounts of garlic and let Wind Logistics transport it. In the end, the garlic was lost after each shipment. With Wind Logistics deposit in the Great Tang Bank as a guarantee, the people who collected the garlic were relieved. They tried everything to collect the garlic and raise the price again and again. They were not afraid of the compensation and were even willing to borrow money to collect the garlic. As a result, the price of garlic increased. Wind Logistics did not have any evidence to prove that they were hoarding the price. They were logistics, and losing things was not a good thing. They did not directly participate in the increase in the price of garlic and did not organize merchants to do so. If they wanted to arrest them, they couldn't just casually charge them. Amazing. I didn't expect that a mere logistics company could do such a thing. It seems that they are not inferior to Zhang Xiaobao. Li Linfu said after reading the memorial. Zhang Zhong was unhappy when he heard Li Linfu's words. How could a Japanese be compared to his godlike son? He coldly snorted and said, If my son wanted to cause trouble, would he only use such small tricks? My son is not willing to use such tricks in our great Tang. Wind logistics, fluorescent light. Li Longji nodded in agreement. Xiao Bao has done a great service to our great Tang. If he was not a citizen of the great Tang, the consequences would be unimaginable. This time, Japan is just a small trick, but it should not be allowed to be so rampant. My lords, do you have any good ideas? This subject thinks that we can ask military Governor Zhang at this time. Li Linfu saw that Zhang Zhong was unhappy and pushed the matter to Zhang Xiaobao. He wanted to see if Zhang Xiaobao really could not do anything. Chapter 870. Li Longji listened to the officials argue back and forth, but in the end, they all wanted to find Zhang Xiaobao. He was extremely dissatisfied. In his view, it was better to only find Zhang Xiaobao when there was no other way. If he could avoid using Zhang Xiaobao, he would avoid using Zhang Xiaobao. Otherwise, if he needed Zhang Xiaobao every time there was a problem, what was the point of having other people? What if he exhausted Zhang Xiaobao to death? Seeing that none of the officials could come to a decision, his expression gradually darkened. Could it be that none of you have been attentively studying Xiaobao's books? When it comes to economic matters, there must be a reason. You can either lead the way or cut off the foundation. If it really doesn't work, you can still compete with the other party in terms of attrition. Xiao Bao sent word a few days ago that he was busy with the Turkic matter. Don't distract him, right? Your subjects are incompetent, the officials replied in unison, bowing in tacit agreement. Yu Wenrong straightened up and suggested, Your Majesty, since you want economic matters, why don't you ask the people on the top ranking of billionaires for advice and use commerce to govern commerce? Oh, who does minister you think is suitable? Li Longji indicated for Yu Wenrong to continue. This subject has heard that there are many new talents on the ranking, and that the names of the people on the ranking change frequently. But no matter how many changes there are, the top 3 have never been replaced. The other people on the ranking also have considerable wealth. The third person on the ranking is a great merchant from Hudong Road. He seems to be in charge of all the merchant associations in Hudong Road. The second person is Song Jinggong from Sanshui County. In the past, he had always been in the first place, and it could be said that he had received Zhang Xiaobao's teachings. But since last year, he has fallen to second place. The first person is Xan, who is of marriageable age, the granddaughter of the former Minister of Revenue, Baigo. However, many people said that it was not because she was powerful, but because she had someone by her side who was now hiding behind her. Her name was Fong Lu and she had a younger brother, Fong Xiaoman. He was a family that had fled from Tuqiao village in Sanshui County. He was valued by the Zhang family and the Wang family. He was very intelligent and learned a lot of things. He had settled down in the Joy residence and studied the ways of finance diligently. This subject believes that we can ask Fong Lu to come over and ask about the plan. Using the Spear of Shang to attack the Shield of Shang, we will definitely gain something. Also, that by Xan is currently in charge of the largest clothing and toy stores in our dynasty. Anyone from the Great Tang is proud to be able to own one of these 2 stores. They should have quite a bit of money on hand. Other than Zhang Zhong and Zhang Juling, who were familiar with the names mentioned by Yu Wenrong, the others only knew of the former minister, Baigo. It was not because of Baigo's great achievements, but because Baigo was able to live. He was almost 80 years old, but he was still able to wander around. Furthermore, he liked to be a storyteller. He would often go to a certain tavern to chat and exchange for some wine, dishes, and tea. This made people envious and speechless. Li Longji usually did not ask about this kind of thing. When he heard that the number one of the richest people had changed, he was very curious. There is such a thing? Good. Go and ask Fong Lu to come over. Let her think of a solution. South of the Yellow River, eastern capital Luoyang. As the winter snow melted, rows of oxen were plowing the fields outside the city. Carts of compost were piled up in the fields and scattered everywhere by people. As the fields were turned up, the compost gradually mixed with the soil in the fields. The busy people's faces were red from the wind, but it couldn't hide the joy that came from their hearts. There were countless people coming and going in the city. Carriages and horses were clamoring. The restaurants and tea houses were already filled with all kinds of people by noon. Some were walking, some were resting, some were working, and some were drinking turbid wine, accompanied by a plate of side dishes. There were also scholars who were preparing to go to the capital to participate in the spring imperial examination. They were discussing the current political situation and the ways of learning. They were waiting for the warm weather to continue for a few more days before they took the fast boats, specially prepared for the high scholar candidates to go to the capital. Firstly, the boats were fast, and there was no need to worry about delays. Secondly, the capital was expensive. Those who were not rich did not dare to stay for long. There were also merchants who took advantage of the arrival of spring to inquire about the prices of various places. They had professional smiles on their faces, regardless of whether they knew each other or not. Whenever they met someone in the same trade, they would find something to talk about. This way, when they needed to be together in the future, they would not seem so distant. If one were to ask which restaurant was the best in Luoyang, it would naturally be between the clouds and the water, not far from Luoyang's capital. It was a 5-story building. The bottom 2 floors were cast from cement and steel. There were all kinds of exquisite patterns in between, complementing the fragrant green grass in front of the restaurant. The top 3 floors were made of mahogany, with ribbons dancing in the wind. The transparent glass windows, the warm winter and cool summer environment, and the feeling of gazing into the distance made between the clouds and the water in the eastern capital a place for the rich and powerful to show off their status. At this time, in the 5th floor of the Luo Water Pavilion, there were 3 people sitting by the window. Below them was the gurgling Luo water. Above them were floating clouds. The room was neither hot nor cold. The temperature indicator hovered between 25 and 26 degrees. Lord Yamamoto, you've worked hard. Storing and storing garlic is an important matter. With Lord Yamamoto's hard work, I can finally free up my hands to do other things. One of the 3 people sitting in a triangle raised his wine cup and loudly praised the person sitting in front of him. The person called Yamamoto had no joy on his face. On the contrary, he was rather worried. Hearing the other party praise him, he also raised his wine cup and said, "Lord Yamamoto, you were the one who suggested this. I was just running errands. So you can't say that I've worked hard. If we're talking about hard work, Lord Yamamoto has worked harder than me. Lord Yamamoto has been busy using the garlic he stored up as collateral, obtaining short-term money from other people and depositing it in a bank so that the merchants who collect the garlic can rest easy. His contribution is greater than mine. And also, Lord Yamamoto, you were able to think of a good plan to raise the price of garlic. As long as we wait for 3 months, we'll definitely have a great harvest. We'll be able to buy many good things from the great Tang and transport them back to our country." No. Lord Yamamoto downed the wine in his cup in one gulp and exhaled a breath that reeked of alcohol. He shook his head and said, "I'm not buying things back. I'm continuing to make money with money." The great Tang sold their useless cloth to Japan in exchange for a large amount of sulfur and silver. Many people in our country don't know about the great Tang's insidiousness, but I can't ignore it. Once I've earned enough money, I'll buy their technology and their good craftsmen back to build ships, cannons, and guns. Lord Yamamoto, who had been listening this entire time, had already drunk 3 cups of strong wine, but he hadn't touched a single bite of food. When he heard Lord Yamamoto's words, he worriedly said, "Lord Yamamoto, it's already not easy to earn money in the great Tang. It's best if we stop as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Zhang Xiaobao realizes what's going on, we'll be at a disadvantage." "Lord Yamamoto, I don't like what you're saying. We haven't broken the laws of the great Tang. No matter how powerful Zhang Xiaobao is, he's still a human, not a god. I hope that he'll know as soon as possible so that I can compete with him and let him know the methods of the Japanese. Lord Yamamoto clearly didn't think highly of Zhang Xiaobao. When he thought about fighting with Zhang Xiaobao, he seemed eager to give it a try. When Lord Yamamoto heard Zhang Xiaobao's name, his face immediately paled. His hand that was about to pour wine couldn't help but tremble. In the end, he put down the wine pot and advised, Lord Yamamoto, don't provoke him. Lord Windbridge, don't provoke Zhang Xiaobao. I heard that he is not in the capital, nor is he in Jili province. There are rumors that he went to the Turkic Khaganate. Since he is not here, the 3 months are up. Let's finish this deal and see how he reacts. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. Lord Yamamoto, I'm not you. I won't buy cement and turn it into hard lumps. I also won't spend a lot of money to buy radishes and plant them like ginseng. Don't blame me for your failure. The price of garlic has already risen. Even if he knows, he can't do anything about it. This time, I've shipped over 1 million strings of silver and sulfur from the country. I can't just earn a little and go back. Lord Yamamoto, you have to quickly exchange all the sulfur and silver for Great Tang's money. 3 months later, I'll enter other industries. You have to listen to my orders and contribute to Japan together. Lord Yamamoto and Lord Yamamoto gloomily looked at Lord Yamamoto and Lord Yamamoto. He was clearly dissatisfied with their cowardice. Yes, Lord Yamamoto and Lord Yamamoto replied respectfully at the same time. Lord Yamamoto revealed a troubled expression. Lord Yamamoto, Great Tang no longer uses copper coins and silver. The silver we brought isn't easy to sell. Ordinary people don't need so much sulfur, and the production of firecrackers is strictly controlled. If we want to sell it to them, the purity of the sulfur must meet the requirements. Furthermore, Konan province doesn't allow people to refine sulfur privately. We have to think of other ways. Sulfur can't be refined privately, so we can sell it to the place where it is refined. The price can be lowered so that the people who collect the sulfur can benefit. I'm in urgent need of money. Sell the silver to the jewelry shop. You have to contact more merchants in this area. If there's no other way, we can use the silver to exchange for money. I need a large amount of cash to carry out the next plan. Lord Yamamoto was once again dissatisfied with Lord Yamamoto's efficiency. Lord Yamamoto looked at the wine and dishes in front of him and suddenly suggested, we can send the silver directly to the Great Tang Bank as collateral to exchange for a loan. That bank can eat a lot of silver, but the value of the silver will be much lower. 1 tael of silver can only be used for a loan of 400 copper coins. It won't be the same as before. Collateral, hurry up and do it. As long as I have Great Tang's money, I can earn even more. Don't hesitate and don't be afraid of the loan amount. Cash, cash. I need a large amount of cash. For the sake of his plan, Lord Yamamoto no longer cared about the depreciation of silver. He believed that as long as he had enough currency in Great Tang, he could do many things that others didn't dare to dream of. This time, Lord Yamamoto and Lord Yamamoto didn't try to persuade Lord Yamamoto. No matter how Lord Yamamoto saw it, they could only follow suit. After all, he was the leader. However, the worry in their hearts didn't lessen. This was a matter that affected the livelihood of the people, and Zhang Xiaobao would definitely interfere if he knew about it. Lord Yamamoto hoped that Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't be so sensitive to the price of garlic when he received the news later. Chapter 871. Fang Lu came to Xingqing Palace the next day. She went to Wanyan County to arrange the spring clothing exhibition yesterday and didn't make it back in time. Other than Zhang Zhong, none of the officials invited by Li Longji had seen Fang Lu before. Even Zhang Jilling had only seen her portrait, which was drawn by that old butler of his who didn't do his job properly. The current Fang Lu couldn't find the weak and pitiful appearance she had when she was escaping. She had turned into a slender young lady. She wore a light yellow long dress with a slanted lapel, and half of her exposed calves were covered by a pair of light blue leather boots. Her hair was let down, and there was only a large butterfly clip at the top. Wei Wei's curled eyelashes fluttered occasionally, giving off a serene and dignified feeling. However, there was a string of bells on her wrist, which jingled when she moved, adding a hint of liveliness to her appearance. 2 different styles appeared on the same person, giving a huge visual impact. All the officials, including Li Longji, were stunned. Sanshui Tuqiao Village's Zhang family's deacon, Fong Lu, greets your majesty and all the lords. Greetings, old master. Spring is here, and the grass is green, and the flowers are blooming. It's just right for me to wear a long dress. Please take a look, your majesty and all the lords. Fong Lu bowed to Li Longji and the other officials generously. The address of Old Master was naturally for Zhang Zhong. After she finished speaking, she started walking in front of everyone. She would turn around or pose, showing the dress she was wearing to others. It's indeed very beautiful. I'll get someone to order a few sets later. All right, Fong Lu. You don't have to continue advertising. You're really dedicated. Even when you see me, you didn't forget to promote your spring clothing. Li Longji watched for a while and suddenly realized that he wasn't looking for Fong Lu to buy clothes. He had something important to discuss, so he quickly stopped Fong Lu from performing. Oh, okay. Your Majesty, you'll get a 20% discount. Fong Lu stopped and stood there, not forgetting to give Li Longji a discount. Yuan Qianyao took over the conversation and asked Fong Lu, Fong Lu, have you noticed that garlic has increased in price recently? Fong Lu nodded. Yes. Moreover, as soon as the price was raised, I had my men purchase a lot of garlic from other places and told Uncle Song about it. That's why the Between the Clouds and the Water and the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant don't lack garlic. They'll be able to last until new garlic is harvested. Lu Zhou's Between the Clouds and Sea's restaurant won't be affected for now. Yuan Qianyao's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. Du Xian, who was standing at the side, stood up and asked, Fong Lu? Since you already found out, why didn't you tell us? Did you only tell your master? Do you know how serious your crime is? Why should I tell you? I'm a deacon of the Zhang family, not a deacon of the imperial court. I'll tell you now, children often have runny noses during spring. We've specially made clothes for this. There's a pocket in the front, and there's a tissue in the inside. When the adults see their children's runny noses, they'll be able to find a tissue to wipe it off. It'll be all the rage for a while. Fong Lu looked at Du Xian in confusion. She gestured with her hands and recommended a new product. Du Xian was taken aback by the question. He thought to himself, my children don't need these clothes anymore. What's the use of telling me this? Hence, he asked, it's useless to tell me about this. Then I'll tell you. Now that the spring river in Jiangyi province and the surrounding areas has thawed, there'll be plenty of fish. However, the price will still be high. This is because many people are sick of eating other kinds of meat during winter. It's a good opportunity to taste the freshness of fish. I reckon that within a month, the demand for fish will skyrocket. If you want to earn money, you should buy more fish as soon as possible and send your men to catch them. Fong Lu told Du Xian another thing. After Du Xian heard this, he replied, This has nothing to do with me. All right then, because the Yellow River has opened up, most of the consumables have been used up due to transportation difficulties in many places. We need to prepare some as soon as possible. When the first transport fleet sets off, we can send them over and make a lot of money. Fong Lu continued to give Du Xian ideas. After the others, including Li Longji, heard this, their eyes lit up. It was indeed as Fong Lu had said. If they really followed her suggestion, they would definitely be able to make a lot of money. There was no empty seat under her great reputation. The mastermind behind the number 1 person on the top list was indeed amazing. Just a random idea and there was hope for them to make money. Du Xian was a little tempted. Suddenly, he realized that they were talking about garlic now. It had nothing to do with anything else. He immediately asked, "Then, what does it have to do with me?" "I'm asking you about garlic." Fong Lu glanced at Du Xian. "You don't think it's okay to talk to you about this now? Back then, when the price of garlic increased, what could you do if I talked to you about garlic? You said that garlic had nothing to do with you. Anyway, you don't eat much garlic. You're in charge of discussing important matters. You didn't mention it, so it has nothing to do with you. However, there are many things in the world that are unpredictable. It's hard for the master to understand, so the servant should think about it first. It's a responsibility. Clouds change constantly. Water is formless. Only after the rain does the master know that the sky is cloudy. It has nothing to do with what you said about opening up the river to transport goods. If I want to do it, I'll transfer the river boats of the Zhang family and Wang family. If they don't send out the goods, the price of goods up and down the Yellow River will definitely increase. Does it have anything to do with you?" Fong Lu's voice grew louder and louder. Du Xian kept retreating. His face was red from the scolding. Especially when Fong Lu mentioned transferring the riverboats of the Zhang family and Wang family to hold the goods. He was shocked. If he really did that, the impact would be greater than the wind logistics. Yu Wenrong saw that Du Xian was at a loss for words. He coughed and said, "Miss Fong is indeed extraordinary. The Zhang family and Wang family do put the people's livelihood first. Otherwise, the Tang Empire will definitely be in chaos. I've heard that Miss Fong is smart and knowledgeable in astronomy and geography when she was young. You were even valued and nurtured by the Zhang family and Wang family. Now that I've met you, you live up to your reputation. Official Du is also anxious and has offended you with his words. Please don't blame him. However, now that the price of garlic is increasing, I'm afraid that His Majesty will not stop it. Later on, other things will continue to increase in price. I've called Miss Fong here to ask about a plan. Miss Fong, do you have any ideas?" Du Xian looked at Yu Wenrong gratefully and secretly wiped the sweat on his forehead. He just remembered that Fong Lu was not an ordinary girl. She was chosen by the Zhang family and Wang family since she was young and carefully taught. She was no less knowledgeable than him. It was said that she had a photographic memory and was good at calculation. If no one else spoke up for him, he would probably have to apologize to His Majesty after she finished speaking. Zhang Zhong smiled faintly at the side. He was very satisfied with Fong Lu, and thought to himself, that's right. Let them think that they can do whatever they want just because they're officials. How dare they threaten the Zhang family? Humph! How can the deacons of the Zhang family be so simple? After thinking about it, Zhang Zhong said to Fong Lu, since His Majesty asked you to come here and ask about it, tell us if you have any ideas. We can't let the people who hurt our people be proud. Fong Lu respected Zhang Zhong more than Li Longji. Without the Zhang family and Wang family, she wouldn't be where she was now. Even if she didn't starve to death, she wouldn't be able to live the life she had now. When she heard Zhang Zhong's words, she bowed respectfully and said, I know that it's Wind Logistics who did this. They used the logistics as a starting point and didn't sell the goods. They also set up a 3-month payment cycle. I've seen the copy of the contract. It says 3 times the payment, but it doesn't say that they have to pay 3 times the amount. In less than 3 months, the new garlic will come out. If the price of the garlic is high, they will sell the goods in advance and then buy cheap new garlic to compensate others. If the price of the garlic is still high, they will use money to compensate. I think that in the end, the price of the garlic will be too high and they will lose money. In this way, they can gain a lot of benefits from this. No matter what I do, they will definitely profit from this. Unless the merchants who see the benefits will stop gathering money to buy the garlic, the people will definitely suffer. Can't we stop them? Gao Lisher asked with a frown. Fong Lu. I didn't say anything for a moment. She lowered her head and thought about it. The others looked at her, hoping that she could come up with a good idea. This was the first time they encountered such a situation. Moreover, it was a situation where they wanted to suppress it. If they didn't suppress it, they wouldn't have to worry about it. However, everyone was gradually becoming more and more concerned about the economy. If they didn't suppress it, they would definitely be letting the people down. After a while, Fong Lu raised her head and said helplessly, I can only ask them to stabilize the price at the current level. When the new garlic comes out, they will still be able to make money. As for making them lose money, I can't do it. When the officials heard this, they all looked regretful. What they wanted to see the most was Wind Logistics losing money from this incident. They wanted to see if they still dared to casually make a move. However, even the person who ranked first couldn't think of a way, let alone them. Li Longji glanced at Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher said, What's the plan? Order the Tang Bank to lower the collateral fee of the goods as much as possible and not to lend to Wind Logistics. Also, order the Military Arms Control Department to not collect sulfur in the near future. I investigated when the garlic price was rising. Their deposit was exchanged with silver and sulfur shipped from Japan. Now, they are still holding a lot of goods. As long as the deposit is not enough, other merchants who want to get benefits from it won't dare to let them continue to ship the goods. They will be forced to sell the garlic slowly now and wait for the new garlic to come out before buying the new garlic to compensate. The profit will be slightly lower. Fong Lu wanted to mobilize the two main departments as soon as she opened her mouth. This was the plan she thought of. Yu Wenrong thought for a moment and asked, Then what if they use the garlic, silver, and sulfur themselves to engage in usury in private? If the bank changes the collateral ratio, the private lenders will do their best to lower the price. They won't dare to accept sulfur. But who would dare to give garlic a high collateral price? We can spread the news and let other merchants know that Wind Logistics doesn't have enough funds. Fong Lu replied, Then what if they would rather lower the price and engage in usury than go and collect the garlic themselves to raise the price? Yu Wenrong asked again. Fong Lu smiled this time. If they dare to collect the garlic themselves, I will make them suffer losses. Once they directly participate in this business, I have many ways to deal with them. I'm just afraid that they won't interfere. The officials were slightly relieved. They felt that it was good to control the price of the garlic to the current level. When the new garlic came out, the price would naturally fall. As for how the other party would lose money if they directly bought the garlic, there was no need to worry. They thought that Fong Lu had the ability to do what she said. Only Li Longji wasn't happy. He didn't want the current price to be stable, but he wanted Wind Logistics to suffer losses so that they wouldn't dare to make a move again. Thus, he asked Fong Lu, hopefully, is there really no way to make them lose money? Fong Lu shook her head regretfully. Your Majesty, I can't think of a good idea at the moment. However, if I tell the young master and he takes action, there definitely won't be a problem. Sigh. Looks like I have to send a message to Xiao Bao. Hopefully, he's not so busy and has time to deal with this matter. Li Longji sighed and looked at Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher nodded and was about to send a telegram. At this moment, the little eunuch Luobin rushed in and reported to Li Longji. Your Majesty, the chefs from Savant's restaurant suddenly came. They're just outside the palace, saying that they want to cook for your Majesty. The one leading them is Master and I, the head chef of the flagship restaurant between the clouds and the water in Tuqiao Village, Sanshui County. Li Longji looked up at the sky. It's still early to noon. Why are they here to cook at this time? He looked at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was confused. He also didn't know why the chefs from Savant's restaurant were here. If Master and I wasn't in Savant's restaurant, then when did he come back? Seeing Zhang Zhong's eyes, Li Longji knew that he didn't know either. He asked who sent them here. They said that it was Zhang Jidushi. They said that he could solve your Majesty's problems, Luobin replied. Xiaobao sent them? Solve my problems? I'm thinking of how to deal with wind logistics now. Do you think you'll know the solution after eating? Go, bring them to the imperial kitchen. Li Longji didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was up to, but he still agreed. Your Majesty, they said that they want to cook in front of you at Xingqing Palace, Luo Bin said. Then bring them to Xingqing Palace. Did they bring tools and ingredients? Li Longji agreed according to Zhang Xiaobao's wishes. No, they said to ask the imperial kitchen to do it. I'll go arrange it now. Luo Bin didn't need the emperor to tell him to go to the imperial kitchen. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. They waited for about half an hour. During this time, Li Longji had been talking to Fong Lu. He asked her what he needed to pay attention to since it was the beginning of spring. What kind of goods had the biggest price fluctuation? Whether it needed to be suppressed, how the preparations for the clothing exhibition were going, what was strange about making clothes for children, and so on. Fong Lu answered him fluently and emphasized that the most likely problem was in the logistics. She told the emperor not to worry. Zhang family and Wang family would make corresponding adjustments to the daily necessities. As long as others didn't specifically target a certain item to create hype, then according to the law, the price fluctuation would naturally remain within a certain range without the need for Zhang family and Wang family to do anything. Even if someone did something, they didn't need to do anything about the daily necessities, such as canned food and drinks. Of course, condiments like garlic were an exception. Although it wasn't a necessity, many people liked it. As for the price rise of meat, they didn't need to do anything about it. They could still eat other things. As Li Longji and the other officials listened, they realized that there were still many dangerous aspects in Tang. It seemed stable, but in fact it was constantly changing. It was just that the extent of the changes was within an acceptable range. The only way to control it was to go with the flow and adjust it from the side. Li Longji sighed in his heart. In this era of technology explosion, the country is at its most unstable period. If it weren't for the Zhang family and Wang family controlling the price of daily necessities like salt, tea, oil, cloth, rice, flour, medicine, and so on, there would definitely be merchants taking advantage of the situation to gain a lot of benefits. At that time, the members of the imperial clan and the various clans would also reach out and try to stop the situation when they noticed that something was wrong. However, they wouldn't even be able to kill all of them, and the throne might not be as stable as it is now. From the looks of it, I can only wait for more people to understand technology, for more children to become more knowledgeable and not so easily deceived. After this period of explosion and stabilizing, I won't need the Zhang family and Wang family to worry about controlling the situation. If it weren't for the garlic incident, I wouldn't have thought so much about it. At such a crucial time in Tang, the Zhang family and Wang family are actually doing so silently. Perhaps this is the true meaning of boundless love. No boundless love. They are only loyal to Tang. While Li Longji was thinking about this matter, the others were also thinking about their own matters. It wasn't until Master and I led the team of cooks to Xingqing Palace that the crowd became lively again. All kinds of cooking tools and ingredients were delivered at the same time. Master and I and the others had clearly changed their clothes and were probably taking a bath. One was to be clean, and the other was to be afraid that someone would carry poison with them. The officials also understood that the other party didn't bring anything with them because they were afraid that it would be troublesome to check. At this time, Zhang Zhong stepped forward and nodded to the cooks in his family. He didn't stand back, and it seemed that he planned to taste each dish first after it was done. There was no need to check for poison since his cooks couldn't poison him. Master and I didn't say much. After bowing, he began to organize the people. Those who were in charge of the knife were in charge of changing the knives. Those who were in charge of preparing the dishes, and those who were in charge of cooking stood in front of the stove to wash and pick the vegetables. Those who were good with knives took out a set of knives and prepared to carve. Li Longji was looking forward to the taste of the dishes specially sent by Zhang Xiaobao. The eyes of the other officials also lit up. They knew that the cooks in front of them represented the top culinary skills of the chefs between the clouds and the water. Usually, even if they went to between the clouds and the water or blue sea silver sand, they wouldn't be able to eat. Now that they didn't need to eat, they felt honored just by looking at the lineup. The team, led by Master and I, naturally wouldn't let the Emperor wait for half an hour before the dishes were served. Not to mention the Emperor, even between the clouds and the water or blue sea silver sand, wouldn't let the guests wait for half an hour. The rule was that if the dishes weren't served in half an hour, the next dish would be served free of charge. If the dishes were still not served after the other people finished eating, they would have to deduct a little more from the price of the dishes. Only in this way could the difference between the dishes between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand be reflected. Therefore, the dishes were served faster for the Emperor. As soon as the oil was poured into the pot, 2 plates were served. Ginger ice prawns. Other than the simple shredded ginger, there was only ice prawns. There was no vinegar, soy sauce, or any other nonsense. Because the ingredients were all taken from the imperial kitchen, this dish didn't have any special taste. The ice prawns were still ice prawns, and the ginger was still ginger. Li Longji didn't eat it. If he wanted to eat this kind of dish, he could eat it at any time. The second cold dish was clams mixed with scallions. Only a little oyster sauce was sprinkled on top. The third cold dish was cucumber peeled with scallions and sesame sauce. The fourth cold dish was shredded chicken with ginger sauce. Only the shredded ginger was stir-fried with a few other seasonings. The chicken was originally prepared. After the 4 cold dishes were served, the first hot dish was served. Sliced chicken with scallions, bean sprouts, chicken, and a few other supplementary ingredients were served. Only then did Li Longji pick up his chopsticks. Without waiting for Zhang Zhong to taste first, he directly picked up his chopsticks and ate. As soon as the dish entered his mouth, Wei Wei nodded, not bad. When the earthy taste of the bean sprouts and the light taste of the chicken are mixed together, it actually became fresh. Adding the scallion oil, it's very appetizing. Everyone try it. When the officials saw the Emperor directly eat a mouthful, they couldn't help but glance at Zhang Zhong. The meaning behind their gazes was self-evident. How big of a face did the Emperor have to have him eat directly without letting anyone test for poison? Although it was impossible for the chefs to carry poison with them, it was still possible to make poison out of things that counteracted each other. Who didn't know that when someone wanted to send a dish to the Emperor, the hot dish would become cold when it entered the Emperor's mouth? It seemed that other than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan personally coming to cook, there had never been a time when the Emperor immediately picked up his chopsticks. Now, Zhang Zhong was the second person to do so. Zhang Zhong was also very excited. He was the second person to pick up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. He didn't care whether it was delicious or not. He swallowed it as fast as he could. The others also came to taste one by one. Fortunately, there weren't many people invited by Li Longji, so there was enough for each person to take a bite. When the first plate of sliced chicken in scallion oil was finished, the second dish, braised mackerel with scallion and ginger, was also served. Following that, the third dish, shredded pork with sweet noodle sauce, was also immediately served. It was actually shredded pork with sweet noodle sauce, but it wasn't called that yet. From then on, one dish after another was served. Some dishes that took a long time were also prepared and would be served in a while. When it was time to eat the 10th dish, a box filled with a mixture of scallion, beef, and pork was also served as the main dish in front of Li Longji. Li Longji only tasted 2 mouthfuls of each dish and didn't eat more. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to eat the next dish if he was full. After eating 2 boxes and drinking some wine, when the stir-fried pork ribs with scallion oil were served, Li Longji and the other officials finally discovered the problem. In all of the dishes, whether it was the main ingredient or the supplementary ingredients, there was no garlic. There were scallions, ginger, cloves, and even flowers and spices, but there wasn't a single bit of garlic. However, the taste wasn't affected at all. On the contrary, It made people feel that garlic shouldn't be added, otherwise the taste would become worse. When the last dish of stir-fried crab meat with ginger was served, Master and I bowed to Lilongji and said, "Your Majesty, the young master sent a telegram asking us to cook for your Majesty." He also said that these dishes won't be a secret dish between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand. I reckon that they've already been sent by telegram to various places in Great Tang and sent to various restaurants. In addition, the north is warm and cold in spring. Day Medical College has already developed tonics that will be sent to various places in the north. However, I heard that the tonics can't be eaten with garlic. Your Majesty must remember when eating them. Oh, okay, not eating garlic. Good, not eating garlic. Lilongji's eyebrows rose as he repeatedly agreed. If he still didn't know Zhang Xiaobao's method at this time, then he would really be a fool. Good method. As long as people don't eat garlic and like to eat other things, the price of garlic won't rise. Especially when these dishes are taught by between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand. They will definitely become popular. What a good method to take the firewood from under the cauldron. Xiao Bao's strategy is indeed extraordinary. Zhang Juling immediately felt that the dishes he just ate were incomparably delicious and praised. Yu Wenrong also nodded. Not bad. Once the wind logistics is used, there's no other way. Unless they also have a brand like Between the Clouds and the Water and Day Medical College. One move, is it just one move? Lilongji suspiciously asked. He understood Zhang Xiaobao very well. He didn't just lose in one confrontation. As someone who was familiar with Zhang Xiaobao's way of doing things, he didn't think that Zhang Xiaobao only thought of this method. Gao Lisher interrupted. Your Majesty, this subject thinks that this subject's son. Oh, this subject's adopted son won't be so simple. Xiao Bao's strategy has always been stacked. This time, the wind logistics is in trouble. I just don't know how Xiao Bao found out about this matter. Xiao Bao seems to have accompanied Mo Jianchang to Sanshui County. Gao Lisher had already treated Zhang Xiaobao as his own son and habitually spoke. When he found that the other person's father was still standing at the side, he could only change his words. However, he was also happy. An adopted son was also a son. In the future, when he died, he would also have to send him off. Zhang Zhong was faintly jealous in his heart. His good son had to be recognized as an adopted son by others. He always felt that it was a loss. That was the son of a god. This Gao Lisher was not afraid of shortening his life. He said a little angrily, "Since Xiao Bao has a plan, why didn't he tell me his father earlier? He should have told the emperor earlier. It's too unreasonable." Others didn't answer him. Don't look at how he said it. He was Zhang Xiaobao's father. If others followed him, it would be easy for Zhang Xiaobao to know about it. At this time, Master and I explained. Please forgive me, Master. Last night, the little Gongzi sent the news. We have been busy thinking about how to arrange the dishes, so we didn't have time to tell you. I also rushed back from Wanyin County overnight. The little Gongzi should have another plan to tell others, and is in the process of implementing it. As for how the little Gongzi knew about the garlic, the news has already said that when the little Gongzi arrived at Sanshui County, he casually asked the county magistrate and found that the price of garlic had increased. He felt that something was wrong, so he asked people to investigate overnight and made a plan with the fastest speed. It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with the little Gongzi. You are loyal. Isn't it because your family was too honest and was bullied? Then Xiao Bao found you to be the head chef and helped you solve the problem. He said to you, you can't do this kind of calculation and I can't cook. Whether the success of Between the Clouds and the Water will be successful depends on you. You even know how to cover for him. Zhang Zhong said another sentence to Master and I, but his words were full of praise. Naturally, he didn't know that his son was learning from the story of how the man surnamed Jiang bought people's hearts when he was defending the front line of the Yangtze River. When Master and I heard his master mention this matter, his eyes immediately turned red. He lowered his head and said to Zhang Zhong, Master, please don't worry. As long as I'm here, the dishes of Zhangzhong and Wang family's restaurants will definitely be unique in Tang. Okay, you two master and servant don't talk about your daily life. Xiao Bao is really not ordinary. He can find the problem by just asking about the situation of Sanshui County. I just don't know what other plans he has. We'll wait and see. Li Longji stopped Zhang Zhong and Master and I from continuing to talk. Then he said to Master and I and the others, "Good, the dishes are good. They're even better than my imperial chef. Sure, Li Shi, go and find out what Xiao Bao's next plan is. I want to know." After Master and I left, Gao Li Shi was also busy finding out things. He didn't need to ask others and directly sent a telegram to Zhang Xiaobao. Fang Lu didn't leave after she was full. She blinked her eyes and thought hard about what should be after this plan of taking drastic measures. If she could figure it out, she would go further. On the day Li Longji tasted the dishes made by Master and I, all the restaurants in the Tang Empire that could receive the telegram knew about the new dish. Because it was between the clouds and the water, it received a lot of attention, especially in the areas that were affected by the increase in the price of garlic. They found that all the dishes didn't need garlic. Apart from saving some money on garlic, the smart people faintly felt that the increase in the price of garlic was resisted by between the clouds and the water and Bihainsha. This was not a small matter. Between the clouds and the water was supported by the Zhang family and Wang family of Sanshui County, the provincial governor and deputy provincial governor of Bohai County, and the minister of the Ministry of Works. If they took action, didn't it mean that the current emperor also acquiesced in this matter? Therefore, these smart people immediately started to follow the steps of between the clouds and the water. The dishes made at noon that day made them happy again. Many people who came to eat said that the new dish was good after tasting it. One was novel and the other was not bad, who said that one had to use garlic to cook. Feng Xiaozhenger and Yamamoto Yuji also tasted the new dish at noon on the 5th floor of Between the Clouds and the Water restaurant. When the waiter specially introduced that the new dish didn't need garlic, Feng Xiaozhenger was stunned and Yamamoto Yuji was dumbfounded. "It's over. I said that this won't work. It's only been a few days, and Zhang Xiaobao already knows. Feng Qiao, hurry up and sell the garlic. If you sell it now, when the new garlic is sold, you can buy it to compensate others. We can earn less." Yamamoto was in a daze for a while, and then he advised Feng Xiaozhe, who was still stunned with a pale face. Yamamoto Yuji's expression was not good either. It was not the first time that he and Yamamoto had fought with Zhang Xiaobao, but every time they fought they would suffer losses. There was also the people of Xinluo. Just look at the Chamber of Commerce that was trapped in Chongning. As long as they encountered Zhang Xiaobao, they would not have a good time. Feng Xiaozhenger was stunned for a while, and then he looked at Yamamoto Yuji and asked, "Zhang Xiaobao is so free to care about the price of garlic? Was he targeting merchants specifically? As long as a businessman finds something that can make money, he will definitely stop it?" "No, definitely not." Yamamoto shook his head. He doesn't care about normal business matters, but he is against any business that has a deceptive nature, especially those that affect people's lives. As for other aspects, he doesn't care. It's up to whoever can make money. But as long as someone wants to make salt, grain, silk, medicine, oil, and other things, he will definitely persuade them. If he can't persuade them, he will immediately use thunderous means. Then he didn't persuade us. Feng Xiaozhenger argued, "Because we're not from the Tang Empire. What he hates the most is people from other countries around the Tang Empire coming to find trouble with them. It is said that he has endless things to do all day long, and he is unwilling to waste his energy on this aspect. So, once he encounters someone, he will very firmly let them know what can be done and what cannot be done. Oh, I heard that he has a special training class that he will teach personally. Even if they can't meet, they will communicate through letters. Those people should still be learning, and when they learn his skills, he will let them go." Yamamoto Yuji, and I also signed up and spent a lot of money to sign up. In the end, we found out that Zhang Xiaobao will only teach people who are loyal to the Tang Empire. Before he started teaching, there was a test. Yamamoto Yuji and I didn't expect that it was arranged by him, so we were eliminated. Yamamoto Yuji said to Feng Qiao. He was very angry when he thought of what had happened in the past. What test? Feng Qiao Zheng'er was puzzled. Yamamoto had never told him this before. It's a test of loyalty. Some people will be found by others and arranged for their families to be sent to other places. They will also give them many benefits. After they finish learning, they will secretly write down the knowledge that isn't very important to them. In the end, all those who agree to it will be eliminated. Yamamoto Yuji explained one of the tests, and Yamamoto Yuji continued, there is also a case where a person sent by a certain prince will be given a high position, but that person will have to help the prince do 3 things. The prince will guarantee the safety of the person and his family, but those who agree to it will still be eliminated. There is also a case where the person who wants to learn is told to write down what he has learned. If he doesn't do it, he and his family will be harmed. Those who are afraid are eliminated again. In the end, they regret it when they find out that the family of those who want to learn is protected by the 10,000 cavalry battalion. There is no need to worry about them. Feng Qiao Zheng'er understood and asked Yamamoto Yuji, what about you guys? How were you eliminated? Us? Yamamoto Yuji and Yamamoto Yuji looked at each other and sighed. Sigh, we were found by the people of Xinluo. They said that they are also learning. Maybe everyone is learning something different. When the time comes, we will share it with each other and learn from each other. Yamamoto Yuji, and I thought it was right. When the time comes, we will try our best not to share the good knowledge with the people of Xinluo. Oh. Feng Qiao Zheng'er understood and suddenly asked with interest, then help me think of a way. I will definitely pass the test if I learn it. It's too late. It's only one world. I don't know when the next world will be. It's better to think about the current situation. It's probably not easy to sell garlic anymore. Yamamoto was worried again. Feng Qiao Zheng'er also returned to reality. He lowered his head and looked at the dishes on the table. He tried to think of a way. He didn't believe that he would lose so quickly and so easily. A few dishes between the clouds and the water had ruined his plan. There must be another way. Yamamoto Yuji and Yamamoto Yuji also wanted to help. But when they considered that their opponent was Zhang Xiaobao, they were confused. In their hearts, Zhang Xiaobao was invincible. If they didn't want to be fooled, the best way was to not interact with him. Otherwise, it would definitely not end well. Now that they didn't want to interact with him, but he still came looking for them. As long as more people recognized other seasonings, garlic would not be able to sell at a high price. Feng Qiao Zheng'er was like a newborn calf. He was full of fighting spirit. He was unwilling to admit defeat. After thinking for a quarter of an hour, he smiled and asked Yamamoto Yuji confidently, "Do you think garlic is really bad?" "Of course not. Garlic is still delicious when eaten together with meat. But it's useless for us to understand. Nowadays, many restaurants don't cook dishes with garlic. It's useless for people to be picky. I know this. The power of trends in economics is also the role of brands. Zhang Xiaobao has between the clouds and the water. That's enough." Yamamoto shook his head, but he still couldn't think of a way. Yamamoto Yuji was worried. "Feng Qiao, don't you understand? Zhang Xiaobao doesn't want to use administrative means to deal with us. Otherwise, we will be doomed. For example, he will order the Tang Bank to not give us any loans. For example, he will ask the government to strictly investigate and hoard. Hurry up and let go. Otherwise, it will be too late. You don't understand Zhang Xiaobao. He is using food to suppress us. Soon he will use other methods. Really, I'm not lying to you." Just as they were talking, the waiter knocked on the door and came in. "Sirs, our shop is taking advantage of the beginning of spring to launch a very cheap, nourishing, medicinal diet. We choose ordinary-looking medicinal herbs and combine them with special craftsmanship. The medicinal diet will strengthen the body and strengthen the body. Please try it. but remember not to eat it together with garlic." After the waiter finished speaking, he left the medicinal cuisine. Yamamoto pointed at the medicinal cuisine and said to Feng Qiao Zheng'er, "Feng Qiao, did you see that? Zhang Xiaobao's second hand is out. I estimate that it won't be long before these dishes and medicinal cuisines reach ordinary people's homes." The waiter just said that the herbs are easy to find, which means that it's not expensive. Feng Qiao Zheng'er's expression became serious. He felt that he had finally met his opponent, and that was Zhang Xiaobao. As for whether Zhang Xiaobao treated him as an opponent, he didn't think about it. He picked up his chopsticks and tasted the medicinal cuisine. He didn't know if it was because it tasted good, or if it was really good, or if it was just his imagination. But in any case, he approved of it. After swallowing the food and putting down his chopsticks, Feng Qiao Zheng'er said to Yamamoto and Yamamoto, "It's impossible for Tang not to eat garlic forever. Even if it's a few months, it's impossible. The current situation is fake. Zhang Xiaobao is deliberately using this to force us to sell the garlic ahead of time. But I definitely can't sell it. If I sell it, I will lose money. Don't just think about the 3 times compensation and the current price of the garlic. When we pawn the goods, the price was not the real price. Whether it was the Great Tang Bank or private loans, our silver and sulfur can only get 2/3 of the money. In addition to the money we spent on hiring people and public relations, if we sell it now, for every kilogram of garlic sold, we will lose 2 taels of garlic. We are here to make money, not lose money." Yamamoto nodded vigorously to show that he understood. "Feng Qiao, I understand. But if we don't sell it now, we will lose more than 2 taels of garlic. Then don't sell it. Continue to find people to pawn the silver and sulfur. Also, collect the garlic and give them 5 times the compensation. But the compensation period will be half a year. Show those merchants our silver and sulfur and tell them that within 3 months, a large amount of silver will be shipped from Japan." Feng Qiao Zheng'er said confidently, as if he already had the victory in his hands. "But no silver will be delivered in 3 months, Yamamoto said. "They don't know. Even if it doesn't work, we have to bribe the relevant people and make them believe us. Go do it. Trust me, we won't lose." Feng Qiao Zheng'er looked at Yamamoto and Yamamoto seriously with a firm gaze. If it was in the past, his gaze and belief would have been useful, but not now. Yamamoto smacked his lips and shook his head. "Okay, I'll listen to you. But this time it's Zhang Xiaobao. I won't count on him." The 3 of them didn't enjoy the meal at all, even though the chef at Between the Clouds and the Water was very good. As soon as the 3 of them left the restaurant, they split up. Feng Qiao Zheng'er went to deal with the matter of increasing the compensation by 5 times. Yamamoto arranged the transportation of the goods, and Yamamoto was in charge of the public relations. They wanted to get more money to operate. Feng Qiao Zheng'er's work went very smoothly. As soon as he said that the compensation would be increased by 5 times, many merchants began to buy the garlic and gradually increased the purchase price. Yamamoto didn't have much to do. He just had to hide the garlic and find a dry place that didn't lack water. The mountain temple was not easy to deal with. He had just eaten and had to find people to eat and drink. He also had to bribe people with money. Even so, the people did not relent. This was because the people who had lent him money had found out that Zhang Xiaobao had made a move. In their hearts, Zhang Xiaobao was a godlike existence. Who would dare to give money to the wind when he was involved? Even Zhang Xiaobao didn't consider this. He only needed to use his reputation to crush Feng Qiao Zheng. His plan was still in progress. Chapter 872. Amidst the anticipation and prayers of the people who were preparing for the spring plowing, the warm current from the Pacific Ocean finally broke through the layers of obstacles and toured most of the Great Tang. Jiangnan Eastern Circuits, Hangzhou Prefecture calls. The water level in Qiantang Lake has risen, but is within control. Jiangnan Eastern Circuits, Suzhou Prefecture calls. The water level in Lake Tai has exceeded the warning line. Requesting for reinforcements. Jiangnan Western Circuits, Poyang Prefecture calls. The water level in Pengxin Lake has risen. The wind is strong and the waves are strong. Jiangnan Eastern Circuits, June Prefecture calls. A section of Zhoushan County, a tributary of the Han River, has broken its dam. The people in the county are being evacuated. The cause of the breach has been found to be due to the embezzlement of the county magistrate of Zhoushan County. 200,000 yuan for repairing the dam has been detained and has been sent to the capital. Jingji Prefecture's Ningzhou Prefecture calls. In a private room in Savant's restaurant, Li Longji was tasting the new dishes while listening to Gao Lisher's report. Since the invention of telegrams, the transmission of information was many times faster than before. It was very convenient. As long as something happened in the country, telegrams could be used to report and issue orders. Li Longji listened carefully. When he heard that the rivers and lakes were stable, he happily ate a boiled clam. This season was the best time for clams to grow meat, but not shells. After spitting out the sand, the clams were fat, fresh, and tender. When he heard that there was a breach due to improper management or embezzlement, Li Longji put down his chopsticks with a gloomy expression. After Gao Lisher finished reporting some of the important situations, Li Longji pushed the plate of clams away and stopped eating. He sat there sulking. Deal with it strictly, especially the embezzling officials. I want them to be alive to earn, but not to spend it. How's the monitoring of the military equipment going? Your Majesty, all the weapon parts are wrapped in oil paper. There's no need to worry about getting wet. However, the old grain in some places may become moldy. I think it's going to be used to brew wine. There's good news. The construction of the train is almost complete. The tracks are being laid now. It's estimated that it can be tested in the capital in midsummer. Gao Lisher also hated corrupt officials very much. He remembered the emperor's order and mentioned something that made people happy. Good. I heard from Xiao Bao that there's a train. As long as we're willing to spend money to build it, it'll only take half a month to travel from the capital to Luzhou. It can carry people and goods. Where are Xiao Bao and the others? Li Longji imagined the big picture that Zhang Xiaobao had painted for him. Suddenly, he realized that there had been no news of Zhang Xiaobao in the last few days. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao should have been busy with the disasters in the Great Tang. There had been no news of him sending reinforcements from Zhoushan district. Your Majesty, last night, Xiao Bao called and said that he would be staying in Sanshui County for a few days. He said that he had a seed that he wanted to personally guide the locals in their cultivation. Also, Mo Jilian and the others will not immediately enter the capital. The 200,000 some Turkic people have already been sent to various places. Some are still on the way, while others have already arrived. Gao Lisher hurriedly replied, meaning that Zhang Xiaobao was very busy and had no time to deal with the disaster relief. Li Longji muttered to himself for a moment before nodding. In the past, Xiao Bao and the others had a convenient information network, so he was always in charge of disaster relief. Now that we have a telegram, we naturally shouldn't let him continue to be in charge. It just so happens that there are a lot of idle officials in some places, so let them form a temporary disaster relief department. If there are any more disasters, let them handle it. They can't just take my money and not work for me. Zhang Xiaobao, who Li Longji was thinking about, was currently enjoying life in Zhangjiazhuangzi. Regardless of whether the weather was still cold or not, he set up a shed by the roadside and sat down to enjoy the scenery. From time to time, he would say a few words to Mo Jilian, who was accompanying him. He would introduce how Zhangjiazhuangzi was and how Sanshui County was. Back then, the sky was so blue, the clouds were so white. Back then, Mo Jilian yawned and occasionally agreed. These days, he was dragged around by Zhang Xiaobao all day, climbing mountains, diving into the water, and wading through muddy ditches. He was even more tired than when he was on the grassland. As he grew older, he did not recover as quickly as Zhang Xiaobao, so he really did not have the energy to listen to Zhang Xiaobao's nonsense. Wang Wan was not far away. She wore 2 more layers of clothes and was embroidering. It took her a while to sew a needle. No one knew what she was thinking about. Xiao, Hai finally stopped studying his mathematics and followed Xiao Zhu to look at the scenery. Sometimes they would run to the front of a certain house and listen to the old man sitting at the door tell stories of the past. Xiao Bei, on the other hand, dragged Xiao Yuan around. She realized that the farmers in her hometown were really rich. Every house had 2 stories, and they were all made of good wood. From the looks of it, if it were not for the sake of maintaining the same style, every house would have been built with 5 stories. Small bridges over flowing water, winding corridors, lush green grass, and leisurely windmills. To be able to live in such an environment around the flagship store between the clouds and the water, in Xiao Bei's opinion, was true wealth. The most direct way to make her feel that wealth was reflected in the tradition that Zhuangzi had always maintained. In every small pavilion along the corridor, there were prepared cooking utensils. No matter how the seasons changed, if one wanted to eat, one did not have to go into the house. There was a dedicated person in charge of watching the charcoal burning area. Once there, one could take out the red charcoal fire and find a pavilion to eat. The last time she came, she was still young and could not do it herself. Now that she felt that she was older and could do a lot of things, she brought a few members of the children's regiment to get charcoal and began to eat. Sometimes they would run to one pavilion to cook. Sometimes they would go to another pavilion to see if the food was ready. Fortunately, the members of the children's regiment were children from Zhuangzi. Otherwise, if Xiao Bei ran around like this, she would definitely get lost. This is for you. Xiao Bei did not eat much and only wanted to cook. In the end, she found that she had cooked too much and could not bear to throw it away. She put it on a plate and gave it to the Turks one by one. Fortunately, Xiao Bei did not like to eat meat and only cooked vegetables. They would not get old after a long time and could be eaten. In addition, the Turks were also tired of eating meat. Since Xiao Bei gave it to them, they ate it and did not waste it. At the same time, they were full of interest in this maze-like Zhuangzi. Kei Tichin, the left virtuous prince who was in charge of the army, ate a plate of tofu skin one after another. He yearned for the winding corridors in Zhuangzi, especially when he heard that this Zhuangzi could provide food at any time regardless of whether it was cold or summer. He compared it to his own tribe and was very envious. As he ate and looked, he habitually regarded this place as a place to attack. The scenery in his eyes gradually turned into a place to attack and defend. He began to think about where to enter when he attacked and how to defend against the defenders. He did not know if he did not think about it, but when he thought about it, he was shocked. He found that no matter which direction he attacked from in Zhuangzi, he would have to face a fan-shaped defensive fortification. The small buildings that looked scattered actually took care of all angles. From the outside, it looked like it was all buildings and fields, but the area surrounded by the small buildings could be used to mobilize manpower and supplies at any time. The platforms used for people to play between the clouds and the water to stand at a high place to watch the scenery were clearly arrow towers. Here, try this. Xiao Bei carried another plate of food and put it in front of Kei Tichin. Kei Tichin was stunned when he saw the food. It was too big, so he looked at Xiao Bei in confusion. Xiao Bei quickly introduced, "It's a big skewer. The outermost layer is dried tofu, the middle layer is cabbage, and the innermost layer is eggplant. I rolled it myself. I washed my hands. Who doesn't wash their hands after eating like you? It's not cooked yet, right?" Kei Tichin did not want to refuse Xiao Bei's enthusiasm, but when he saw that the cabbage was still straight, he could not help but feel puzzled, so he asked, "This thing can be eaten raw. If it's rolled too big, the outer layer of dried tofu will break. It's not like you haven't eaten raw before. Beef and mutton, don't you all eat raw? If you don't want to eat it, I'll eat it myself." Xiao Bei looked like he was treating the thing he rolled as a treasure and reasoned with Kei Tichin. Kei Tichin hesitated and felt that he should not have an upset stomach after eating it. He gritted his teeth and took the plate to eat. He was really afraid that Xiao Bei would eat it himself. If he had an upset stomach, Zhang Xiaobao would torture him. While eating, Kei Tachin continued to look at the arrangement of zhuangzi. Xiao Bei was very happy when he saw that Kei Tachin had eaten. He asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" "I'm looking at whether your family can defend zhuangzi if it's attacked," Kei Tachin said vaguely as he ate. Xiao Bei understood. He narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "Brother and sister said that unless we use the Tang Empire's cannons to attack from a distance, we will kill as many people as they come. Once someone comes close, they will face a three-dimensional crossfire attack. The people lying in ambush at the various firing points can shoot out the firepower of a machine gun with a single shot. If too many people come, they will set up cannons. There are no blind spots in zhuangzi. There are also two kinds of tactics. One is mine warfare, and the other is... Why do I have to tell you everything? Do you want to attack our family's zhuangzi? I'll tell my brother." As Xiao Bei spoke, he suddenly realized something and turned around to look for his brother. Kei Tachin hurriedly reached out and gently pulled Xiao Bei back. He ate the rest of the food on the plate as fast as he could and said, "It's so delicious." "Is there more?" "Is it delicious?" "Yes, it's this cabbage and eggplant rolled with dried tofu. I'll make it for you now. Wait for me." Xiao Bei seemed to have forgotten that he wanted to look for his brother. He turned around and went back to work. Xiao Yuan followed behind and reminded him, "Aren't you going to tell your brother?" "What should I say? That he wants to attack our family's zhuangzi?" "Where is he?" Xiao Bei asked. "Then just now I saw that there were too many cabbages and couldn't finish them. You don't like them, so I gave them to him. Actually, I know that he doesn't like them either. If I didn't say that I was going to look for my brother, would he stop me? How stupid." Xiao Bei spread out a piece of cabbage and placed the eggplant in it. He even stuffed the cabbage foam into it and rolled it slowly. Xiao Yuan opened his mouth and looked at Xiao Bei carefully, as if he had just met him. "What are you looking at? Come and help me. Today's cabbages have to be eaten. Otherwise, they will wilt overnight. Even pigs don't like to eat them." Xiao Bei urged in a dissatisfied tone. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know that his sister was scheming against him. He continued to talk to Mog, who wanted to sleep. "After you are appointed as an official in the capital, I will arrange a place for you. You will be responsible for planting pasture. It's easier than planting rice. You will feed the horses. If there are any leftovers, you will feed the sheep. You can't let the sheep eat it directly. It will dig the roots. You can choose a place yourself. Don't be too far away from the capital." "Okay." Mog nodded his head slowly. In order to have a good rest and divert Zhang Xiaobao's attention, he asked, "Is the garlic problem solved?" Chapter 873. The heavy rain relieved the worries of the spring plowing people, but it also made the road more difficult to walk. The road in Hunan province was also very muddy. Only the rich villages would build a few concrete paths for people to walk on. As for the mainland, it was still paved with sand. It was not that they couldn't afford it, but they couldn't afford to waste the livestock. Walking on the cement road, the number of times the wheels broke down was reduced, but the livestock's hooves were very worn out. If they hit their paws, it would cause a lot of damage to the road. Before bicycles were popularized and cars were invented, they could only use the dirt road. The merchants who bought the garlic estimated the distance and the road situation and felt that the profit had decreased. They also found that the ships on the water were busy transporting the normal goods of the season, so the enthusiasm in their hearts faded. The price of garlic in Hunan province remained 3 times the normal price. Because of the hype in the surrounding areas, the price had not decreased much. It was still about 2 times the normal price. This price was still controlled by people. Otherwise, most of the restaurants and people would try the new dish between the clouds and the water. No one would buy garlic at all. Wind Logistics, which was in charge of Windy Bridge Shoji, was still buying garlic. The compensation had increased to 5 times the normal price, but the compensation period was extended. The local merchants didn't send them garlic, but Huainan province sent them a lot. They directly used the deposit they had just received. Windy Bridge Shoji, who should have been happy, was now worried. He didn't go to between the clouds and the water near the Luo River to eat the expensive dishes. He went to a restaurant near the Yellow River and ordered 2 cold dishes. He warmed a pot of wine and looked at the rain outside in a daze. Yamamoto and Yamamoto weren't very busy recently. They had just finished buying a batch of garlic and the deposit was gone. They wanted to use the silver and sulfur as collateral, but the price was very low. Yamamoto couldn't do anything. Even if he gave a big gift, the other party wouldn't give in. How much garlic have you bought? Windy Bridge Shoji's eyes were still looking outside. He asked casually, "About 1 for million caddies. The current price is 27 copper coins per caddy. The price in the capital is 21 copper coins. According to the compensation ratio, we need to pay 50,000 strings of coins. Including the bribes, it's 63,000 strings of coins. That's all we have. There are still 720,000 strings of silver and sulfur left. The part that is successfully mortgaged still has 9,000 strings of coins." Shanji was very familiar with this data and told Fengqiao Shoji about it. Windy Bridge Shoji did some calculations and realized that not only did they not make any profit from the garlic, but they were also losing money. He frowned and said, "No, this price is not good. We need to raise the price to more than 50 coins before we can make any profit. Why is there so little money left? Even if 1/3 of it is mortgaged, it should be nearly 100,000 strings of coins. Just now, it only added up to 72,000 strings of coins. Lord Windbridge, we borrowed from a loan shark. They said that they would give us 100,000 strings of cash, but in fact, they only gave us 90,000 strings of cash. When we return the loan, we will have to return 130,000 strings of cash. That's the principal amount. Besides, there's also the cumulative interest. We can't stand the cumulative interest, so we have to return the interest first. There's also the cost of transporting the garlic and renting the warehouse." Yamamoto explained. Fengqiao Shoji's frown deepened. Since it's 90% and 13% return, why is there still a rolling interest? That's how it was set in the beginning. Fortunately, we rented a warehouse. Otherwise, we would all be drenched, Yamamoto replied. No, we have to make the price of garlic rise. Is there any other way to get money? Damned rainy days. Windy Bridge Shoji began to complain about the weather. There is. Rumor has it that the Great Tang Bank wants to limit the use of silver as collateral, but for some reason, it hasn't been implemented. It's just that the price has been lowered. It's said that there has been too much silver recently, and the market has adjusted automatically. It should be because the loan sharks sent the silver to the bank as collateral to get more money. I think that a few days ago, someone wanted to use the bank to restrict us, but later found that it was not good to do so, so they didn't implement it. It's just a rumor. I think that Zhang Xiaobao must have given the order to not allow the bank to directly participate in non-pure financial activities. Yamamoto was in charge of this matter, so he was very familiar with this matter. Windy Bridge Shoji laughed contemptuously. Zhang Xiaobao is a fool. If I were him, I would use all the resources I could to restrict my opponent, even the administrative aspects. He actually didn't allow it. Yamamoto was unhappy. If he said that Zhang Xiaobao was a fool, then wouldn't he be even more foolish after losing several times? He continued Windy Bridge Shoji's words. Zhang Xiaobao is not a fool. He just doesn't want to do that. In the book, he wrote, the part that was leaked is not important. It mentioned that unless there is no other way, one should use administrative orders to solve the economic crisis. Otherwise, it will lead to confusion in the government and increase the dependence of the government on administrative orders. It will unknowingly cause the government to be unable to distinguish between business and government, and it will cause the officials to be too involved in economic matters. It will cause the officials to privately use their power to obtain business benefits that they shouldn't have. Then why does his family do such a big business? He is the Bohai provincial governor. Look at the northern part of Hebei province. How many businesses does his family have? Windy Bridge, Shoji snorted. Yamamoto was speechless. Yamamoto was at a loss for words. After thinking for a while, he said, "Perhaps he will give it up in the future? It's useless to talk about it. The main thing is that he must be involved in the garlic business now. We have to be careful and not be careless. Otherwise, even the bones will be eaten by him. I don't care if he's involved or not. We have to make the price of garlic rise. Mortgage all the remaining silver to the great Tang Bank and order our people to buy garlic at a higher price. There are still 2 months until the new garlic arrives. During this time, the price of garlic will definitely rise to 50 coins per caddy." Windy Bridge Shoji couldn't count on others, so he could only take the risk and buy it himself. He hoped that the great Tang's imperial court would not consider garlic as a necessity and accuse them of hoarding. Yamamoto couldn't think of a better idea. Seeing that Windy Bridge Shoji insisted, they gritted their teeth and agreed. Yamamoto transported about 600,000 strings of silver to the great Tang Bank in Luoyang. According to the ratio of 3-to-1, they exchanged for more than 200,000 strings of silver and distributed it to the Japanese people all over the country. They started to buy the garlic. As soon as he started, before Zhang Xiaobao gave the order, Feng Luer reacted first. She sent out telegrams one after another, ordering all the industries that belonged to Exine Air to transfer the funds. She couldn't wait for this day to come, because the money had to be sent to the Japanese people all over the country. They couldn't send it to those that were too far away. The distance to buy the garlic was limited to within half a month. The news quickly spread to Zhang Xiaobao. Mo Jilian was also very interested in this matter. He specifically looked for Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Zhang Xiaobao, someone is making a move. Aren't you going to do anything?" "If they don't buy the garlic personally, I will. Since they have come to this step, they don't need me anymore. I'll send the garlic from Huainan province to lead the way. The others will take care of the rest. It saves a lot of trouble," Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. He didn't expect that Windy Bridge Shoji would dare to make such a risky move and was finally forced to this step. After all, the people of Wind Logistics didn't consider the weather. Mo Jilian didn't understand why Zhang Xiaobao didn't do anything. He was even more curious and asked, "Then you'll just watch them do it?" "You'll know when the time comes. The Tang Empire is no longer the Tang Empire of the past. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Let's not have lunch in Zhuangzi today. I'll go to the school to take a look. The rain is heavy these few days. I'll see if the school has taken the school into consideration." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the cattle in the field and said to Mo Jilian, "What should we eat today?" Mo Jilian didn't understand. "Stew. Add more ginger slices. It's best if it's beef stewed with radish. I've tasted it before. It's bitter." "You didn't peel the radish when you stewed it." "Of course it's bitter." "Huh? Peel it?" Just as Zhang Xiaobao said, there was no need for him to do anything. Windy Bridge Shoji's fate was already decided. Just as Feng Lu used Exine Air's property to attack, the other businessmen followed suit. Luoyang City, Thunder Logistics Group. The owner, Li Chengfeng, ranked 16th on the list of billionaires, immediately called for an emergency meeting as soon as he received the news from Wind Logistics. Then, a transportation team of nearly 30,000 people started to move around Hunan. Suzhou Prefecture, splendid grocery. The owner, Gu Yunfei, ranked 24th on the list of billionaires, took out 600,000 yuan at the last minute and used it regardless of success or failure. Jiannan Prefecture, Izhou Prefecture, Wanlu Trading. The owner, Dong Long, ranked 71st on the list of billionaires, received a telegram from Kaifeng's office. He was authorized to use Wanlu Trading shares as collateral and get 800,000 yuan from Kaifeng's Tang Bank as proof. He was to transfer the money to Shouchun branch to buy garlic on the spot and send it to Luoyang by water. Jiangnan West Prefecture, Yuezhou Lake Dongting Fishery. The owner, Yang Yang, ranked 19th on the list of billionaires, immediately ordered the fleet that transported fish and prawns to the capital to quickly move out and clean the ships. Along the way, he looked for merchants who wanted to transport garlic and waited in Luoyang for other things to come back. Hadong Prefecture, Fen Prefecture, Shannon Prefecture, Guanyi Prefecture. In this way, one by one, people in the prefecture took action. It was as if they had a tacit understanding. Those who took action were all in the top 100 of the list of billionaires. Fengqiao Shouji would never have thought that his decision to buy garlic in person, because he was worried that it would spoil due to the humidity and make it difficult to travel, would attract so many people to attack him. It was not because of how much money he had. Including the garlic in his hand, he only had 300,000 strings of cash. Anyone in the top 100 of the list of billionaires would have more money than him. Many businessmen in Tang looked down on his methods. If someone in the top 100 of the list of billionaires wanted to do this, it would create a bigger wave than Fengqiao Shouji. However, they did not dare to do it. They were afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would take action. Another reason was that they had a tacit understanding. They did not want to mess up the economic environment of Tang. Originally, there were already people who wanted to take action against Wind Logistics. However, they did not know how to disrupt the logistics compensation plan. At the same time, they were also worried that they would disturb Zhang Xiaobao. Therefore, they were waiting. Now, they finally saw the opportunity and learned a lot from it. It turned out that the simplest way was to change the eating habits of the people in a short time. Then they would pay off all the deposits and wait for the rain to come. The rest was to force Wind Logistics to buy the garlic personally. There was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to teach them. The businessmen all knew how to deal with it. That was to raise the price of the garlic and increase the cost when Wind Logistics bought the garlic. At the same time, they would sell the garlic to Wind Logistics at a higher price. If Wind Logistics did not buy the garlic, they would sell the garlic at a lower price. Wind Logistics could not afford to do that. They could only take out money to buy the garlic. If they did not buy the garlic now, they would wait for the new garlic to be sold. Then these people would raise the price of the new garlic. If they bought the garlic now, the price would not go up. Even if they bought the garlic in the end, they would have to pay for it. If they did not take money, they would have to buy the garlic. However, not many of the previous garlic would be preserved by then. If they wanted to minimize losses, they had to sell the garlic before it went bad and the price was still high. If they sold the garlic at a high price now, they would lower the price so that the garlic in their hands could not be sold at a high price. When the price was low, they would be a foodie. When the time came, most of the garlic would have gone bad and the new garlic would be sold at a high price. Windy Bridge Shoji was dumbfounded by the method of using money. He knew that if he insisted, the other party would also pay for it. However, there were so many people. If each of them paid a little, he would lose everything. He could not do that. Windy Bridge Shoji knew that this was a conflict of interest. He was so scared that he did not dare to buy the garlic anymore. He was thinking about how to preserve the garlic he bought for as long as possible. However, he found that he did not have a good idea. If the quantity was small, he could do something. The problem was that there were too many of them. If he wanted to preserve them for a long time, he would need other things to increase the cost. They are really bullying me. They just want to compare their losses with me because they see that I have to pay a few times more. I hope they will stop and let me get back my money. I will think of a way to sell the garlic in the future. At this time, even the gods will not be able to save the situation. Windy Bridge Shoji said to Yamamoto and Yamamoto, who were also worried. It seemed that he was looking for an excuse for his failure. After all, the other party was too strong. If it were other people, they might agree with him, but Yamamoto and Yamamoto definitely did not. Yamamoto sighed and said, Zhang Xiaobao not only calculated our capital, but also the changes in the weather and other people's thoughts. This time, he did not continue to do it himself. Windy Bridge Kuan, hurry up and sell the garlic. We will accept the loss and collect as much money as we can. Let's first get 3 times the value of the garlic. So what if he continues to do it? Isn't it the same as now? Windy Bridge Shoji was not convinced. Like now, Windy Bridge Kuan, you are dreaming. If Zhang Xiaobao continues to do it, we will have to pay. He will not bet with us like other merchants. You have not fought with him personally, so you don't know how powerful he is. Seeing that Windy Bridge Shoji was not going to admit defeat, Yamamoto glared at him and scolded him. Yamamoto also nodded and said, "That's right. Zhang Xiaobao can't be judged by common sense. Not to mention other things, even if he was in our position, he would be able to turn the tide. With the same capital and the same capital, he will not lose. He definitely has a way to make money in this situation. Otherwise, why do you think the merchants of Tang are so honest? When they do business, they follow the rules. All the merchants of Tang follow Zhang Xiaobao's code of conduct. If the price is high, they will lower it. If the price is low, they will raise it. They are afraid of Zhang Xiaobao. They know the consequences of Zhang Xiaobao's anger. Even if they work together, they will not be able to defeat him. I don't believe it. I don't believe that Zhang Xiaobao is so powerful." Windy Bridge Shoji shouted. Yamamoto shook his head and sighed. Sigh. There were many people who didn't believe it back then. That person from Tubo was able to enter the top 10 of the list, and he even hid his strength. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were fighting outside, he made a move and thought that he could injure Jiannan. What was the result? A letter sent to Zhang Xiaobao allowed Zhang Xiaobao to discover the problem. Then he controlled that person from 1,000 miles away. Not only did that person lose all his capital, but Zhang Xiaobao also took the opportunity to destroy that person. That's right. Yamamoto continued. After that, Yamamoto and I didn't believe it. We came up with a plan to sell silver and rice. In the end, we lost. We couldn't accept it and plotted to enter his research site. We came up with the ginseng formula and bought a lot of cement. After that, all the money was lost. The people from Xinlua didn't believe it and insisted on going to Changning to cheat Li Sun's brother, Liu. Liu went to Xinsai to borrow money from his brother and met Zhang Xiaobao. When he returned, the people from Xinlua lost all their money. Now, they are still trapped and working for him for free. Later, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went to Jili province. However, they didn't believe it and traded with Zhang Xiaobao. They also formed a military alliance with him. In the end, the entire tribe was lost. Later on, the two of them wanted to build a mud river. The Xinlua clan was dissatisfied and arranged for Li Dong to find someone to cause trouble. Now, the mud river was paid by Li Dong and the others. They still can't get back the 1 million strings of coins. You are not the first person to be dissatisfied, and you won't be the last. However, the outcome is the same. Whether you believe it or not, you will definitely lose to Zhang Xiaobao. Then what do you think Zhang Xiaobao would do if he were in our position? Fengqiao Shoji couldn't refute, so he could only ask for advice. Yamamoto and Yamamoto shook their heads at the same time. I don't know. We are not Zhang Xiaobao. While the three of them were thinking about this matter, others were also thinking about it. However, others were more relaxed than them. Between the clouds and the water by the Luoshui River, in a private room on the 5th floor, there was a rustling sound. Then it stopped, and then the sound was much quieter. East wind. That's great. Touch 2. I'll eat. Stop, I'll touch 1 chicken. I'll eat white. 5. I'll eat. Stop, I'll touch red. Are you guys together to lie to me? It's been 2 rounds, and I haven't played a single card. Do you think I'm easy to bully because I'm the furthest away from the table? The person who didn't eat after shouting twice couldn't take it anymore. No, I'm just in time. I won't touch anymore. I'll let you eat. That person hurriedly persuaded. After a round, the person who didn't eat twice said, 30,000. Eat. I can't eat 30,000. Is there anyone else who wants to touch? No one said anything. Then I'll play Nanfong. Cheater. Oh my, someone's already cheater. I got 3 copper coins just like that. I'm not playing anymore, the person who didn't play twice said angrily. He finally played a card with great difficulty, but he was cheated again. Don't. Didn't I let you eat it? I didn't touch it. Look, I have 230,000 in my hand. You have a bad idea. Isn't it just 3 copper coins? Do you have to be like this? The person hurriedly tried to persuade. It's not a matter of money. You guys are ganging up to bully me. It's just like how we bullied Feng Chiao Shoji. I can see it now. Can anyone win by bullying like this? Why not? It depends on who it is. If it's Zhang Xiaobao, he won't be afraid of us even if we work together. I guarantee that he'll be able to solve it, the person said to the person next to him. Why wouldn't I believe you? This time, we're the ones who joined forces to attack Wind Logistics. Even if we win, if he fights to the death, we'll have to pay for it as well. If we let the people who sent him win, it won't be a glorious win. If it weren't for the orders from the headquarters, I really wouldn't want to get involved in this mess. Let's play cards. If you hit me, you can raise your cards and play. I'll definitely hit you back. Let me say this first. If we don't have a card in the end, the yellow banker will play the yellow banker. I've never seen such a shameless person like you. Fine, I'll win back your cheater money, even if I have to. Joe Bing, if you ask me, this isn't a matter of getting involved in this mess. This time, we'll let other scheming people understand that Tang's money isn't that easy to cheat. Didn't you see who made the move this time? Fang Lu made the first move, and Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything. That means that he's tacitly agreed to let us do it. Don't move. I'll fight back, even if it's just one. North, I won't regret it. I'll remember you. 2 cheaters. The opponent is dreaming. Draw the cards. No, I was just thinking about it. 9 cheaters. I'm thinking Zhang Xiaobao didn't make a move because he knows that he'll be fighting with Wind Logistics. He probably wants us to make a move. Don't want 9. 8. If you ask me, Bam 9. You made it? You made 2 9 in a row. Now it's my turn, right? Fine, you're good. 2 rounds, you cheated me twice. Another round. Are you going to cheat again? How would I know that he has 2 8? If you ask me, Zhang Xiaobao definitely won't let us pay. If you don't believe me, just watch. His methods are unpredictable. 2 cheaters. Bam, I didn't use 2 cheaters this time. I didn't mean to give you a buy again. I definitely won't play again next time. You don't have many cards in your hand. Why bother? Opponent, it's your turn. Can you play a 9? Me? Fine, I'll play. Oh, sorry, I won. Thank you, everyone. You 3 play by yourselves. I'm going to watch them play Pai Gao. I can't afford to be angry. You paid for 2 cheaters. I owe you. Chapter 874. A telegram of more than a dozen words gave the businessmen who participated in the attack of Wind Logistics a sense of confidence. Zhang Xiaobao's reputation was like a golden signboard in the eyes of Tang's businessmen. Compared with Tang's official recognition of Zhang Xiaobao's means of governing, Tang's businessmen valued Zhang Xiaobao's ability to make money more. Tang's businessmen had developed a habit. Whenever Zhang Xiaobao sent someone to discuss a cooperation, they didn't need to consider the proposal, nor did they need to spend time to evaluate it. They just needed to agree, take out money or manpower, and do as they were told. They would definitely make money. Here, don't pester me again. I'll give you 6 copper coins with 2 bars. I'll give you 1 copper coin, and you can take it yourself. I won't play with you in the future. I didn't expect Zhang Xiaobao to really have a way to make money. If he was in the situation of Wind Logistics, I don't know what he would do. The man who lost money in mahjong couldn't stand being chased by others, so he took out a 20 copper coin note and exchanged it with the man. He asked the man to pay back the debt with 7 copper coins and gave up the rest of the 13 copper coins. He would rather spend more than let the other two take advantage of him. He admired Zhang Xiaobao a lot and wanted to see what Zhang Xiaobao could do to make money for them. He wanted to create another classic in the battle of Monopoly. The man who got the 6 copper coins was not in the mood to ask for gambling money. He threw the money to the man and said to the man who lost money, "I don't expect to be better than Zhang Xiaobao. I put my hope on my grandson. When my grandson is born, I will train him well and make a lot of money in the future. If he has half of Zhang Xiaobao's ability, no one will dare to touch his family's business easily in the future. Later on, I'll also learn from my boss and carve a little figure of Zhang Xiaobao. I'll give it to him every day. Let's go. Let's see what tricks Wind Logistics will play tomorrow. We'll accept all of them. They dare to play tricks in our great Tang. If we don't torture them to death, how can a small country like Japan dare to offend us? I'm leaving too. Here's 1 copper coin. Waiter, buy me a big vegetable steamed bun. I'm hungry. I still need to find by Xan Air to buy some children's clothes and bring them back." The person who had just received 1 copper coin gave the money to the waiter and walked out while muttering. The waiter respectfully took the money, turned around and took a big vegetable bun. He caught up with the man and said, "The restaurant will give you a bun. Take care. Oh, here's a tip for you." The man took the steamed bun and ate it as he walked. "Thank you, sir." The waiter still respectfully thanked him. In fact, 1 copper coin was not enough to buy a steamed bun. If it were a waiter from a small restaurant, he would have curled his lips. However, as a waiter from the restaurant between the clouds and the water, he absolutely could not do that. People who could eat at this kind of place were of extraordinary status. 1 copper coin could not be any lower, but it represented the intimacy of the other party. He knew in his heart that it was just a joke. In the capital, Li Longji had just finished his morning court session. There were many things to discuss today. Although it was called morning court session, it actually lasted until 6 in the afternoon, which was close to 12:30 in the afternoon. The wind was not strong outside. Li Longji directly asked the imperial kitchen to send food to the officials. He himself did not leave and was still thinking about the topics that had just finished. Today's matters included the follow-up of the Turkic people's resettlement, the differences in the climate of spring plowing in various places, the supply of medicine to the soldiers sent to Tubo, the construction of the new canal, the laying of the railway to provide the foundation for the passage of trains, and a series of other related issues. As for the distribution of goods, it was not a problem at all. Li Longji did not have the time to think about it, and the officials also did not want to put their thoughts on it. With Zhang Xiaobao around, there was no need to worry about unreasonable changes in the price of goods in a certain place. In fact, even without Zhang Xiaobao making a move, the top players in the Monopoly game would make a move first. While making money, they would also stabilize the price of goods at the same time. Leisure, we have realized that the merchants of Great Tang are very patriotic, especially those who have joined the Monopoly game. As soon as a loophole appeared in the Wind Logistics, they immediately went to deal with it. Oh, it's called sniping. Normally, they would not cause any trouble. We are very relieved. While waiting for Gao Leisure to make food for him, Li Longji said with a gratified expression. Gao Leisure was rolling the dried tofu by the side. The dried tofu was half a chi long and wide. After spreading it out, he first applied a layer of chili sauce, sprinkled some cooked meat on top, and then sprinkled a layer of chopped green onions before rolling it up bit by bit. Li Longji would eat this for lunch. It was unknown whether it was because it was simple and fast to make and could save some money for the palace, or because he was addicted to the chili sauce. But recently, Li Longji had been eating this every day. There was also a large cup of cold water on the side, so that he could drink it when it was spicy. Gao Leisure finished making a dried tofu roll and handed it to Li Longji, saying, "With your majesty here, merchants are naturally patriotic. Your majesty, Xiao Bao said that it is not good to eat too much chili. Should we change the dish for dinner?" After a while, Xiao Bao's tomatoes in the northern part of Hebei province will be ready. You can try them. Li Longji did not pay attention to Gao Lisher's words and took a big bite. He chewed and swallowed with satisfaction, then took a deep breath and picked up the cup to drink 2 mouthfuls. His entire body became spirited and said, "It is not my fault. Back then, when Xiao Bao's family created the Monopoly game, we thought that it was just a toy. Who could have expected that not only would it be used as a game for children to play, it would actually develop into an organization that involved economic theory? I know very well that Monopoly is no longer a game for merchants. Any one of the top-ranked merchants is even better than Fengqiao Shouji. If it weren't for Xiao Bao, they would have been in a mess long ago. Don't worry, Fengqiao Shouji. Don't worry, Fengqiao Shouji." Although they wouldn't be as ruthless as Fengqiao Zheng'er, fearing that we would kill them, they would still cause the price of a certain area to fluctuate incessantly, thereby benefiting from it. We are waiting for those people nurtured by Xiao Bao to grow up quickly. At that time, we will establish a new department according to Xiao Bao's plan to adjust and limit the economic situation of our great Tang. This subject estimates that it will be soon. Gao Lisher rolled up another tomato and handed it over. These 100 people have been studying for 5 years. Not only did Xiao Bao teach them, but Cuckoo also taught them. I didn't expect Cuckoo to be so proficient in politics and economics as well. It seems to be different from Xiao Bao's and is a completely different theoretical system. Xiao Bao mostly teaches about speculation and response, as well as consumer psychology and financial integration. Oh, it's called zero-sum. Cuckoo mostly teaches about control and policy, which is closer to the administrative system. This is strange. The two of them are actually learning different things. Xiao Bao's knowledge is more aggressive, although he has always been maintaining stability in the Great Tang. To other countries, his knowledge is a sharp spearhead. Cuckoo can be compared to a shield. Li Longji thought about it and felt that this was indeed the case. Wang also had a lot of insights on economics. She often wrote letters to the 100 people to explain, but mostly relied on the administrative system. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, was like a heavenly steed soaring across the skies. Most of what he taught was to look for opportunities and artificially create loopholes in the economy. Then he would set up a trap and attack. It was just like marching an army to war. If he really completed the first few steps, the final moment of the attack would be like a fiery invasion that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Yes, this might be the goal of these two experts. One is attacking and one is defending. One is anxious and one is stable. This emperor has seen cases of the two of them fighting. Cuckoo likes to use administrative orders to mobilize the country's resources. Even when she counterattacks, she prioritizes stability and stands firm like a mountain. Xiao Bao is like the wind and fire, devising traps one after another. Once he counterattacks, he will not rest until he is dead. As Li Longji spoke, his eyes occasionally glanced at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong might have been prepared. He had ordered mutton steamed buns for lunch. In fact, he didn't like mutton steamed buns. He liked to eat stuffing, such as wontons, dumplings, and pies. Today, when Li Longji let him choose, he chose the steamed buns. At this time, he was eating with his head lowered. He used a spoon to scoop up some dry tofu and immediately buried his face in the bowl to drink the soup. He didn't even look at Li Longji. Every time Li Longji looked over, he would be drinking the soup. In his heart, he knew that there wasn't any expert in the family. There was only his son and daughter-in-law, these two little immortals. He was worried that he would give himself away when Li Longji asked. Li Longji wasn't stupid. After discovering the situation, he had a eunuch deliver the tofu that Gao Lisher had just finished rolling to Zhang Zhong. He said, "Minister Zhang Zhong, try the tofu roll." "Yes, yes. This subject, thanks, Your Imperial Majesty." Zhang Zhong swallowed the food in his mouth. He solemnly took the tofu roll and put it in his mouth. With his mouth stuffed, he naturally couldn't speak. Li Longji wasn't in a hurry and ate with him. Zhang Zhong couldn't eat the tofu roll for an entire day. Zhang Zhong found the problem. After thinking for a while, he made up his mind and quickly finished the tofu roll. He let out a long breath and said, "The tofu roll that your Imperial Majesty gave me is really delicious. Don't lie in front of me. Who doesn't know that your son Zhang Xiaobao has good things for his family first? I don't believe that what you eat at home is worse than what I eat in the imperial kitchen." Li Longji didn't buy Zhang Zhong's words. Yes, your Imperial Majesty is wise. Zhang Zhong nodded vigorously. Minister Zhang, how are the people at home? Li Longji asked. Thanks to your Imperial Majesty's auspicious words, they are doing well, Zhang Zhong said. How are the servants at home? They are all doing well. With your Imperial Majesty's care, they naturally won't be bad. I noticed that the servants at Minister Zhang's home are all extraordinary. They seem to be taught by a capable person. There are a few people in my palace who often make mistakes. I wonder if I can send them to Minister Zhang's home to learn from them? Send them to this subject's home? All right. Actually, why don't you send them to Xiao Bao's home? The servants at home were taught by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo back then. Then forget it. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are busy. I won't disturb them, Li Longji said regretfully. He felt that the servants taught by the expert of the Zhang family shouldn't be bad. If there were other skills that he couldn't find a suitable person to teach, he could send a few more for the expert to choose from. If there really were suitable people, Great Tang would have a few more capable people. Seeing that Zhang Zhong didn't agree, he thought that it was the expert who asked Zhang Zhong to do so. He could only give up and wait for the expert to change his mind. Zhang Zhong didn't know what Li Longji was thinking. Seeing that the emperor didn't continue to ask, he continued to eat with a heavy heart. He ate very slowly and only finished when the others were almost done eating. He was afraid that if he ate too quickly, the emperor would ask him to send more people to his home. Li Longji didn't know that Zhang Zhong was thinking too much. Seeing that the officials had finished eating, he was about to dismiss them when he suddenly thought of something and looked at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong's eyes flickered. He wanted to avoid the gaze, but felt that he shouldn't. It was very awkward. Li Longji coughed lightly and said, We suddenly thought of something. Zhang Xiaobao, the scholar of the Bohai Sea, once ordered people to collect several crops from faraway lands. We believe that he will send some of the crops to the various regions of Great Tang. We are worried that the people will be used to the crops and won't cooperate. If there are people in your family who are farming or know people who are farming, we will take a portion of the seeds and send them to the world. Zhang Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. So it was about the seeds. He felt that it was a good idea for the emperor to help his son. But then he suddenly remembered that with the reputation of the two clans, there was no need for the emperor to ask others to farm. He was clearly worried that there wouldn't be enough seeds, so he asked for benefits from the officials first. This official thanks your majesty on behalf of Xiao Bao, Zhang Zhong complained. Li Longji harumphed. Wei Wei nodded. Gao Lisher stood behind Li Longji. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was a bad idea. If the emperor asked for the seeds, wouldn't his godson be at a disadvantage? As long as it didn't affect the foundation of the country, he had to help. He then said to Zhang Zhong, Minister Zhang, remember to ask Xiao Bao to lower the price when he sells the seeds. It is fate that we are officials of the same palace. Yes, I will remember General Gao's words. Zhang Zhong felt that Gao Lisher was more pleasing to the eye for the first time. Li Longji looked at the officials with a regretful expression and waved his hand. Disperse. Go back and do your work. When the carriage is ready, we will give you a carriage and ship allowance. Ever since Kei Tachin heard Xiao Bei mention the three-dimensional crossfire, he couldn't sleep well. He kept thinking about the strategy that Xiao Bei didn't mention. As a leader, it would be a pity if he couldn't understand the defense of a place. In order to study it, he brought a lot of advanced equipment, including a newly produced high-powered telescope, a very bright flashlight, and a set of climbing tools specially used by the seedling protection team. He also took a bamboo tube and used it as a receiver when he placed it on the ground. He also carried a folding military shovel. He began to wander around 2 zhuangzi that were joined together. To be precise, there were 3. He counted Zhangjie zhuangzi and Wang family's zhuangzi as one, and Gu family's zhuangzi as the other. Now that Gu family's zhuangzi cooperated with Zhang Yingxi and Wang family's zhuangzi to defend, Gu Yingxi earned a lot of money and bought 2 houses in the capital. He often stayed there, but he didn't stay there for long. He felt that Tuqiao village was safer than the capital. Cai Tuqin didn't know. He was still investigating the defense system of Zhang Yingxi and Wang family's zhuangzi. He looked at the flowing water, the pavilions, and the farmlands and ponds. He had to understand everything. After wandering around for 2 days, all he saw was mist, and all he heard was the sound of ducks and dogs barking. It was a rural scene, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find what Xiao Bei said. If an enemy came, they would blow their heads off. Could it be that the little guy lied to me? If an enemy really came, Zhuangzi wouldn't have any means of defense. That's strange. Cai Tuqin leaned against a big tree that had just sprouted new leaves. He muttered to himself as he watched a flock of poultry pass by. As he watched, he realized something. No one let the flock of poultry go. The goose at the front would call out twice, and the chickens, ducks, and geese behind it would obediently follow. A gust of wind blew and scattered the flock of ducklings, led by a duck. The ducklings were blown away, and as soon as the wind passed, they called out again and stood in line. They followed behind the flock and continued to move forward. It was very interesting. Hee, little guy, it's fun. If no one is looking after it, it will be caught and eaten by other criminals. Cai Tuqin started to worry about other people's poultry. At this time, a child's voice suddenly came from the tree. You can try to catch it. It will peck you to death. Our zhuangzi's geese listen to Furong Rong. Furong Rong Rong teaches them to lead a group out for a stroll. When they see someone invading, they have to flock together. Cai Tuqin was shocked. He looked up and saw a 12 to 13-year-old child busily working on the tree. He said, "Oh, I see. What are you doing?" "I'm building a canopy for Little Swallow's family. It's snowing in winter and it's crooked. I'll go to school later." The child on the tree replied, "Who is Little Swallow? Does she live on a tree?" Cai Tuqin felt that he had found the key to Zhangjie Zhuangzi's defense system. Little Swallow is Little Swallow. Do you know what swallows are? They fly away when it's cold and come back when it's hot. They like to make nests under the eaves. You're so stupid. How can you not know this? The child said with disdain. Cai Tuqin nodded. I know. They won't live on a tree even if you're there. You're so uncultured. It's so scary. It's written in the book that swallows make nests under the eaves because they're afraid that the mud nests will be wet by the rain. Can't they just make a canopy on a tree? There are too many swallows in Zhuangzi. Every family has one, and there's no place for them to live. We find a place for them on a tree. Last year, a family lived on this tree. I don't know if they can fly back this year. The mountain is high and the road is long. The main house is better. There's a nest under the eaves. They don't move in winter. They make nests in the main house's hall. In winter, we feed them the raised insects and they eat them. The child looked very regretful. He nailed the canopy a few more times before he slipped down from the tree. He casually patted the dust and hopped towards the school. Cai Tuqin leaned back again and muttered, "There are swallows that don't fly to the south? Is the Zhang family really that powerful? Oh, I understand. They can make nests on a tree. The education system of the Tang Empire is really extraordinary. I hope that the children of my family will also understand it in the future." What are you muttering about? Move, you're blocking me. How can you figure out Zhuangzi's defense system? It's been 2 days and you've been blocking my way every day. Tell me, what can you do even if you know? Do you still want to attack? With the 500 people you left in Sanshui County? The sudden sound scared Cai Tuqin again. He leaned against the tree and looked around with a vigilant look. Just as he was leaning against the tree, he felt something poking at his back. He jumped forward and looked back. He saw a gun barrel sticking out from the tree he was leaning against. Oh my God! Keitachin's soul almost flew out of his body. He immediately raised his hands in surrender. This is Zhuangzi's defense system. There are eyes watching you in all the places you can think of, and there may be places you can't think of. Also, you will hide behind the ladies' room at night like a ghost. For the past 2 days, all the girls in the inner courtyard have gone to another toilet. They will think that you have ulterior motives. If you hide in the ladies' room again, someone will take care of you. Keitachin returned to the courtyard with a pale face. He was very depressed. He thought that no one would know when he came out at night. Who knew that everyone saw him? Zhang Zhuangzi's defense system was indeed extraordinary. After crossing the courtyard, he was shocked again. He had received too many shocks today. He saw Xiao Bei and the other 9 people in the courtyard sitting or standing. In front of them was a big tiger and a big rabbit. The tiger was chasing the rabbit. Xiao Bei anxiously shouted, "Bad tiger, you lost." The first line of walking reeds in Daya is to walk the reeds on the other side and not to trample on the cattle and sheep. Square backs and square bodies weigh in mud. Roar! The big tiger roared and ran away, unwilling to admit defeat. The big rabbit, which was safe, jumped in front of Xiao Bei and kissed him hard. Xiao Bei smiled happily. Continue. The rabbit of the Moon Palace escaped the tiger demon's pursuit and even obtained a precious hurricane boots. Its running speed is very fast. If it meets the tiger demon again, the tiger demon won't be able to catch up. It's a pity that when we were blocked by the bear demon at Songyan Mountain, the spirit-sifting banner was destroyed because of Xiao Yuan's wrong calculation. It hasn't been fixed yet. Otherwise, we could have killed the tiger demon directly. Don't always talk about me. My calculation is slow to begin with. You forgot that you also destroyed something called the Brocade Cloud Shuttle. It was sealed, and it was faster than the hurricane boots. Otherwise, the rabbit would have run away long ago. Maybe it has already seen its family. Its family is running out of food, and there's a lot of food in its summer ring. Xiao Yuan retorted Xiao Bei unhappily. Keitachin understood. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were telling stories to their younger siblings while helping them revise. He felt that this was a good idea, but the average family couldn't afford it. There were few teachers and they were too busy. Keitachin was very envious when he compared the education of his own race. At this time, Mo Jillian happened to come over. He had heard the contents of the telegram just now. No one was avoiding him. So he came over to help say something about the wind logistics. Seeing that Keitachin was also here, he nodded and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Zhang Xiaobao, news from Luoyang says that the merchants have increased their sniping efforts. The wind logistics won't be able to deal with it in a few days." Okay, it's time for me to do something. I can't let the participating merchants lose money, said Zhang Xiaobao happily as he took off the tiger's head and revealed his head. And Mo Jillian said with emotion, "They are so obedient. They believe you when you say that you will make profits and not lose money. I'm thinking that if you use up all your wealth today and say that you need money with your reputation, you can get tens of thousands of strings of cash, right? Tens of thousands of strings of cash? That's too little. Uncle Emperor said that even if my brother has nothing, as long as he calls for help, all the merchants of the Tang Empire will respond. Even Uncle Emperor will take out money for my brother. Not to mention my brother, I can get tens of thousands of strings of cash just by calling for help." Xiao Bei said discontentedly when he saw that Mo Jillian called his brother's ability small. Mo Jillian said in surprise, "He is actually valued so much. I don't know how he cultivated in his previous life." Chapter 875. The mountains were dyed red, the roads were rutted, and the flags were fluttering in the wind. The sun was gone and the moon was bright. The horses neighed and the people bowed in the mud. The wind was blowing and the rain was falling. During the spring plowing season, Those who hoped for more rain suddenly found that the rainy season seemed to be extending. This added a trace of worry. After Lilongji gave the order, the temporary disaster relief department quickly started to work. They sent telegrams to the various prefectures to check Chongping's warehouse. If there was anything missing, they were to report it immediately. If they did not, they were to be punished severely. They also sent conscription orders to the Zhang family and Wang family. If they needed supplies, the Zhang family and Wang family had to take out something. They knew that if Chongping's warehouse was empty, the Zhang family and Wang family would definitely be prepared. If Zhang Xiaobao was not busy with other things and was not willing to follow the disaster all day long, he would have already distributed the supplies to the disaster areas. Many people guessed that Zhang Xiaobao did not take action this spring because he was afraid that every disaster relief would be led by him. In the end, the people only remembered the Zhang family and Wang family and did not know the kindness of the imperial court. That was why he was indifferent. Today, there was not a big disaster in Hunan province. Because of the bridge, the embankment on this part of the Yellow River was deliberately strengthened, so it was not washed away. On the embankment, there were countless carriages. The muddy road was full of ruts, and occasionally there would be people pushing and pulling horses. When the wind blew, the flags would flutter nonstop. Mother, walk slowly. The road is slippery, and it is difficult to walk when it rains. We should build a 3-feet-wide cement sidewalk. Wait for me to write a letter tonight and send it to the capital's Ministry of Works tomorrow. Let Minister Zhang see if he can find someone to pay for it. On the road, a 14 or 15-year-old boy supported a woman and walked with difficulty. His pants were covered in mud. He spoke to the woman as he walked. The woman frowned slightly and advised, "How can you be involved in such a big matter as building a road? Even if you write a letter, you should send it to the eastern capital's Luoyang prefecture first. Minister Zhang is not in Luoyang. I can't count on the officials in Luoyang to do their best. How can I not be involved in such a big matter? I passed the imperial examination last year, so I should contribute to Tang. Otherwise, wouldn't I be wasting the merchants' money? The purpose of the Chaiyang operation is not to cultivate trash." The young man found an excuse for himself so that his mother would agree. The woman looked at her son's stubbornness and sighed. "If you take action in Chaiyang, there will be more and more high scholars. If you don't get a good ranking in the examinations, your high scholar status will become worthless in the future. Learning is not only for the spring quarter examinations, but also to increase one's knowledge, to understand reason, and to understand the greater good. This child has studied chemistry in school. Isn't the soap that I make very useful?" Looking at the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family, they are still servants. When it comes to knowledge, I admit that I am inferior. Mother, why did you come to my side again? There are so many carriages, and the horses are tired out. Be careful not to lose your temper and kick people. You can go to the other side. My body is agile, and even if I encounter a crazy horse, I can still avoid it. As the young man spoke, he pulled his mother back. The woman had no choice but to listen to her son. In fact, she deliberately went over so that if there was any danger, she could help her son block it. "Mother, let's walk on the grass. I heard from the other students in school that there is a war in Hunan province. It is called a war without knives and arrows. The Japanese's Wind Logistics wants to cause trouble, but the merchants of Tang Empire can't stand it and sent people here to deal with them. Mother, look, the flag of Splendid Grocery. Mother, don't be fooled by their status as merchants. They are quite capable. I heard that the merchants who came this time are all in the top 100 of the list of billionaires. They are famous everywhere. Any one of them can affect the rise and fall of local prices." The young man saw a group of carriages passing by and pointed to the flag to introduce it to his mother. "If they are so capable, wouldn't it be chaotic? I don't see them showing off. There are still 2 of them in Luoyang. Mother feels that the rice and noodles are still the same." The woman usually did not care about such things and knew little. When she heard her son's words, her words were full of disbelief. The young man walked to a nearby tree and broke off a willow branch. He waved it in front of him, afraid that a grass snake would suddenly jump out and bite him. He smiled and said to his mother, "Mother, you don't know. It's not that they can't do it, but that they don't dare. The people on the top list are powerful, but there is someone even more powerful. He is above the list. Zhang Xiaobao, the son of Minister Zhang of the Ministry of Works, is close to my age. If the merchants on the list dare to attack the local economy, Zhang Xiaobao can immediately make them bankrupt. Unfortunately, I have never seen him." "Xiaobao? Mother knows Xiaobao. Mother has seen him before. There is also his fiancée, Cuckoo. She is so beautiful. Her pair of big eyes can speak. With one look, you can tell that she is a blessing to her husband. She is gentle, virtuous, and generous. She is very cheerful." The woman finally had someone who knew. "Ah, mother, you have seen her? What does she look like?" The young man was interested. "She is not as good-looking as my son. My son is the most good-looking in the Tang dynasty. Even if you can't pass the Jinshu exam in the future, I will be satisfied if you can find a wife like Cuckoo." In the eyes of the woman, her son was the best. The young man nodded helplessly. "I also think that mother is the best mother in the world. But mother's requirements for your daughter-in-law are really making things difficult for me. Moreover, I don't think she is gentle and cheerful. How is she not gentle and virtuous? She smiles at everyone. Mother likes her." The woman wanted to set the standard for her daughter-in-law. The young man trembled. "Mother, when she is riding a horse, she is also very steady. When she kills people, corpses are piled up like mountains. When blood flows like rivers, she blinks her cute big eyes and smiles. People say that it is better to hear the king of hell cry than to see the devil laugh. Even if I can find such a woman, I would not dare to marry her. I would be scared to death by nightmares at night. Only Zhang Xiaobao, who talks about destroying countries with a smile, has the ability to control her. Ah, mother, I suddenly thought of something important. We should not eat garlic recently. Tang Dynasty's merchants are fighting with Wind Logistics. On one hand, they want to raise the price. On the other hand, they are worried that ordinary people will not have a good life. We have to help them and let them rest assured. Mother knows. We have been eating onions recently. That broken place in Japan dares to compete with our great Tang. Let them know how powerful we are." The woman deliberately straightened her body and said disdainfully, showing the pride that Tang people should have. The woman was not the only one who thought so. Others who understood the situation also supported her. It was just 2 months of not eating garlic. Now that their lives were better, eating other things was the same. As a result, the merchants who participated in the sniping found that the situation was clearer. It was easier for them to operate. The price of garlic was adjusted according to Wind Logistics actions, so Fengqiao Shoji could not gain any advantage. Fengqiao Shoji could not sleep well for a few days. His eyes were red, and his skin was wrinkled. He was as haggard as a green bristlegrass in the rain. However, he was not as tough as the green bristlegrass. Buying 50,000 strings of garlic at a high price only affected the price of garlic in a small area. It did not lead to a large-scale price increase at all. They wanted to sell garlic, but they could not sell it. The entire Hunan province's people tacitly stopped eating garlic. Even Zhang Xiaobao did not expect this. If they wanted to sell it to a distant place, transportation was a problem. The mountain of garlic could not be taken care of because of the lack of storage. In the rain, some were damp, some were moldy, some were shriveled, and some were even rotten at the bottom. Every day, they lost a lot of garlic. Ha ha! A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Fengqiao Shoji, who was standing by the window, suddenly laughed out loud. Yamamoto Kazumoto was frightened and thought that Fengqiao Shoji had gone crazy. Just as they were about to do something, Fengqiao Shoji stopped laughing. Wow, when Fengqiao Shoji, came to Great Tang, I actually made dozens of people on the top rankings of Great Tang attack me at the same time. Although I lost, who could do that? Who in the world can attract so many people to attack me at the same time? Even if I lose, they will make my name. Yamamoto Kazumoto nodded. Indeed, there had never been dozens of people on the top rankings of Great Tang attacking a single person. Yamamoto was about to say a few words of agreement, but upon further thought, he realized that this wasn't the case. Even if several dozen merchants didn't work together, any one of them, given the wealth of their family, would only have a fraction of what Fangbridge Lord had. The reason for this was to show the unity of the merchants of Great Tang, and it felt like they were doing this for Zhang Xiaobao. After hesitating for a moment, Yamamoto resisted the urge to say it out loud. It was better not to make things difficult for Fengqiao Shoji. Fengqiao Shoji's face turned red with excitement. He continued, I have an idea. I will continue to collect green onions and ginger. I still have a lot of money. I don't believe that the people of Great Tang will not eat anything. I will make them busy. Fengqiao Shoji, you can't do that. How chaotic can Great Tang be? If you personally collect the green onions and ginger, the prices of the two will increase by several times. It might even increase by dozens of times. It will increase our purchasing cost. Yamamoto felt that Fengqiao Shoji had really gone crazy. When he came, he brought sulfur and silver worth 1,000,000 strings of coins. If he were to withdraw now, he would have less than 400,000 strings of coins left. If he were to collect more green onions and ginger, he might end up with nothing left. He was here to earn money, not to act rashly. Fengqiao Shoji shook his head. If the prices increase, won't the people eat? I want to see what Zhang Xiaobao can do to destroy his reputation and shatter his legend. Yamamoto, Fengqiao Shoji, Yamamoto Shoji, all the supermarkets in Hunan province have put up notices. Just as Fengqiao Shoji made up his mind, a Japanese man ran in and shouted at the three of them. Na Jiang. Supermarkets? What kind of notice? Fengqiao Shoji did not know how to speak anymore. He could only say what? It's about the green onions and ginger. The notice says that from tomorrow onwards, all the supermarkets in Hunan province will supply green onions and ginger at the same price. 10 days later, they will supply garlic at the same price. The people of Hunan province can use their household registration to buy garlic. It said that it's spring plowing and it's a great discount. The Japanese man said. He meant that the price of garlic will drop in 5 days. However, he did not know that Fengqiao Shoji was thinking about the green onions and ginger. When Yamamoto heard this, he whispered to Yamamoto, Shoji, is it over? The supermarkets were established by the Zhang family. There are many chain supermarkets around them. They have many business partners. Before Fengqiao Shoji could do anything, Zhang Xiaobao had already blocked the road. His timing is really accurate, but I am puzzled. Where will the green onions in 10 days come from? From elsewhere? He would rather lose money than sell them? I don't think so. How can Zhang Xiaobao do the same thing as other Tang businessmen? Then he is not Zhang Xiaobao. Let's wait and see. There are still many things to do. Do you still remember Zhang Xiaobao's scheme? Yes, he should have stopped earlier. The batch of garlic from Huainan province was coming to attack our deposit. If we stopped immediately, we might have suffered less losses. But Fengqiao Shoji did not believe it. Sigh. Yamamoto did not dare to continue thinking about it. He waved his hand and asked the Japanese man to leave. He turned around and looked at Fengqiao Shoji, who was stunned, and sighed. After a full 15 minutes, Fengqiao Shoji recovered from the shock. What should I do? What should I do? Lord Fengqiao, with the rest of your money, go to the Great Tang Bank and get the silver back. After deducting the interest, you should still have 350,000 strings of silver. Quickly sell off the overstock of garlic in order to make a comeback. When Yamamoto came up with this idea, He wanted to cry, but had no tears. In less than 2 months, they only had 400,000 strings of silver left. Including the sulfur that was not pawned off, they only had 500,000 strings of silver in 2 months. What kind of business could lose money like this? Next, there was the storage fee. Because the goods were not from Great Tang before they were sold, they had to specify where they were stored and what they were used for. Now that it was exposed, they had to pay a tax. When they first came in, they left with the tribute from Japan. The tribute had not been sent to the capital, so the purpose of the other goods was unknown. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaobao would solve this loophole. Yamamoto only hoped that there would not be any additional punishment. Feng Qiao Shoji could not think of any other way and nodded. Okay, Yamamoto, help me. The 3 of them took the loan contract and the remaining money from the Great Tang Bank and headed to the Great Tang Bank in the center of Luoyang. When they arrived, before they could say anything, a person approached them and said with a smile, "Are you Feng Qiao Shoji Yamamoto and Yamamoto?" "You are." Yamamoto was puzzled. "I am Zhangjia Zhuangzi Inner Court Deacon, Su Si. This should be Yamamoto. When we received the news, the young master said that Wind Logistics would not lose everything in one go. Yamamoto is Yamamoto. Japan is a great country, and Great Tang is also a great country. The people of Great Tang are kind and intelligent, and the people of Japan are kind and intelligent. Yamamoto and Yamamoto have suffered losses before, and the young master believes that the 2 of you will change. He will persuade Feng Qiao Shoji to come and repay the loan. He also said that Yamamoto is loyal and is talkative. Since Feng Qiao Shoji is new, he will not respond. The first to speak will be Yamamoto, right?" This person called himself Su Si. He first said a few diplomatic words, then named Yamamoto and told them the reason. In an instant, the backs of the 3 of them were drenched in sweat. Feng Qiao Shoji was the most affected. Not only did he sweat a lot, but his face also turned pale. He had finally witnessed Zhang Xiaobao's prowess. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao was currently staying in his hometown in Sanshui County. He was so far away, yet the telegram was sent. Not only did it prevent him from having any other ideas, it also allowed the inner yard to wait at the bank. They only knew that Zhang Xiaobao's economic skills were not small, but Zhang Xiaobao had already analyzed their characters. Could it be that he was really invulnerable? Yamamoto was used to it and admitted, "That's right, I'm Yamamoto. May I know why Su Si is here? If I say that I'm helping you, you will think that I'm a hypocrite. I'll tell you the truth. The young master wants to teach you a lesson. He knows that you guys are manipulating the price of garlic, but he still bought it at a high price. He wants to take over your Wind Logistics and offers you 10,000 strings of cash. It's an exchange. The condition of the exchange is that we won't pursue the fact that you guys bought and sold the goods under the name of tribute. However, you have to pay the taxes. The silver will be 100% collected, and the sulfur will be exempted because Tang needs sulfur." The young master said that this is the last chance. "Do you agree or not?" Su Si didn't say any pleasantries and directly told the 3 of them what the young master meant. "Agree." Yamamoto and Yamamoto said at the same time. They didn't even think about it. Feng Qiao Shoji was still thinking about what Su Si said and was trying to calculate the gains and losses. Seeing that the 2 of them had agreed, he was puzzled. Did the 2 of them finish analyzing the gains and losses? Feng Qiao, since Zhang Xiaobao sent someone here, he definitely didn't mean to mock or bully us. He doesn't want to do that. His conditions must be the best for us. If we don't agree, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yamamoto explained to Feng Qiao Shoji. This was the reason why he and Yamamoto agreed so quickly. Feng Qiao Zhang immediately lost his initial arrogance of wanting to be on the same level as Zhang Xiaobao. He realized that he was too far behind Zhang Xiaobao. It was no wonder that Zhang Xiaobao could make decisions with just a few words. Even the top merchants of Great Tang had to take the initiative to express their stance. In terms of economics, Zhang Xiaobao was like a god. Just like how the ancestors of Buddhism said, one hand pointed to the sky and the other pointed to the earth. In the heavens and under the earth, he was the only one. I wonder how Zhang Xiaobao is going to teach them a lesson? Fengqiao Shouji's voice was trembling when he spoke. He wanted to know how Zhang Xiaobao was going to handle the logistics. He really couldn't think of anything. If Fengqiao Shouji isn't in a hurry to return to China, you will know later. Let's sign the contract. Su Si said with a smile. Fengqiao Shouji nodded. Okay. There's one more thing. Where did the garlic come from in 10 days at the supermarket in Hunan province? From Xinluo. After the young master found out about what you did, he immediately contacted someone at the border of Xinluo and exchanged an important technical formula for a large amount of Xinluo garlic. During this period of time, he has been transporting the garlic to Hunan province at the fastest speed. After 8 days, he will be able to distribute the garlic. After 10 days, he will be able to buy the garlic. Su Si didn't hide anything, but he didn't say what the technical formula was. This made Yamamoto and the other two curious. Fengqiao Shouji wanted to return the money when he went to investigate in the future. After doing some calculations, he realized that Tang was willing to pay more for the sulfur. After paying 100% of the silver tax, he didn't have any money left. And this was because Zhang Xiaobao didn't pursue other matters. He was indeed ruthless. Su Jun, isn't young Master Zhang Xiaobao going to compensate the other merchants? Fengqiao Shouji asked. He didn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't do anything. Chapter 876. Fengqiao Shouji and Su Si signed the contract. The next day, someone came looking for them to discuss the purchase of silver and sulfur. The price of silver was reasonable, and the purity of sulfur was not bad. Fengqiao Shouji was willing to pay an extra sum to show Fengqiao Shouji that Zhang Xiaobao was a fair businessman. However, before the money in their hands could even warm up, they had to pay another tax to Great Tang. Luckily, Zhang Xiaobao said that he would not punish them, so no one came to find them. As noon approached, Yamamoto and the other two didn't dare to go to the Water Cloud Club. They found a restaurant on a narrow road in Luoyang that specialized in soup pancakes. The variety inside was not bad. There were shaved noodles, ramen, and minced noodles. The three of them saw that there was some black fungus in the minced meat noodles, so they chose this one. The three of them ate until they were sweating profusely. When they were paying the bill, Fengqiao Shouji took out 6 coins from his money pouch and placed them on the table one by one to show that the amount was correct. If Wang Wan saw this, she would definitely feel that this scene was very familiar. The difference was the amount. The restaurant had placed 9 copper coins, so it could be seen how poor the three of them were. Needless to say, the people in the soup pancake restaurant were honest. The three of them ate until their stomachs were full. When they burped, they did not smell much of the black fungus. It was all ginger. Yamamoto rubbed his stomach and gritted his teeth. Damn, it's so delicious. I won't forget it for the rest of my life. Fengqiao Shouji, isn't it time to go back? Remember to go to the side and take a look. Just now, I saw that restaurant selling sesame seed pancakes. I bought a few to eat on the way. It's a pity that Hunan is not as good as Sanshui County. What can Sanshui County do? The two of you don't have a single copper coin on you? Fengqiao Shouji understood Yamamoto's meaning. They wanted to walk back to the Four Seas Academy and buy some dry rations. Sanshui County is good. It doesn't matter if you bring sesame seed pancakes or fried noodles. When you see a pavilion, you can drink free soup and eat salted vegetables. Actually, you won't starve to death even if you don't bring any food. The money we have is for the students of our country to study. We can't squander it. As Yamamoto spoke, he took out 1 Roman note from his pocket. The denominations varied. The large ones were 100 strings of coins, while the small ones were only 10 coins. Shan Si also chimed in. Lord Windbridge, you can't enjoy any more. Let's go. Suffer more hardships so that you can remember them well. Windy Bridge, Shoji pursed his lips and didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with hostility. He looked back and forth between the two of them, implying that he would remember them. A day later, the news that Susi had taken over Wind Logistics spread throughout the entire Honan province. Before the merchants who had pushed up the price of garlic with Wind Logistics could react, the price of garlic in the entire Honan province fell to the bottom. The normal price was reduced from 10 copper coins per caddy to 1 copper coin per caddy. Susi, under the name of Wind Logistics, began to transport the garlic to the designated location. As for the losses caused recently, Wind Logistics was willing to compensate with the market price. As the merchants of Wind Logistics knew that Windy Bridge, Shoji wanted to collect garlic, other than the first time when he really wanted to transport the garlic to the location, he chose to transport the garlic to the nearest location in order to save on the shipping fee. For example, he chose to transport the garlic from one village to another. The merchants were dumbfounded. Wind Logistics said that they had found the lost garlic, so it was impossible for them to pay 3 or even 5 times the original price. Moreover, even if they did pay, they would use the cost of transporting the garlic from Shinlua to offset it. Even if they paid 5 times the original price, it would only be 5 copper coins. Because of the delay in transporting the garlic, paying again was different from losing it. It was impossible for them to pay the highest price, so they would calculate according to that price. This involved the problem of artificial speculation. For example, if a merchant wanted to transport the goods from one place to another, the price of the goods would be the same when they were bought and the same when they were sold. If there was a slight delay on the way, the merchant who handled the consignment would make arrangements in advance at the destination and raise the price of the goods. Would the logistics company have to pay according to the price? If that was the case, if the logistics company deliberately lowered the price of the goods in that place, the merchant would lose money. Therefore, usually the compensation would be based on the price of the goods at the destination, which was the price of the goods at the time of shipment. As the system was not perfect, there was no way to preserve the value of the goods. The late arrival of the goods and the non-arrival of the goods were 2 different things. In this way, if Wind Logistics lost money, they would only lose a small part of the money. If they lost the garlic because it was not delivered, they would have to pay the fixed amount. The merchants did some calculations. No matter which method they chose to pay, they would lose a part of the money in the end. Although it was not a lot, and according to the terms of the contract, some merchants could even get a break-even result. However, if they really calculated it, this was not the case. Because the merchants had put their energy on the garlic, they did not trade in other aspects during this period of time. No income was a loss, and none of them were willing to accept such an outcome. They really wanted Wind Logistics to compensate them with physical objects. For example, if a lot of garlic rotted due to the delay, then this loss would need to be managed by the logistics company. The stipulated time when they signed the contract was set to prevent the garlic from rotting. The merchants felt that the price of garlic could not stay so low. There would be a time when the price would rise. Then, they would still be able to make money once the price of garlic recovered. However, they were worried that Zhang Xiaobao was determined to deal with them. After compensating them for the garlic, he would keep lowering the price so that their garlic could not be sold at the normal price for a period of time. In that case, some people would borrow money to buy the garlic, and some people would mortgage their fixed assets to buy the garlic. All the money would be bet on the garlic. This part of the merchants had no choice but to choose to pay in cash. First, they did not want to provoke Zhang Xiaobao, who was angry. Second, they could quickly recover their funds and carry out the next step of investment. Sure enough, when they just got the money from Wind Logistics, the price of garlic once again returned to the normal fluctuation. The purpose of lowering the price first was to force these merchants to make a decision. Some of these merchants lost money, and some lost money. They wasted a lot of time and opportunities on the garlic, but they did not get the slightest benefit. In addition to them, there was another group of merchants who participated in the plan to attack Wind Logistics. They still had a lot of high-priced garlic on hand. According to Zhang Xiaobao, they would not lose money. They were waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to give them an idea. Fengqiao Zhengsan and the others did not leave immediately. They wanted to figure out how Zhang Xiaobao would make others earn money. The person who was in charge of the specific operation was Su Si. He found the merchants on the various rankings and sold the remaining garlic from Wind Logistics at the price of 10,000 strings of coins. Even the rotten ones were shipped away together. He gave the merchants a formula to make sweet garlic, which was also a formula for Xan Luo. He signed a contract with the merchants to buy sweet garlic. It was also because of this that Xan Luo was willing to take out so much garlic. They had signed a long-term acquisition contract, the kind that was tariff-free, and they could also get foreign exchange from Tang Dynasty. The better garlic was picked out, leaving behind the bad ones and the ones that were starting to rot. Zhang Xiaobao asked the merchants to transport the garlic that could last for a while before rotting to the place where the flood had washed away the fields. The ones that could not be transported in time were planted on the spot to cultivate garlic sprouts. The ones that could be transported could be used to plant garlic sprouts in the flooded fields. Even if garlic was rotten, as long as it was not completely rotten, it could still grow garlic sprouts. As long as the core was not rotten, the other parts would provide nutrients for the growth of the garlic sprouts. As for what to do when the garlic sprouts grew up, it was simple. They could be directly made into various dishes, canned food, or even made into pickles. The people who had suffered the disaster would weave tiger head altars with branches. As for how to sell them, Zhang Xiaobao did not need to teach the top 100 merchants on the rankings. The merchants discussed through telegrams and estimated the operation method and price. They found that they did not lose money. If they operated well, they could even make a small profit. Chapter 877. Zhang Xiaobao had never been to Hunan province in person to solve the problem of the price of garlic. He was not as nervous and anxious as other people when they encountered problems. He was like the sky after the rain, calm and peaceful. The people farther away from Hunan province did not know that not long ago there was a war that cost 2 million strings of coins, which was 2 billion coins, and there was no smoke of gunpowder. As the instigator of the war, Wind Logistics had changed its name. Its 3 leaders lost all their money, and its supporters also did not get any benefits. The sniper side, on the other hand, made a small profit. At the same time, they solved the problems of resettlement and employment for the people in the disaster areas not far away. The news spread to the capital in the blink of an eye. The people who paid attention to this matter understood the situation from beginning to end. Suddenly, they had a very comfortable feeling, like drinking a mouthful of iced sour plum juice in the desert on a hot summer day. Zhang Xiaobao's method of dealing with the Wind Logistics was too smooth. Not only did he solve the problem of Wind Logistics, but he also taught the merchants who followed Wind Logistics to raise the price of garlic. Moreover, the merchants who came to work as thugs gained benefits. In the future, there would be a new food, sweet garlic, and they would be able to taste many kinds of food made with garlic sprouts. At the same time, he also sorted out the income problem of the people in the disaster areas. National scholar, this is my national scholar. What is that saying? Li Longji said happily when he dipped the tomatoes grown in glass from Jian and with sugar and ate them. Only Gao Lisher knew the emperor well. If it were someone else, they would not have thought of the emperor's question. He put down the tomato that was about to be stuffed into his mouth and said, "Your Majesty, did you say that Xiao He once said, 'It is easy to listen to generals, but if you believe the national scholar is unparalleled?'" Yes, in fact, it is not unparalleled. There is also Cuckoo. Speaking of Cuckoo, I just remembered that she has recently settled down and did not want to lead troops to attack others. Li Longji nodded. Wei Wei Gao Lisher shook her head and said, "Your Majesty, Cuckoo did not move, but wrote a letter to the Ministry of War, asking them to carry out a sand table simulation and even a real field exercise." She divided the troops into two groups. One group is equipped with cannons, hot air balloons, and the other group is equipped with swords, spears, and sticks. Huh. Cuckoo wants to make fun of people? How can swords, spears, and clubs defeat cannons? Lilongji was flabbergasted. Your Majesty, that's exactly the case. That's why Cuckoo made a rule that the number of people armed with swords, spears, and clubs is 10 times that of cannons. Priority is given to choosing the terrain and climate. That's bullying with numbers. Gao Lisher briefly explained the situation. No. Lilongji waved his hand and said, that doesn't make any difference, unless Cuckoo personally leads 10 times the number of troops. Maybe then we'll have a chance. Not so, Your Majesty. Cuckoo didn't say that. In the plan she gave to the Ministry of War, it was mentioned that whoever wins a battle with 10 times the number of soldiers and the terrain chosen by him and the weather chosen by him is qualified. Whoever wins a battle with 3 times the number of soldiers and the weather chosen by him and the terrain chosen by him is excellent. However, these 3 are not true military gods. A military god should have an equal number of soldiers and be able to win a battle with any terrain and the weather chosen by him. Gao Lisher began to talk about the grading system in detail. Then who can do it? The influence of the terrain and the weather is very important, so it has to be checked. Lilongji had a better understanding of military affairs and spoke. Your Majesty, Cuckoo said that if she has time this autumn, she can use the same number of soldiers and the same terrain and weather to fight with the Tang generals. She wants to warn the Tang generals not to underestimate the enemy just because they have good weapons. Life and death in war are just like the weather, changeable and unpredictable. In the future, they will go to other places and won't have the opportunity to choose the weather and terrain. Oh, there's such a thing. I'm looking forward to it. Even if the 10,000 cavalry battalion is here, I'll have them train well. I wonder where Cuckoo wants to fight. I'll start preparing now. Lilongji was interested in the drill, but what he wanted to know more was where Cuckoo wanted to go with her sword. This subject will remember it. There's still some time before Cuckoo's matter. Xiao Bao's stratagem. Lisher, do you think it's over? Lilongji thought of Zhang Xiao Bao again. He had seen the chain of stratagems against the wind logistics, but he felt that it was not over yet. Gao Lisher had the same thought and said, Your Majesty, this subject feels that it's not over yet. Xiao Bao's stratagem won't be so small. 1 million strings of coins, which is a lot of money in the national treasury, and a part of it was given to the merchants who participated in the attack. Xiao Bao only got empty logistics, and his family doesn't lack logistics. And according to this subject's understanding, Xiao Bao is very vengeful. This matter will ultimately be blamed on Japan. It's a transnational commercial war. Since this is the case, Xiao Bao should continue the war and at the same time get some benefits for his family. It's always been like this. He doesn't do this for money, it's that. He's afraid that I'll be suspicious, afraid that people will say that he's a saint, and then when I turn hostile, he will fight with me and affect the lives of the Tang people. He can't bear it, can he? Without waiting for Gao Lisher to finish, Lilongji continued. Gao Lisher was so scared that he knelt in front of Lilongji and said, Your Majesty, this subject doesn't dare. Even if Your Majesty wants to kill Xiao Bao, he will stretch out his neck and not confront Your Majesty. All right, according to Xiao Bao's words, you're burning newspapers on the grave. Are you trying to fool ghosts? I believe that you won't, and at the same time, I also believe that they will. But I'm not worried. I'm not muddle-headed yet. I'm still very good at judging people. Even if I give them a seat now, they won't sit. They're afraid of trouble and not being able to wander around. Let's not talk about this anymore. Help me think, what is Xiao Bao's backup plan? Sometimes I feel that watching Xiao Bao stratagems is more interesting than listening to the discussions of the subjects in court. Lilongji's heart was as clear as a mirror. Just as he said, he was not muddle-headed yet. Gao Lisher did not refute and said, Yes, this subject burns newspapers. This subject also feels that Xiao Bao's stratagems are fun. Yes, newspapers. Speaking of newspapers, the local newspapers that have telegrams should be able to keep up with the capital, right? In the past, only the places around the capital could get the news early. But further away, they would get the news later. Let me think about it. This is a business opportunity. In the past, it was considered good to publish a newspaper every half a month. The advertising fees were very low, and not many people bought newspapers. The main reason was that the speed of news transmission was slow, so the price could not be raised. But now, Your Majesty, there's no need to think about it. Xiao Bao had already telegraphed a detailed plan this morning. This subject did not have the time to read it in full. I only remember that the most eye-catching part of the plan was that in the future, the price of newspapers would be set at 1 copper coin per copy. Also, it would not be the current 16 pages, but at least 64 pages, or even 128 pages. Gao Lisher did not want to interrupt the emperor, but he was worried that the emperor would be angry when he realized that the plan was not as good as Xiao Bao's. Li Longji was stunned and said, "According to this plan, the people who buy newspapers will be able to get the same amount of money by selling the paper. Is that still newspapers? It's called a book. This subject will go and get it for Your Majesty to take a closer look." This subject is not sure either. Gao Lisher hurriedly left. Not long after, he returned with 2 pieces of paper in his hand. "Your Majesty, this subject took a look at it on the way here. It won't be a loss. Of the 128 pages, 120 pages might be advertisements. When the merchants who advertise see that there are many people selling their products, they will naturally be willing to spend more money. When the people who buy the paper realize that they can still sell it for 1 copper coin, even if they don't sell it, they will be willing to buy it after using it to paste walls, light fires, or even practice calligraphy. You can also print short stories and jokes in the newspaper to increase the income of literate people who don't have scholarly honors and can't find a good job." Xiao Bao said in his letter that those who have children studying in school are at least 80% likely to be able to buy the newspaper. It's not because of the things written in the newspaper, but because of the pride of having their children read it. Gao Lisher didn't show the letter to the emperor and only explained it to him. Li Longji pondered for a moment before agreeing. That's right. Since Darren Wang bought newspapers and had his children read them in front of the door, the Wang family also has children studying in school. After seeing this, they will definitely buy newspapers and have their children read them in front of the door. This way, their children will be able to practice more outside the school. In the future, if I want to do something, I just need to get people to write supportive words in the newspapers. Then, when I do something, the people will be very supportive. It's like killing multiple birds with 1 stone. Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao, you've already thought of everything. I really want to transfer him to the capital to become the prime minister. But he's still too young. Lisher, he should be able to take the imperial examinations now, right? Next year, I'll have him participate in the spring imperial examinations. I'll give him the top scorer. With his talent, it won't be considered biased, right? It won't be considered. If Xiao Bao becomes the top scorer, no one will dare to criticize him. If he doesn't become the top scorer, it will be difficult to stop the public from gossiping. Not only will the people of Great Tang doubt him, even other countries will laugh at him. It's just that this subject sees their intentions. Cuckoo also wants to take the imperial examinations, and Xiao Bao is sometimes quite afraid of Cuckoo. For a person of his age, he would already have a servant to warm his bed or choose a concubine. Occasionally, he would even go to the brothels to drink wine and listen to music. However, not only does Xiao Bao not do these things, he even occasionally cooks delicious food for Cuckoo. He's a man, not a chef, so how can he do such things? Sometimes this subject really doesn't understand. Fortunately, Cuckoo isn't a shrew. Otherwise, this subject wouldn't agree no matter what. Gao Lisher thought of Wang Wan again and felt indignant for his godson. Li Longji didn't want to care about whether Zhang Xiaobao Or Wan listened to who? He took the telegram from Gal Leisure and read it word by word. Tai Bai, the day after tomorrow, someone will pay for a banquet at the hibiscus garden. I heard that there will be a big shot coming. Why don't you prepare early? Who knows, maybe you'll be chosen and be moved to a more suitable position. All day long, you're dealing with reports with a listless appearance. The position of Minister of Revenue really doesn't suit you. In the office of the Ministry of Revenue, Li Bai sat under the window. From time to time, he would compare the data of several sets of reports on the table. Occasionally, he would turn his head to look at the scenery outside. Just as he was taking the time to sigh, a person sitting at the table behind him leaned over and whispered to him. Li Bai didn't need to look to know who it was. The official secretary of the Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the 3 daos. His rank was lower than his, and he always asked for poems from him and showed them off. Hearing him mention the hibiscus garden, Li Bai thought of how the shore of the Chu River there was already lush greenery. His eyebrows slightly relaxed, but before he could feel happy, the corners of his mouth moved again. He shook his head and sighed. I'm not going. I have to do my work properly. A few days ago, I drank too much and was delayed. I'm not going anywhere. It's really a big shot. There seems to be a commandery prince. If a commandery princess also goes and takes a fancy to you, then... The official secretary didn't seem to give up and continued to persuade him. In fact, his purpose was to let Li Bai change places so that he could take over Li Bai's position. Li Bai still shook his head. Seeing him urging him, he picked up the writing brush on the pillow and said to him, Brother Qixing, these days, haven't you always wanted to know how I became the Minister of Revenue? You're curious about who recommended me? Yes. Tai Bai, you want to tell me? The official secretary nodded and looked forward to it. In the past, I didn't want to tell you. I was also planning to find a place in the capital to worship so that I could find a better place. However, whenever I found someone, when they asked me where I used to live and found out who recommended me, they would immediately change their initial intention of recommending me and only talk about the wind and moon with me. Li Bai couldn't help but feel disheartened when he thought of the blows he had received during this period. The official secretary craned his neck and asked, Who did you find? I found Wang Bei, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue. He Zhizhang, Yuan Qinyao, and even sent an invitation to Wu Huifei. Anyway, I found all the people who were willing to give me a chance to meet them, but the result was the same. Li Bai said the names one by one. The official secretary was surprised and envious. He didn't expect that Li Bai could be summoned by so many people. He didn't have this ability. Suddenly, he thought of one person and said to Li Bai, Tai Bai, didn't you find Zhang Zhong, the minister of the Ministry of Works? He may have some ideas. Find him? I was recommended by his son, Zhang Xiaobao. When I was in Jili province, it was Jinan province. Zhang Xiaobao asked me which official I wanted. He didn't give me a level 5 official, so I had to choose a minister. I thought that if I came to the capital first, although Zhang Xiaobao asked me to be a minister, I could find someone to visit him. If someone else arranged it, I wouldn't be a minister anymore. I can't blame myself for thinking too highly of myself. I only thought that Zhang Xiaobao's reputation was a bit bigger, his family was rich, and he was smart, but his influence on the officials in the capital wouldn't be that big. To be honest, when I came here, I thought that the recommendation letter that Zhang Xiaobao casually wrote would be useless. He made a note, wrote a sentence recommending me, and put his name at the end. I came here with guesses and full of expectations, but I haven't moved from the place until now. But is it my fault? Who knew about that lousy note at that time? Who knew? Li Bai's voice was sobbing when he spoke, and his body was trembling with Weiwei. The registrar finally understood this time. He patted Li Bai's shoulder and said, Tai Bai, treat it as if I didn't tell you about the hibiscus garden. In the future, I won't ask you to go to such a place. You just have to be a minister and don't think about other things. It's useless no matter who you ask. Even if the emperor goes to the hibiscus garden the day after tomorrow and sees the poem you wrote and suddenly feels that you should be promoted, after knowing that you were recommended by Zhang Xiaobao to be a Minister of Revenue, he will continue to encourage you to do a good job in the position of Minister of Revenue. In fact, I envy you, but I also hate that you don't improve. If I can get Zhang Xiaobao's recommendation, no matter what position I am in, I will do a good job and satisfy Zhang Xiaobao so that he can continue to promote me. You are holding a golden rice bowl and begging for food. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. I heard that Zhang Xiaobao will be returning to Beijing soon. You better behave well. When you get promoted, I'll be able to sit in your position. If there's a chance, let me talk to Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobei is fine too. I'll treat you to a drink every 10 days. Li Bai looked at the registrar gratefully and nodded. I already know that being an official is not easy. I have decided to drink for the next 3 days. It's just that being in charge of the forms has tired me to death. I don't know how Zhang Xiaobao can manage so many things. I heard about the wind logistics, but I can't figure it out. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Just think about how this matter was done by Zhang Xiaobao, and everything will make sense. Tai Bai, if you are not in the mood to work today, why don't you and I take a leave of absence after this morning? I will go to Savant's restaurant with you to drink and have a good drink. We will start to work hard tomorrow. Savant's restaurant posted a new menu outside this morning. There are 10 dishes, all related to garlic sprouts. I still have the 40 strings of cash coupons from this season when I ate at Zhongwang and Wang restaurants. It was given to me because I got an excellent minister in last season's evaluation. In order to have a chance to meet Zhang Xiaobao, the registrar planned to further improve his relationship with Li Bai. Garlic sprouts were indeed a good thing. Some people thought that they were better than chives. With the appearance and end of the wind logistics, garlic sprouts became popular. In order to attract customers, all restaurants followed the example of Zhongwang and Wang restaurants and launched a series of garlic sprouts dishes. Whenever a customer ate a garlic sprout, the waiter would tell them the story of the windy flow of the Hunan province. The waiter would tell them about the power of the windy bridge. He would tell them about the pain of not being able to eat garlic from the north and south of the Yangtze River, up and down the Yellow River and out of the sea. Finally, he would emphasize that Zhang Xiaobao's book was about how it was lonely at the top. In any case, it was to tell the diners that they were not eating garlic sprouts, but loneliness and loneliness. After half a month, the garlic sprouts became popular. The price of garlic sprouts increased slightly, but it did not reach the level of the windy bridge. The main reason was that the garlic sprouts could be cut several times, and the number of sprouts that grew from a garlic clove was more than the garlic clove itself. As the garlic sprouts became popular, the price of chives, which were similar to the garlic sprouts, began to decrease. Just when some people were worried that the chives would not sell well, and Li Longji was looking forward to how Zhang Xiaobao would benefit his family, Between the Clouds and the Water and Blue Sea Silver Sand launched a series of dishes again. It was a chives feast. Most of the ways to make chives were not strange. What was strange was that the Zhang and Wang families had gotten so many yellow chives from somewhere. They were just like garlic sprouts. After tasting them, they realized that they were not as spicy as the chives and were as tender as the garlic sprouts. Chapter 878. It was not as if the clouds were pressing down on the border or the wind was blowing. Passers-by occasionally asked about the object in the carriage. It was as white as snow and sparkling as crystal. The introduction of the yellow chives seemed to have a tendency of overtaking the garlic sprouts. In the palace, Li Longji was eating the dumplings made with yellow chives and drinking a bowl of garlic soup. He seemed to be talking to the eunuchs and palace maids in the hall. How was it? How was it? How was it? Did I guess it? Luo Bin, you tell him. Luo Bin was at a loss. He didn't understand what His Majesty was asking. When he saw His Majesty looking at him, he quickly said, "Your Majesty is really a god. The meaning of your words a few days ago, I didn't expect it to come true today. Your Majesty's power makes people sigh." Hearing Luo Bin's praise, Li Longji happily ate another dumpling. He asked Luo Bin again, "Do you know how I guessed the specifics?" Luo Bin was confused. Specifics? Who knew what specifics? Just as he was fretting, Gao Lisher walked in with a tray in his hand. He helped Luo Bin out of his predicament and said, "Your Majesty, I am well aware of what you said a few days ago. Zhang Xiaobao still has a backup plan that has yet to be revealed. When it is revealed, the Zhang and Wang families will definitely be able to earn a lot of money. Your Majesty's scheming is truly admirable." "Humph, a small trick, a small trick. Even if Zhang Xiaobao is as cunning as a fox, he won't be able to deceive me. Without the garlic sprouts first, how could the yellow chives sell so well?" Li Longji had a scheming and astute appearance. He slightly raised his chin and acted as if he did not care about anything. "Your Majesty, the sweet garlic is marinated. Please try it. In the future, if you want to eat yellow chives, you can ask the Agriculture Temple to specially plant them. The method is simple. If it is kept in the shade for a long time, its leaves will definitely turn yellow." Gao Lisher replaced Li Longji's chin and put the tray on the table. He then introduced the method of planting chives. Li Longji paused for a moment. He hadn't expected that growing yellow leeks would be so simple. Looking at the garlic on the plate, he picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth, nibbling on it. Immediately he nodded in satisfaction. Good, good, good. This garlic tastes very good. It can be eaten with rice and is refreshing and appetizing. From now on, my great Tang will have another delicacy. Your Majesty's words are extremely correct. However, in the future, there will definitely be countless garlic sprouts in the fields of our dynasty. This subject is afraid that the garlic will always be abundant and the garlic farming will suffer losses. This subject must carefully consider. Gao Lisher reminded. His eyes were fixed on the skin of the garlic that Li Longji had peeled off. It was translucent and lustrous. He continued, "Your Majesty, you may not know, but the skin of the sweet garlic is still edible. It is crisper than the garlic cloves and is more chewy. If you choose to marinate it with green garlic, its skin will be chewy but not dry." When Li Longji heard Gao Lisher's words, he couldn't help but pick up another one. This time he ate it along with the skin. He nodded and said, "It's indeed not bad. We'll discuss this matter in the morning assembly tomorrow." Gao Lisher took note of these words and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, when this subject went to get the garlic just now, I received a telegram about Xinlua. What's the matter?" "That's one part of Xiao Bao's chain of plans. Some time ago, he transferred garlic from Xinlua into our Tang Empire. He used the sweet garlic formula to exchange for it. So Xinlua collected garlic in the country to make sweet garlic. However, the sweet garlic formula requires a lot of sugar. Xinlua has no sugar available, so they want to buy it from our Tang Empire." Gao Lisher unhurriedly explained the contents of the telegram. "Oh, there's such a thing." If it was the Li Longji of the past, he might not have had much of a reaction. But now he was very interested in what Zhang Xiaobao had done. He felt that this matter was definitely unusual. Yes, there are already people who want to transport sugar from other places to Dengzhou and sell it to Xinlua. But Xiaobao stopped them, didn't he? Without waiting for Gao Lisher to finish, Li Longji continued to ask. "Your Majesty is wise. Xiaobao ordered people to buy sugar in Dengzhou. He said that when a large number of new garlic arrived, they would be able to gather and make sweet garlic. Therefore, the merchants who wanted to sell sugar to Xinlua immediately sold it to the Zhang family and Wang family. No one dared to stop them. The sugar carts gathered over there were endless." Gao Lisher replied with a face full of pride. Li Longji put down his chopsticks and said, "How can there be so much sugar? It's probably because the merchants brought empty carts and wanted to exchange more things from Xinlua. With Xiaobao's help, naturally no one dared to object. The logistics of the wind was like yesterday. Do you know why Xiaobao did this? This subject doesn't know. I think there must be a deeper meaning. Do I need you to tell me? When did Xiao Bao say he would come back? Tell him to come as soon as possible. I want to punish him in the hibiscus garden. You're in charge of it. Also, you can bring the cookware from the imperial kitchen and promise to make chili fried potato slices for me. I've been waiting and waiting. I'm guilty, yet I still dare to delay time. Li Longji couldn't think of Zhang Xiaobao's follow-up actions, but he remembered the dishes that Zhang Xiaobao promised to make. He still didn't know what potatoes looked like. Yes, this subject will remember. Xiaobao might have already set off. Along with Xiaobao will be the leaders of the various Turkic tribes. When the time comes, Your Majesty will need to personally confer officials to show the kindness of the great Tang. Gao Lisher agreed. At the same time, he was looking forward to the potato-fried chili. When we reach the capital, we'll probably be able to settle the marriage and continue to live together. On the small river that connected the Luoshui River to the capital, Zhang Xiaobao personally rowed while Wang Wan sat across from Zhang Xiaobao. The two of them slowly made their way forward while chatting. The two of them were the only ones on the small boat. The others were on another boat. Zhang Xiaobao recalled the matter that he had received from his family before leaving and asked Wang Wan, "We've always lived together since we were young. Could it be that we're deliberately separating just because of the engagement? I'm not that hypocritical. Who would dare speak ill of us behind our backs and ruin our reputations?" Wang didn't think too much about it and directly replied, "No, that doesn't matter. What I mean is that you see, the two of us aren't young anymore. Nowadays, we're also advocating for late marriage. The main reason is because of late childbirth. After all, giving birth to Xiao Bao's baby has a negative effect on a woman's body. Generally speaking, it's about right around the age of 20. But that actually if we don't carry out human reproduction at our age, it's also right." Zhang Xiaobao's words were spoken intermittently. In the end, he didn't directly say what he wanted to do. Not only did he stutter, but his face was also red. His hands were still rowing. But if one looked closely, they would discover that when the oar touched the surface of the water, it actually created continuous circles of ripples. It could no longer display the level of a single or gently pushing against the shore. Wang Wan looked at the sky and sniffed. Seeing that he had been silent for too long, she asked, "If you want to do something, just say it. Is there a need to be polite between the two of us?" "Ah, say it directly? All right, then I'll say it. Now that the weather is warm, after the engagement, when we go to bed at night, can we count the stars together?" Zhang Xiaobao, who had mustered up his courage, finally said it. After saying it, his whole body collapsed, and he lay there on the ground. Wang Wan stopped looking at the sky and turned back to Zhang Xiaobao. She said earnestly, "Xiaobao, your EQ is a little lacking. Don't count the stars, you should count the moons. Be good." After Zhang Xiaobao counted the moons for a period of time, the group entered the capital. MOG and company bid farewell to Zhang Xiaobao and reported first to learn the etiquette of meeting the emperor. They couldn't be rude. Zhang Xiaobao muttered, "There's a moon in the sky and a moon in the water. The moon in the sky is in the water, and the moon in the water is in the sky." Along the way, Wang Wan, who was always smiling, stayed at Savant's restaurant. They didn't even return to their home in the capital. What arrived before Zhang Xiaobao's group were the new vegetables produced by the Jian and greenhouse. There weren't many, and they were preparing to keep the seeds. The vegetables they brought were given to Li Longji, and the rest were eaten at home. When Li Longji, who was thinking about the chili fried potatoes, heard that the eunuch on duty had arrived, he didn't care about MOG at all. The first thing he asked was, "Where is Zhang Xiaobao? Why didn't he enter the palace?" Replying to Your Majesty, little. Jidushi Zhang and Deputy Jidushi Wang have returned to Savant's restaurant. They didn't even go to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Jidushi in the capital. I heard someone report that Jidushi Zhang said something about a moon in the sky and a moon in the water. He's probably sick. Maybe he caught a cold? The eunuch on duty even found excuses for Zhang Xiaobao. He had taken money from him, so he naturally had to protect him. It would be strange if Li Longji believed him. The cold hasn't been treated yet, he kept muttering along the way. Then I will immediately give an edict to the medical school. If he brings his younger brother and sister, won't he bring good doctors? Oh, the sky, the moon. Yes, I understand. What's in the moon? Chang, Xiaobao is old. It's time to set the marriage and arrange for people. You should go personally. Tell Xiaobao that tomorrow morning. I will first discuss the marriage of Bohai Jidushi and Deputy Jidushi with the officials. I'm hungry. Li Longji was finally smart. Although the clues he guessed were wrong, the result was the same. As for whether it was appropriate to put the marriage of an official before the court, where only fifth-rank officials could participate, he didn't think too much about it. He believed that those who understood would naturally understand, and those who didn't would also understand. The eunuch on duty was smarter, but he wasn't stupid. He didn't arrange for Li Longji to eat. He agreed and respectfully retreated, rushing to Savant's restaurant with the fastest speed. When he arrived, it didn't take him long to see Zhang Xiaobao, who was counting the moons in a daze. Although Zhang Xiaobao didn't understand how to count the moons, he was very clear when it came to other things. At this time, he was holding on to his brush. His eyes were fixed on the paper in front of him. His other hand was lightly tapping his face as he muttered to himself. A moon in the sky, a moon in the water. Looking at the moon, homesick, one in the water, one in the sky. He repeated it a few times, then said, I told you all to count the moons for me. You want to buy candy in my grate, Tang? Wait until I can count the stars. The eunuch on duty was stunned. What was wrong with this Zhang Xiaobao? He was singing and talking. Wang Wan, who had been beside Zhang Xiaobao all this time, burst out laughing. She pinched the brush and took it out from Zhang Xiaobao's mouth. She glanced at him and said, Aya, Xiaobao, I have to admit that your EQ is a little lacking, but your IQ is definitely not a problem. If I let you count the moons for a few days, you can use it to scheme against others. Fine, in a few days, I'll let you count how many stars there are. And the emperor has sent someone to see you. Aren't you going to welcome him? How many? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the eunuch and asked as he stood up. A lot, a lot. Wang Wan turned her face away and said, Of course I know a lot, but young Master Zhang, please take a seat. I'm just here to take a look. I heard that young Master Zhang and Miss Wang are back. I wish I could grow wings and fly over to take a look. But I'm on duty. Fortunately, His Majesty is kind enough to send me here. The eunuch on duty didn't dare to let Zhang Xiaobao say welcome words. If he wasn't confused by the conversation between the two, he wouldn't let Zhang Xiaobao stand up. What's the matter? You can leave after you finish eating here. Someone, come and tell the kitchen to make an Earth-class, one-star set meal. Remove one dish and add a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes brought back from overseas. Zhang Xiaobao didn't bother to exchange pleasantries with the eunuch and gave the order. When the eunuch on duty heard the word overseas, his smile was filled with gratitude. He had never eaten before. He wasn't afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would ask him to stay for a meal. Just now he said that he was on duty. He thought that he would put the food in a box and take it away. He quickly said, Thank you, young Master Zhang. I'm hungry. And, oh, go back and tell the emperor. I will immediately give the order to transfer 1,000 dan of refined rice from the Bohai Protectorate into the palace. Zhang Xiaobao was slightly stunned. He understood that the eunuch was imitating Li Longji's words. Because the northeastern rice had a longer maturity period, it tasted better. So he followed the eunuch's words. The eunuch on duty blinked and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He said, Young Master Zhang, it's not about transferring rice. I suddenly remembered something. The emperor has said first. Tomorrow in the court, other matters will be postponed. First, we will discuss the marriage of the Bohai Protectorate Governor. Young Master Zhang, it seems that the emperor wants to give the Bohai Protectorate Governor a morning greeting. Ah, there's such a thing? Cuckoo, don't look at the wall. Come with me. The emperor is hungry. I have to personally cook for the emperor to show my loyalty, to be able to take care of the Bohai protectorate governor like this. As a subject, I am honored. Zhang Xiaobao stopped tidying up his desk. He pulled Wang Wan, whose face had suddenly become rosy, and hurriedly walked out. When he reached the door, he turned around and said to the eunuch on duty, "Let's go together. Don't wait for the food. We'll talk later." Okay. Young Master Zhang, wait for me. Young Master Zhang. Good, very good. These two things are fried together. The taste is fresh, spicy, and refreshing. Xiao Bei, Xiao Yuan, and all of you try it. In the hibiscus garden, Li Longji was happily eating. The food was still hot and had just been fried. There was no need for others to test the poison. When he saw Xiao Bei come over with Zhang Xiaobao, he lowered his head and worked hard to deal with the venison in front of him. Xiao Bei was no different from returning to the palace. He did not have the slightest fear of meeting the emperor. Hearing this, Wei Wei looked up and curled her lips. It's not good. I like to eat mashed potatoes. Brother made the sauce himself. When it's paired with thin chopped green onions, it's fragrant. Oh, can it be made into other dishes? Li Longji knew something. When he saw the sauce around Xiao Bei's mouth, he laughed and asked, "Xiao Bei, I gave you the task of inspecting all the officials of the Tang Empire. Did you find them?" When he said this, Xiao Bei was happy. He had more power. He stuck out his tongue and licked the sauce back. He replied, "Not yet. When I received the news, I was already at Sanshui County. Who did I check? Before I met the emperor, all the officials were very obedient. No one spent money to welcome me. I'll endure it for now. We'll talk about it again when we reach another place. Then I'll wait for our Xiao Bei to go on a killing spree." Li Longji did not know why, but as long as he saw Xiao Bei, his mood would become very good. Unfortunately, he could not find him in the palace. He could only hope that Pan would perform well. This subject will definitely help your majesty solve your worries. If anyone dares to not listen to the emperor, I'll go and teach them a lesson," Xiao Bei said righteously. Looking at Xiao Bei's serious expression, Li Longji laughed out loud. He thought to himself, even if there's no problem with the person Xiao Bei found, with Xiao Bei's cute appearance, I'll still be able to convict him. As he watched, Li Longji was a bit absent-minded. He then looked at Zhang Xiaobao, who was busy cooking, and Wang Wan, who was wiping his sweat from time to time. He let out a long sigh. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had grown up. He remembered that when he was asked to draw a portrait of the two of them, weren't they just like Xiao Bei? It was like a dream. Many places in the palace had changed. The capital had changed. The great Tang had also changed. Many of the court's officials had retired, while others had left. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had also changed. But no matter how he looked at it, it seemed that the only thing that had changed was their appearance. Their calm and collected eyes still did not show any anger. While Li Longji was immersed in his memories, Zhang Xiaobao brought out the last dish. There were 4 meat dishes and 4 vegetable dishes. 4 were cold and 4 were hot. There was a vegetable soup. The fried, shredded potatoes on top of the soup were golden brown, making it seem like a work of art. There were not many dishes, but there was a lot. Everyone who saw it was given a share. Li Longji was so happy that he even let the palace maids and eunuchs waiting to the side have a taste. Li Longji and Zhang Xiaobao did not stand on ceremony. They did not say anything and just casually pointed at a chair for them to sit next to him. After washing his hands, Zhang Xiaobao threw the towel he used to wipe his hands to a eunuch and then lazily sat next to Li Longji. He leaned back and also did not say anything. "Xiaobao, of the things you had people bring back from faraway places, are the yields of sweet potatoes, and corn really high?" "They're tall, especially potatoes. They're easy to grow and can be eaten as a vegetable or as a meal. Yes, they can also be eaten as snacks," Xiaobao said confidently. The snacks at the end were added when he saw Xiao Bei look over. Oh, that is to say, even if our great Tang is hit by a disaster at the same time and the production of rice and flour drops sharply, we can still survive by planting crops that are not picky about the soil. Is that right? Yes. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's bored expression, Li Longji was not angry. If it were anyone else, with the exception of Zhang Zhong, who dared to have such an attitude, he would have already pulled them down and beheaded. Wei Wei smiled. Li Longji looked up at the sky and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, look at the round moon in the sky. Look carefully, do you see Jade Rabbit?" Zhang Xiaobao did not even look up. How could there be a moon in the middle of the day? Besides, even if it was night time, there should only be a waning moon today. Li Longji must be doing this on purpose. Zhang Xiaobao, whose face was about to turn green, muttered to himself. He then turned to look at Wang Wan and found that after coming out of Savant's restaurant, Wang Wan seemed to have changed into a different person. She liked to lower her head, and the tips of her ears were red. The puzzled Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Longji, "I see. I see it. Jade Rabbit is crushing medicine." Chapter 879. We heard that you, Xiaobao, have been feeling unwell for the past few days. Is that true? Li Longji was very concerned about Zhang Xiaobao's condition and deliberately asked. Zhang Xiaobao's good mood suddenly turned bad. It could be seen from his face that he was staring at the dishes, as if he regretted not poisoning them. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was not easy to deal with, the red-faced Wang Wan couldn't take it anymore. She could bully Zhang Xiaobao, but she definitely couldn't allow others to bully him. She coughed lightly and even emitted the respectful address. Xiaobao hasn't been feeling well recently. It's mainly because he thinks too much. It's not easy to look at the moon and think about things all day. Li Longji held back his laughter and followed along with Wang Wan's words. Then don't let him think about it anymore. Be careful that he doesn't fall ill from overwork. That's right, I think so too. Who cares if Exan Luo's plan is completed or not? Let it go, let it all go. Even if Exan Luo is returned to the Tang Empire's territory, what's the use? Xiaobao won't look at the moon at night in the future. Count the stars with me. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao with heartache and said to Li Longji. Li Longji had just picked up a potato slice and his mouth was still open when his chopsticks stopped in front of him. He looked at the blushing Zhang Xiaobao and then at Wang Wan, who had started to pour wine for Zhang Xiaobao and was momentarily speechless. Humph, 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 humph. Xiao Bei lowered her head and laughed. Although she was young, she knew a lot of things. Her ability to understand was also very strong. She could understand Uncle Emperor's distress. Looking at the two of them being lovey-dovey, Li Longji put the potato slice into his mouth and chewed it twice. He turned to Xiao Bei and asked, "Xiao Bei, do you know what your brother thinks of when he looks at the moon?" "I don't know. It's not time to eat mooncakes yet. Could it be that he wants to raise rabbits? I heard that rabbits like to eat carrots. I like to eat them too. Eating carrots can make one smarter, right, Xiao Yuan?" Xiao Bei replied with her chopsticks in her mouth and asked Xiao Yuan, "Ah, you're asking me? Is that so? I don't like it." Xiao Yuan was eating a candied sweet potato, so when he heard Xiao Bei ask, he answered hesitantly. Xiao Bei glared at him. After thinking about it, she decided not to make things difficult for Xiao Yuan. She didn't know what love was, but when she saw her brother and sister, she knew that she would be together with Xiao Yuan in the future. As for what they would do together, it would probably be like sister cuckoo. Therefore, when there were outsiders around, she had to give Xiao Yuan some face. Li Longji glanced at the family in front of him. He was a little dazed, a little depressed, a little happy, a little disappointed. A little. In any case, it was a very complicated feeling. He wanted to make a decision, but he couldn't. Today, he finally had the upper hand. But before he could savor it, he was kicked into a disadvantageous position again. "Xiao Bao, your health is important. I will send someone to bring you to the pharmacy in a moment. See if there is any medicine that you can use. Take it back and get well. You must get well." Li Longji really wanted to ask Zhang Xiaobao to tell him how the moon found a way to deal with Xinlua, but he couldn't say it out loud. According to the rules of the game, he had to give something. He couldn't be conferred any more positions, so he had to give medicinal herbs. Zhang Xiaobao took the opportunity to make a psychological suggestion and finally returned to normal. Thinking about it, his family didn't seem to lack anything, but if he didn't want it, he would be breaking the rules. Suddenly, he saw Xiaobei eating and had a new idea. "Your Majesty, this subject is cold all over. I heard that there are many brocades in the palace. I wonder if you can give this subject some warmth?" Okay. You've worked hard, Minister Zhang. Li Longji didn't ask anyone if there was any brocades in the palace. He readily agreed. Even if there wasn't any, he had to get someone to send it over. "What do you want that for?" Wang Wan picked up the glass of wine, took a sip, and asked Zhang Xiaobao. "I see that Xiaobei has been playing maze games in recent days. It's too tiring to make a maze with other things, so it's better to make it with brocades." Zhang Xiaobao replied softly, then said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, this subject heard that Xinlu recently wanted to collect a large amount of sweets. I suddenly remembered that Xinyuan Island is located in the south, and the crops take more than a year to mature. If people were to go there and plant sugar beets or sugar cane, the output would definitely be not small, especially in the islands further south." "Xiaobao, are you saying that you want the people of Xinlua to go to the island southwest of Xinyuan Island? You want them to plant sugar beets so that they can obtain sugar easily?" Li Longji understood the meaning behind Zhang Xiaobao's words. "Your Majesty is wise, but this subject doesn't know if the moon there is as round as Xinlua. Cuckoo also thinks so. Therefore, this subject and Cuckoo have been sighing at night for many days. One moon in the sky, one in the water. Xiaobao, you've suffered." No matter how Li Longji looked at it, he felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a special kind of tacit understanding. It seemed that looking at the moon had become a matter between the two of them. As someone who had experienced it before, he could roughly guess, so he wanted to help. "Xiaobao, don't worry. I'll settle your matter tomorrow so that you won't have to look at the moon anymore." "That's great. I can count the stars now. Your Majesty, this subject has thought of something. It's related to the train. When this subject returns today, I'll write a detailed plan." In this instant, Zhang Xiaobao became spirited. His back straightened, his eyes brightened, and even his thoughts became nimble. Li Longji was also relieved. He knew that after tomorrow's morning court, Zhang Xiaobao's memorial would definitely set off a storm. His efforts had finally paid off. The next morning, the fifth-rank officials of the capital entered the court. Secret Service Officer K, Mo Jillian, and the other leaders of the Turkic tribes also came. Li Longji didn't show any signs of excitement because of the arrival of the two. According to what they had agreed on yesterday, he first proposed to the officials that the marriage of the Bohai provincial governor and deputy provincial governor had to be carried out with the court ceremony. To him, 1,000 or 10,000 emojillions couldn't compare to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The officials thought that the emperor would first mention the matter of rewarding Secret Service Officer K, but who knew that the emperor would mention Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If he wanted to carry out with the court ceremony, then it was no different from being a member of the imperial family. How is it? After Li Longji expressed what he wanted to do, he saw that the officials were silent, so he asked. If it wasn't Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, if it were two people who weren't members of the imperial family, someone would have already stood up to oppose and collect evidence in order to gain benefits. However, this matter involved Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Unexpectedly, no one in the court made a sound. They were all thinking about how to get into the line of sight of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Secret Service Officer K once again felt the strength of Zhang Xiaobao. Seeing that Li Longji was waiting for others to speak, he immediately echoed, "This subject was just about to mention this matter. I didn't expect that your Majesty had already thought of it." Chapter 880. Under Li Longji's gaze, all of them expressed their opinions one after another, regardless of whether they were sincere or not. At least they seemed to be sincere on the surface. Everyone agreed, and Li Longji's proposal of democracy was approved. The following details would be left to the Ministry of Rights to handle. What method would they use? Would they use the method used by the imperial clan or the method used by the commoners? There were many things involved, and it would take some time to figure it out. Outside the Hanyuan Palace Hall, Li Bai, the governor of the Ministry of Revenue, was standing there with a registrar accompanying him. The two of them were here to look for Zhang Zhong. Ever since the last self-analysis, Li Bai had decided to do his job well. Today, when he heard from the registrar that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had returned, he couldn't wait to see them. Who would have thought that when they first arrived at the Savant's restaurant, which was open 24 hours a day and handed an invitation, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. No one came out to tell them to enter, nor did they say what kind of reception they would receive. Only the registrar was quick-witted. When he saw an official turn around and leave after handing in the invitation, he immediately chased after him to ask. When he found out that the other party was from the Ministry of War, the left assistant minister, he didn't expect to be summoned. Turning around and leaving was the rule. This was because there were many officials who came to look for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. As long as the two of them were not in a hurry to go somewhere else, perhaps the Prime Minister would also come to take a look and discuss matters. He was in a hurry to leave because he had to attend the morning court. He couldn't delay, otherwise he wouldn't be able to enter. Only then did Li Bai and the registrar understand. They followed him to the outer wall of the Hanyuan Palace Hall and listened to the movements inside. They planned to wait until after the morning court to meet with Zhang Zhong and tell him about the feelings of Jidushi. At this time, Li Bai was very upset. He heard the voice of the eunuchs who were in charge of relaying messages in the courtyard, fearing that no one else could hear them. He thought of his wife and felt that he had lived in vain. He had never heard of Zhang Xiaobao having a court ceremony at his wedding. Thinking of this, Li Bai turned around and left. The registrar hurriedly pulled him back. Tai Bai, where are you going? Don't you want to see Zhang Xiaobao? Write a poem. Write it for my family. Write it for Zhang Xiaobao. I still have a wife at home. Li Bai stopped. He looked into the distance and said, since I can't give her a gift, I'll give her something else. See you later. Sigh. Then, but Tai Bai jinxing, help me write one too. Not for fragrant pond houses you. But for my families, this side wrong. The registrar paused for a moment, then thought of something and followed him out. In the Hanyuan Palace Hall, the marriage of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan was settled. When the officials thought that they were going to give Kei Tachin and the others official positions, Zhang Zhong stood up and said, Your Majesty, I have something to discuss with you. Pairs of eyes suddenly looked over. At this moment, Zhang Zhong was shining brightly in everyone's eyes. It was not because of his status as a minister. There were many ministers, but they had never seen a minister whose children's marriages were managed by the imperial court. One by one, they looked at Zhang Zhong. It was hard to tell whether they were envious or jealous. In any case, they were no longer as calm as before. Li Longji nodded and said, Minister Zhang, please speak. This morning, I met with my son Xiao Bao at Savant's restaurant. When we were eating, we talked about the Ministry of Works. Xiao Bao told me that the Ministry of Works is currently funded by the Imperial Court. However, there are many people in the Ministry of Works, and it should be self-sufficient. Therefore, I have a plan for the Ministry of Works to do business. The first thing they should do is to rent out steam engines and ships. I was afraid that the secret of the steam engine would be leaked, so I did not agree. However, I was worried that this matter was important, so I had to ask. If the others agree, I will ask Xiao Bao again. Zhang Zhong said excitedly. It was not because of the steam engine. That thing was just sitting there. It was mainly because of the marriage of his son and daughter-in-law. Previously, he was still worried about how to carry out the series of steps. In the morning, When he heard his daughter Xiaobei say that they might use the gift of the imperial court, he was worried that the officials would not agree. Now that the matter had come to an end, he could not control himself when he thought about the future. Li Longji looked at Zhang Zhong and could not understand how Zhang Zhong could have such a calm son and daughter-in-law. Look at Xiao Bao. No matter what he did or said, he was always so indifferent. Yesterday, he had managed to gain the upper hand with great difficulty. In the end, his daughter-in-law, who had not married into the family, took away a pile of brocades from him. Sighing in his heart, Li Longji did not care whether Kei Tachin and the others were anxious or not. He said to Zhang Zhong, "Minister Zhang, you have worked hard. How is the research on the steam engine going? According to the rules set back then, it needs to be replaced generation after generation. Which generation is it now?" "The second generation. We are currently researching the third generation. Xiao Bao wants to take out the second generation, put it on the ship and send it to the entrance of the Bohai Sea to be rented." When this subject asked about it, he refused to tell this subject in detail, saying that he was afraid that this subject would worry too much. When Zhang Zhong was speaking, he was not thinking about the steam engine at all. He was thinking about how the little immortal's son and daughter-in-law would give birth to a bunch of little immortals in the future. When that time came, their family would be even livelier. Before Li Longji could speak, Yuan Qian Yao stepped forward and stopped him. "This subject believes that this cannot be done." If it was any other matter, he would not care. However, he had no choice but to ask about the steam engine. This was the most advanced technology in the Great Tang besides the telegraph. He had seen ships with steam engines before. They were very fast, and most importantly, they saved on manpower. Although they could not drive the propeller perfectly and only had wheels on the side, the bottom of the ship was equipped with a propeller. At the critical moment, they could change gears. Even if the bearings could not hold on for too long, they could still charge for a short period of time. Together with the cannons, their might was immeasurable. If this thing was rented out and another country obtained one and disassembled it to study the technology, how great of a loss would the Great Tang suffer? No, absolutely not. No matter what, he could not listen to Zhang Xiaobao anymore. Yuan Qianyao thought in his heart as he looked firmly at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong, on the other hand, had an indifferent attitude. If it was possible, then it was fine. If it was not, then forget it. When the time came, the Ministry of Works would still do it like before. Li Longji frowned. It was not because he wanted to rent a ship the Ministry of Works was earning money, or the leakage of technology. It was because he could not think of what Xiaobao was going to do. Bohai, then the opposite should be Japan and Xinhua. Which country was he going to focus on? "Your Majesty." Gao Lisher, who was standing at the back, leaned forward. "HM?" Li Longji and Wei Wei turned their heads and listened. "I reckon that Xiao Bao is going to make a big move again. Maybe it's because Your Majesty agreed to help him with the marriage yesterday, so he put more effort into the matter of the Great Tang. According to the past situation, Xiao Bao's plan will eventually form a chain. Things will definitely not be as simple as what Minister Zhang said." Gao Lisher spoke up for his godson, meaning that he wanted Li Longji to agree. Li Longji nodded and sat up straight. He looked at Zhang Zhong and Yuan Qianyao in front of him and said, "Minister Zhang, since it was Xiao Bao's idea, I should have agreed. However, this matter is too important. I need a detailed plan to reassure the people." "Yes, I will remember." Zhang Zhong understood. The emperor meant that regardless of whether there was a detailed plan or not, he would support Xiao Bao. However, in order to shut others up, he had no choice but to ask for a copy. Yuan Qianyao opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. He could only wait for the plan and take a closer look at it to see what else Zhang Xiaobao could do with his devilish calculations. This matter was considered to have been discussed. The other officials didn't interrupt and didn't dare to directly object. If Zhang Xiaobao's plan was effective, wouldn't they say too much? If Zhang Xiaobao thought that they had ulterior motives, they wouldn't be able to enjoy good things in the future. It was only at this time that Li Longji turned his gaze to Kei Tachin and the others. He began to confer official positions, praise, and made a promise to treat the people of the great Tang well. From the beginning to the time when Kei Tachin and the others were rewarded, they didn't show any dissatisfaction. They didn't have any manpower available and couldn't raise any conditions with Li Longji. At the same time, they were more afraid that if they showed an unsuitable attitude and Zhang Xiaobao found out, he might do something. In the courtyard of the savants' pavilion, Xiao Bei and the others were still sleeping. They were tired from eating and playing yesterday. The sun was high in the sky, but they didn't wake up. Xiao Bei, who was sharing a small bed with Xiao Yuan, squeezed Xiao Yuan until he was about to fall off. If Xiao Bei didn't use Xiao Yuan's arm as a pillow, Xiao Yuan would probably be sleeping on the floor now. I asked you to compose a poem for me, but you didn't. If there weren't outsiders, I would have let you know how powerful I am. Xiao Bei kept muttering in his sleep. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who came to see their younger siblings, bent down to listen to Xiao Bei's muttering. They vaguely heard this sentence. After wiping the saliva from his sister's mouth, Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan with a smile and opened his arms. What? You want to be a target for me to practice my boxing? Wang Wan asked, puzzled. Nothing. Just a hug. Zhang Xiaobao moved forward. Wang Wan stood still and let Zhang Xiaobao hug her. She said, "What are you doing in broad daylight? You're like a child. How old are you? Let's go. I'll accompany you to perfect the plan. You'll solve Xinluo and weaken Japan within a year. Your goal isn't small, but you might not succeed. Let's do it first. As long as Xinluo has ambition, I'm confident. Should we wait for the engagement steps to be completed? We don't have to worry about counting the days after that. Then we can get married. Then we can sleep together." Zhang Xiaobao was more straightforward when it came to other things, but he didn't know how to do this kind of thing. Wang Wan still deliberately teased him and said, "Yes, then from today onwards, don't live together at night. Otherwise, you'll sleep like Xiao Bei and be dishonest." "I'm talking about that." "What?" "It's counting the stars." Why didn't I collect information about this back then?" "You're so silly. Let's go down and see how many officials have sent us posts. See if there's anything useful in them. We have to take a good look at them." Wang Wan's evaluation of Zhang Xiaobao in this regard was that he was cute. Just like that, she was hugged by Zhang Xiaobao and moved to the door step by step. "There's a Li Bai here. It says that he's in charge of his position. Here, take a look. It's very interesting." He even gave an opinion. After flipping through the names and the posts that came with them, Zhang Xiaobao found Li Bai's and handed it to Wang Wan. "What's written?" "Let me take a look." Li Bai also doesn't allow it. Fortunately, his situation now is much better than in history. I really don't know if I should let you help him like this. If there really is a minister named Li Bai in the future, then won't there be one less immortal poet? Wang Wan took it and looked at it. She suddenly laughed and said, "This Li Bai only knows how to come up with bad ideas. When I asked him to correct the form, he actually said that it was difficult to look at it. He wants to make the form transparent, and the person filling in the form has to be the same. Then, when two pieces of paper are connected, the difference can be seen. Immortal poet Li Bai, if other people know about this, what do you think they will think? But why do I feel that this method is a bit familiar? It seems that something similar appeared in that place." Of course, it's similar. When signing a contract, there are 2 layers. If the signed words are printed, then can't you cheat money? It's just that the technology is more advanced than this. It's nothing. Don't think about Li Bai writing poems. Why don't we let him go through the history you said again? Since we are here, let's treat it as another place. Stories, it's all stories. The things in the stories can be said to be true or not. Zhang Xiaobao was still in authority in this area. When he thought of a certain historical figure that Wang Wan occasionally mentioned, he was a little absent-minded. Wang Wan made a big cross on the method that Li Bai wrote and wrote below, Doing things is like writing poems, slowly accumulating. If it is not cold to the bone, how can the fragrance of plum blossoms assail the nose? She put it aside and leaned her head on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder. She said softly, "Fortunately, I have you. Otherwise, what would I do if I was alone? I'll get the medicine later." "What medicine?" Zhang Xiaobao stretched out his arm and asked Wang Wan. "The medicine that won't leave any side effects when counting the stars tonight." "What medicine is that?" "I'm not getting it. You should continue counting the moons." "What's wrong now?" "Counting the moons, counting the moons. Where's the plan for Xinluo?" "I'll let them all count the moons." The clouds in the sky were still drifting leisurely, and the sun shone through the clouds onto the ground. Beside the pond in Xingqing Palace, Li Longji and a few important officials were sitting on empty chairs. The words "Authentic Water Cloud" were written in gold on the sides of the chairs. The weather was hot, and there was a fan blowing by the side. There was also a bowl of chilled plum juice being sipped from time to time, and there was even a large umbrella over their heads. This was supposed to be a relaxing and refreshing time, but everyone, including Li Longji except for Zhang Zhong, was sweating nonstop. Li Linfu's hand trembled as he held a piece of paper. He had just looked at it and put it back on the small table. He gasped for breath twice and raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat on his forehead. He leaned back and said, as if he had lost all his strength, "Ruthless, really ruthless. I wonder who will be the next after taking care of Xinluo, Japan or the southwestern side." Li Longji didn't care about Li Linfu's loss of composure. He smacked his lips twice and felt that it was still dry. He picked up the special herbal tea on the table that Zhang Xiaobao had given to Gao Lisher and was snatched by him. He took a sip and swept his eyes in front of the officials. In the end, his eyes stopped on Zhang Zhong's indifferent face. Everyone else was sweating. Only Zhang Zhong sat there quietly, looking like he had nothing to do. He knew Zhang Xiaobao better than anyone present. That was his son. Although the plan was a little evil, his son was a little immortal. It was normal. Everything was normal. Li Longji looked for a while and said, "Minister Zhang, has Xiaobao mentioned anything about going back to the northern part of Hebei recently?" "No." Zhang Zhong shook his head. "He will probably wait until autumn, when the crops are ripe before going back. His mother misses them, and Xiaobao also wants Bei to stay in front of us for a while. At the same time, he wants to wait for the 4 events to end. As for the wedding date, he doesn't care. When the time comes, he will welcome the bride." Zhang Zhong was experienced and knew his son's thoughts. At the same time, he felt that his son was indeed different from the children of other families. He had slept on the same bed since he was young. Those who were slightly more wealthy would have already done the wedding ceremony with other women. Looking at Cuckoo, he realized that nothing had happened at all. As for the daughter of the Wang family and his son before they got married, they probably wouldn't care. They couldn't separate the two of them just because they were going to get married. Li Longji understood as well. He couldn't just ignore it. He picked up the proposal book on the small table and flipped through it casually. He said, "I remember when I first found out about Xiaobao and Cuckoo. At that time, the two of them were using schemes to earn money. Later on, they were providing for local construction. Now, it's fine if they don't come up with a plan. Once they do, it will definitely be a plan to destroy the country. From the looks of it, the Ministry of Works can install a steam engine on the ship and send it to the entrance of the Bohai Sea for rent. Whether it's Xinluo or Japan, whoever has such thoughts will be the first to be unlucky." As Li Longji spoke, he looked at Yuan Qianyao. He had once objected. Yuan Qianyao and Li Longji looked at each other and said, "I agree, but you have to pay attention to the safety of the people from the Great Tang who are going to take care of the steam engine." At this moment, he couldn't say anything to refuse. It was written clearly in the plan. As the people who went far away returned, there would be something called rubber that would flow out of the tree. That thing had many uses. One of them was sealing. With the improvement of smelting technology, the copper and aluminum pads produced could allow the steam engine to reach a very high level in a short period of time. There was also the research on the refinement of the water. As long as the two things called gasoline or diesel were produced, or even the purity of alcohol was high enough, there would immediately be another machine that was better than the steam engine. It was called the internal combustion engine. When that time came, it would be a really good thing. It would be used in the military, and some less important technologies could be gradually opened up to the people. The plan also mentioned that the rental of the steam engine ship would not be personally managed by the person who rented it. Instead, the great Tang would send people to be in charge of the engine room. One was to earn money. They could earn more money for the Ministry of Works, so that the Ministry of Works would not rely too much on the imperial court's financial allocation. The other was to train the crew. At the same time, the maintenance people could also practice and provide intuitive information for the construction of new motor ships. Of course, the most important thing was not these two, but the third one. The third one was that regardless of whether Xinlua wanted to go to the island next to Xinyuan Island to get sugar, or specifically wanted to obtain the Great Tang's technology, they would definitely spend money to rent it. When the time came, they would accept the higher price. Currently, Xinlua had already cut down many trees in many places. At the same time, they were helping the Great Tang grow cotton. Their national strength seemed to be increasing, but in fact, they were more dependent on the Great Tang. Xinlua, who did not have much savings, had to take out a portion of the money. In terms of finances, it could be said to be one disaster after another. Then they would need manpower to grow sugarcane and sugar beets. When there was a conflict with the local people, they would need an army. At that time, the population of Xinlua would be divided. A portion of them would run to the distant island, and their economy would become a decisive dependence. When the population decreased, Xinlua would be able to integrate into the Great Tang. If the people of Xinlua wanted to use force to snatch the steam engine ships when they were renting them, that would be even easier. Wang Wan was about to become a lady from a noble family, but did anyone feel that the knife was not effective? Yuan Qianyao could not find a reason to object. If he had to object, then he would object for the sake of objecting. There was a saying in front that he would do that, so there was naturally no need to talk about the result. After some thought, Yuan Qianyao said, "Your Majesty, I still have some doubts." Dao Lai. Seeing that Yuan Qianyao did not object, Li Longji's attitude changed accordingly. I would like to ask about the follow-up plan. Anyone who knows about Jidushizhang knows that when he comes out with a plan, there will definitely be a supplementary plan. The supplementary plan will be even more ruthless. I don't believe that there is only one explanatory plan. Yuan Qianyao still wanted to ask for more. He always felt that Zhang Xiaobao was more concerned about money. No matter what he did, he would still earn money in the end. Li Longji looked at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was still sitting there steadily. From time to time, he would pick up a grape and stuff it into his mouth. This was what his son and daughter-in-law had told him. When it was hot outside, one should not drink too much water. It was easy to lose salt, making one thirsty and dehydrated. It was best to eat fruits. They had high water content and could replenish water. It could also replenish sugar and other nutrients useful to the body. Moreover, this fruit sugar came and went quickly, so there was no need to be afraid of gaining weight. Of course, Zhang Zhong had to listen. His son and daughter-in-law would not harm him. Therefore, in this short period of time, he ate a lot of fruits. At this moment, when he saw the emperor looking over, he shook his head blankly. I don't know either. As for earning money, it is also the imperial court. My family does not lack money. Even if Xiao Bao earns money for my family, it is only a little. Old man Yuan Qianyao curled his lips. His beard also moved as he cursed in his heart. To Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, earning a little would be a huge amount of wealth to others. Moreover, Zhang Xiaobao would not let go of any opportunity. Every time he did something, he would earn a little, and it was a kind of money that could last for a long time. It could be said that many things made a mickle. It was estimated that the imperial court's finances were suddenly out of money. As long as they confiscated Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, The imperial court would be able to support them for 3 to 5 years without collecting any taxes. I don't have anything else. I just want to know the follow-up plan. I hope that Minister Zhang will urge me. Yuan Qianyao looked at Zhang Zhong, who kept eating fruits, and said with some disdain. Zhang Zhong didn't care. Could it be that he didn't lack fruits at home, but he couldn't eat them outside? Moreover, the fruits in the palace were no different from those at home. They were all quite good, and he didn't feel uncomfortable eating them. After swallowing the grape in his mouth, Zhang Zhong nodded. Then he shook his head. I will ask Jidushi Zhang, but I can't guarantee whether Jidushi Zhang will say it or not. After all, as the Minister of Works, I can control Jidushi Zhang. Perhaps Yuan Zhongshu can ask him personally? Yuan Qianyao was almost angered to death. He muttered, It's good that father and son are high-ranking officials. At the crucial moment, they can still use their status to differentiate. When needed, they can be the son. When it's necessary, they can become the Jidushi Zhang. Li Longji didn't care about this. It was fine as long as he got the information he needed. He instructed Zhang Zhong and let the few of them leave. After everyone left, Li Longji asked Gao Lisher, Xiaobao has grown up? Previously, I said that he would participate in the imperial examinations this year, but he didn't come back. He missed it and has to wait until next year. Can you think of a way? I want to transfer him back to the capital and let him enter the secretariat, other than not letting him be the secretariat head. Everything else is fine. At that time, I will be at ease. At that time, he will have the final say. Yuan Qianyao will be the person at the front. With Xiao Bao overseeing the secretariat, I will be able to sit back and relax. As for Cuckoo, she will also be placed in the secretariat. She will be in charge of military matters. Originally, I didn't want a woman to be an official, but Cuckoo is an exception. I reckon that when Cuckoo grows up, she will also have to be given a good position. Gao Lisher nodded and said, This subject also knows that it is fine to let Xiao Bao lead the entire Tang Empire in the secretariat. However, Xiao Bao doesn't seem to like staying in one place. Cuckoo's thoughts are more focused on Xiao Bao. This subject feels that it is better to ask the two of them first. And go ahead and ask. If it really doesn't work out, add an additional autumn examination. Leave the top scorer position for him. Hasn't he been studying all this while and wants to rely on his own abilities to become the top scorer? What do you think we should give them after the engagement? We can see that Xiao Bao has been waiting for this day for a very long time. Ha 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 ha, he actually went to look at the moon. Li Longji couldn't help but laugh when he thought of Zhang Xiaobao's arrogance. Gao Lisher also tried his best to hold back. He also couldn't understand why this godson, who was smart in other aspects and could be said to be able to scheme against the heavens and earth, would become a different person when it came to such matters. Your Majesty, this subject feels that ordinary gifts can't be given, let alone money. Even if the official position has not been engaged, it should be given. Shouldn't it be given to a place? For example, a lake or a mountain. Chapter 881. The water in the cup bobbed up and down, twisting and turning back. Where did the colorful butterflies dance with the zither, elegantly chasing after the intoxicating fragrance? On a warm day, in the hibiscus garden by the Tsujiang Lake, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally had time to gather with their relatives. They brought all kinds of cooking utensils and chose a good spot. There were women in the inner courtyard playing the zither and flute. The two of them laughed and talked to their parents and grandparents about the recent events. The little ones ran around everywhere. Occasionally, they would come over to ask for a bite of food and then turn around to play. Even Zhang Xiaohai, who was usually a quiet person, had become a child. Within a radius of 200 meters, the entire circle was guarded by 500 people. No one was allowed to come close. Even if the imperial family's garden was open to the public today, ordinary people would not think of coming to the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family to watch and play. No one would reason with them one by one. Even so, the person in charge of the hibiscus garden was scared out of his wits. He even arranged a layer of guards outside. If anything happened to this family, no matter how many heads he had, it would not be enough to be chopped off. According to his idea, the entire hibiscus garden was sealed off. However, the people from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had already gone too far. He did not agree. Mother, how do you usually take care of yourself? Tell me. I will see if I can come up with a new product or a new skincare method. If I build a beauty salon, I will definitely make money. If you don't believe me, you can ask the people who come to play outside. Do you look like my sister? When Zhang Xiaobao was massaging his grandmother's legs, he did not forget to talk to his mother. After a few sentences, Zhang Xiaobao burst out laughing and glared at her son. Your mouth has become floury. Go tell Cuckoo. No, I'm just telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask my father. My mother is getting younger and younger. What should I do? It seems that I have to find a way to make men not age too quickly. Zhang Xiaobao continued to coax the Jiangwang clan. Although the Jiangwang clan knew that it was fake, she was still happy when she heard it. She looked at her son with pity and said, Don't worry about everything. The world is so big, I can't manage everything. As long as you guys are fine, Mother is happy. And Cuckoo, you can't bully her. Otherwise, Mother won't forgive you. Cuckoo, come to Mother. Tell Mother, did Xiaobao bully you? Wang Wan was embroidering. She came over and said with a smile, he bullied you. He really bullied you. Was it Xiaobao? Why don't you tell the truth? I'm still looking at the moon and making delicious food for you every day. As a person, you have to have a conscience. Mother, don't listen to her nonsense. Zhang Xiaobao quickly complained. Mother naturally believes Cuckoo. Cuckoo, let Mother take a good look and talk to Mother. Xiaobao, go to your father. The Ministry of Works is busy recently. Don't let your father tire himself out. Jiang Wang clan hugged Wang Wan and chased Zhang Xiaobao away. Then, she started chatting with her future in-laws. Xiao Bei was crazy for a while. When he saw others playing the guqin, he also got someone to carry a guqin and put it by the river far away from his family. They were already out of the circle of protection, so the guards could only split up and watch from a distance to prevent any accidents. Xiao Bei pulled Xiao Yuan over and played the guqin a few times. He turned to look at Xiao Yuan and asked, Do you have that feeling of harmony between the guqin and the heart? When Xiao Yuan was dragged over, he was reciting poems with his grandparents. He planned to show off, but he was interrupted by Xiao Bei. He was obviously not in a good mood. He said in a low voice, Yes, there is. Alas, it is like Mount Tai. Mount Tai? I didn't think that far. I watched the butterfly play. It seems that you and I can't connect like brothers and sisters. Xiao Bei regretfully shook his head. Xiao Yuan was about to cry. He was really suffering. Xiao Bei, let's talk. Can you not imitate adults? Connect our hearts? You have to do something that can connect our hearts. I thought you were playing the guqin. You're the one imitating adults. I'm not young anymore. I'm going to find someone who can connect our hearts. I don't want you anymore. Xiao Bei stood up angrily and stared at a place by the river. There were a few large rocks there, and a little boy was sitting on one of them. He was looking at the water, and no one knew what he was thinking. Xiao Bei glanced at Xiao Yuan proudly and ran over. Xiao Yuan imitated the adults and patted his head. He instructed the guards behind him, Follow him. Don't fall into the water. I'll go back and talk to grandfather. Forget it, I'll follow. Xiao Bei trotted over to the rocks and curiously sized up the little boy who was sitting there looking at the water. She couldn't estimate his age and temporarily decided to treat herself as an older sister. Thus she asked, Hey, little brother, what are you looking at? The little boy was startled by the sudden voice. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Bei warily. When he saw that Xiao Bei was a girl, he felt a little better. However, he didn't say anything. He was obviously not as mature as Xiao Bei and the others. Say something. If you say something, I'll give you something to eat. I have candy here. Tell me, is there something fun in the water? Xiao Bei took out the candy from her bag and gave it to him. When the little boy saw the candy, he happily reached out and received it. He sadly said, "Father doesn't want me anymore. He doesn't want Mother either." "Hey, how did you know? Did your father tell you personally?" Xiao Bei asked suspiciously. "Father just finished the spring examination." "Yes, the spring examination. I have to be an official here. I have to be with other women every day. I miss my mother, so I asked Father to find her. Father didn't agree." The little boy sadly told Xiao Bei the reason. Xiao Bei nodded and asked, "Little brother, how old are you?" Six years old. That's a fake age. You promise that you're younger than me, so you call me older sister. Then what kind of woman is your father with? Older sister will help you think of a solution. Xiao Yuan, come here and listen. Something big has happened. My younger brother is being bullied. Xiao Bei blurred the matter of age and still treated him as an older sister. She turned around and waved at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan quickly walked over and frowned. He was no longer as soft as before in front of Xiao Bei. He said to Xiao Bei with a sullen face, "Don't just call them relatives. Don't you know your status? If you're being used by others, your older brother and sister will have to worry. Being born in a family like ours, you can't be like a child all day." "I know. Then, little brother, tell me, what kind of woman is your father with?" Xiao Bei pouted and turned around to ask the little boy again. The little boy couldn't speak and think like Xiao Yuan and Xiao Bei. He could only think hard and answer softly, rich. "My father is the registrar of Wan. A woman came to look for my father and gave him wine, delicious food, and new clothes. He was over there, playing the zither and drinking wine. I ran out by myself." When the little boy was being treated, he pointed to the lower reaches of Chu River and looked like he was about to cry. Xiao Bei nodded. "Then tell your father to do his job properly and bring your mother here." "Yes, I did. Father said that he is the Lord, the registrar, right?" "Yes. He is an official, so he has to be like that. My mother is still waiting at home." When the little boy mentioned his mother, tears flowed down his cheeks. Xiao Bei smacked her lips and said, "Oh, I know, the registrar of Wanyan County. An official, what a big official. Wanyan County is in Gongji Province, and it's even more powerful than a county. The registrar should be Xiao Yuan, a 7th rank official. He has just finished the spring imperial examination, and he can get a 7th rank official position. It's really impressive. It's even more impressive than your position as the county magistrate of Jian and County. What do you want to do?" Xiao Yuan remembered this more clearly. Usually, she was beside Xiao Bei like a secretary. "Nothing much. I just want to get to know him." "Xiao Yuan, if a person who has just become an official can abandon his wife, won't he betray the Tang dynasty if he encounters any problems in the future? Registrar, you and I are responsible for inspecting all the officials in the Tang dynasty. If we don't ask when we meet them, wouldn't we be neglecting our duties?" Xiao Bei put his hands behind his back. When he spoke, it sounded like he was doing something right. If his voice was not that of a child, it would be even better. Xiao Yuan sighed. "What if he has difficulties? I'll help to solve it. Are you going? If not, I'll tell sister and your mother." Xiao Bei patted the little boy's head. "Do you want me to get the seal? Let's bring the Supreme Court along too. We'll arrest and investigate." Xiao Yuan cooperated. Xiao Bei smiled proudly and pulled the little boy up. "I've already brought it. How can I just casually put something that I use frequently? Let's go, little brother. Sister will help you find your mother. How is it frequently used? It's only been used twice. To be able to be directly appointed as a 7th rank official in an important place with real power, he probably has some backing. Go ahead and investigate." Xiao Yuan followed behind, shaking her head and sighing. When they reached the place, Xiao Bei had already asked about the general situation. The little boy's surname was Ma, and his father's surname was also Ma. His name was Ma Peng, and his family lived in Duji Province, which was near Luoyang. The little boy was not sure about his age. He only knew that he had passed the imperial examination 2 years ago, and this year he had taken the imperial examination. His results were not bad, being 22nd. After the examination, as soon as the results were out, someone came over and dragged him to drink. Then he got to know that woman. It had been more than 2 months since then. The woman's house was very big, and they had to walk 4 doors to get to the place where they slept. A few days ago, they even visited all the zoos in the capital, whether they were paid for or not. The little boy also went to the Joy House to eat twice. He ate on the 4th floor, not the 5th floor, nor did he go to the roof. The little boy's clothes were for the spring season at the Xinliu Children's Clothing Store under the capital's Shuiyun Group. After Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan found out about this matter, they concluded that the woman's family should have an official background. Furthermore, they had some money, but not much power. Otherwise, they would not have been unable to go up to the 5th floor. This was because the 5th floor's price was not as expensive as the 4th floor's, but there were better new dishes. However, that required status. There were 2 ways to obtain this status. One was to be an official of the 5th rank or above in the capital. The other was to have a deposit of 100 million coins in the Tang Bank, which was 100,000 strings of coins. That was a deposit. Those who had a deposit would not only get special treatment in the Joy House, but also in the transactions between the Zhang family and the Wang family. 100,000 strings of coins was a number that many people did not even dare to dream of. But for Zhang Xiaobao, this was the bottom line of his credibility. Of course, this money was not under Zhang Xiaobao's control. If it was in the bank, Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that this precedent would be set and that someone would use the deposit to commit crimes. The summer song reflects the concubine's heart, and the song is continuous and full of affection, continuous and long-winded and endless. When Xiao Bei arrived, there was a woman playing the zither and singing. He did not know who wrote the lyrics, but it was very unpleasant. Looking over there, there were more than 10 people. If no one had left, then there would be 13 people. Including the little boy beside Xiao Bei, there were 14 people in total. There were 6 men and 8 women. Excluding the little boy, there were 5 men and 8 women. One woman was playing the zither and singing softly, while the other was playing the flute. They drank and drank happily. Among them, there was a person wearing a light green patterned official's robe. He was the center of the 13 people. Basically, they all surrounded him. Needless to say, Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan knew that this was the little boy's father, Ma Peng. There was a woman beside him. She was leaning sideways and smiling sweetly. Her attitude was very ambiguous. She was probably a woman from that family. Xiao Bei curled his lips and muttered, "He's afraid that others don't know that he's a 7th rank official. If I had known earlier, I would have worn my 4th rank official's robe and scared him to death. Yes, and also my goldfish bag." It wasn't easy for him to become an official. It's good for him to be awe-inspiring for a while. I'm just afraid that his eyes are not bright enough and he will offend people. In the capital, don't talk about being a high official. How can he ask? Xiao Yuan also looked down on him. "Look at me, little brother. Shouldn't you treat us to something to eat? We're hungry. I think that roasted lamb is not bad. It can be cooked soon. There's also wine, grape wine. We can have some too, right, Xiao Yuan?" Xiao Bei said to the little boy. He wanted to drink again, and was afraid that Xiao Yuan would tell. Xiao Yuan didn't say anything, indicating that he agreed. The little boy nodded a little timidly. He walked in front to the barbecue rack. Before he reached the place, he was discovered. "Little boy, where did you go? I couldn't find you just now. Whose children are these 2? After Ma Peng saw his son, his eyes fell on Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan. The 2 of them had good looks. They were delicate and clean. When he looked at their clothes, he was puzzled. Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan were wearing cotton clothes today. They were light yellow, but at first glance they seemed to be white. They didn't have the smooth feeling of silk. They were very comfortable to wear, absorbed sweat and breathed in. Nowadays, people with some status liked to wear branded clothes. Brands were also popular because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wangwan. They were either embroidered on the sleeves, the chest of the clothes, or put on the collar. Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan naturally wouldn't wear branded clothes. They were specially made by their own family. The materials used were exquisite, the tailoring was fitting, and the style was novel. Other people who had some money liked to wear leather boots and shoes. Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan were wearing cloth. The soles were high and the insides were hollow. They were like casual shoes. Because it was the season now, people wore leather to cover their feet. It was this kind of dressing that made Ma Peng confused. The fitting clothes were not something that could be obtained easily. It had to be specially made. However, it was not silk. If it was cotton, it would be too fine. At the same time, he couldn't find the stitches. Whose child was this? What was his identity? Where was his family? With doubts, Ma Peng didn't directly chase them away. The little boy was obviously afraid of his father. He said timidly, "I went somewhere else and met them. I said I was hungry and wanted to eat sheep." Ma Peng smiled slightly and waved at Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan. When the two came closer, he asked kindly, "What are your names? Where do you live?" As he spoke, he saw how cute Xiao Bei was and wanted to pat Xiao Bei's head. Xiao Bei hurriedly took 2 steps back, not because he was afraid of being touched, but because he was afraid that Ma Peng would die. There were so many sniper rifles in the surroundings, and he couldn't possibly kill him the moment they met. "My name is Xiao Bei, and he is Xiao Yuan. We are childhood friends. We live next to the East Market of the capital. We do business there." Xiao Bei didn't lie. He was very honest. It was just that he chose his words. When Ma Peng heard this, he misunderstood. He was led into a ditch by Xiao Bei. He thought that Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan were the children of 2 businessmen who had a stall in the East Market. They were from the capital and did small business. Their family took advantage of the opening of the hibiscus garden and brought them out to play. They ran around and met his son. It was just that he was a little puzzled. He was wearing an official's uniform. Children should be afraid when they saw him. Why did he only see innocence in the eyes of the 2 children? They were not afraid or curious. Wang Chang cut some meat. Cut it thin and let Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan eat. Ma Peng stopped guessing and ordered a person beside him. The person immediately went over and cut 2 big pieces. He then cut them into smaller pieces and sent them to Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan. Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan couldn't eat it either. They found a place to sit and put the tray on their legs. They started eating. After eating 2 mouthfuls, Xiao Bei stopped. The meat was thin, but it was a little big. It would always rub against his mouth. Xiao Bei stopped and rummaged through his bag. He took out a box and opened it. A small knife with teeth and a small fork appeared. He then cut the meat with one hand and the other. Xiao Yuan also received a set of cutlery and ate like Xiao Bei. Seeing the way the 2 ate, Ma Peng could no longer calm down. The 2 children didn't seem to eat very fast, but they finished 2 pieces of meat in a short while. Moreover, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that the 2 children's eating movements were graceful. It was as if they were not eating, but performing. They cut the meat, forked the meat, and put it into their mouths. Their movements were very skillful. It was obvious that they had not just started learning. What kind of family could nurture their children like this? Xiao Bei ate another piece and stopped. He smiled sweetly at Ma Peng and said, "Registrar Ma, thank you for treating me and Xiao Yuan to meet. I didn't expect you to know Prince Lian. You actually used a plate with the Prince Li Residence's symbol. Ah, it's even a product from Shuiyin. No wonder you don't want a wife. Do you think that you can wait for the day of your meteoric rise? Xiao Yuan, what do you think?" Xiao Yuan also ate 3 pieces and nodded. "It's very good. The sheep is also not bad. I tasted it and felt that it was a little lamb from Feng province. The meat is tender but not loose, smooth but not greasy. The smell is light and there is a milky fragrance. This should be specially provided by Feng province to the palace. I didn't expect to be able to get it. I can't help but praise you. Ma Pang didn't have the same thought of treating children like before. Sweat flowed down his cheeks. His mouth was slightly open, but he didn't move. The hand holding the wine cup trembled, causing ripples to form in the wine. You guys, who are you guys? What do you want? Ma Pang tried to keep his voice steady. Who we are is not important. What's important is that you answer our questions. Otherwise, your official position will be gone. Li Yan can't protect you, and he doesn't dare to protect you. Where is Ma's mother? Chapter 882. Ma Pang had no time to care about the two children. They spoke like adults. He was so scared that his soul almost flew away. Li Yan, the other party, could see through him with a single sentence. Moreover, he could even know about the lamb that he had painstakingly asked for. This kind of lamb was fed a different kind of food. It was said that it was also fed with Chinese medicine. Any sheep that did not eat Chinese medicine would be eliminated. The two of them, a girl, could casually look at the plate and know that it was from the Li Palace. The other boy could taste it and tell the origin and breed of the sheep. Those who were not completely stupid would know that the family that the two children lived in was definitely not ordinary. Whose children were they? Weren't they doing small business? What did they ask me? My son's mother? She said that she did not want me to be an official. Even Li Yan did not dare to interfere. That's not right. Li Yan is the emperor's son. Could it be that the child told them? Deliberately to trick me? Ma Pang thought about it and calmed down a little. He did not care about the gazes of the people around him. He put on a straight face and shouted at Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan, "You two little brats, tell me, who told you to come here and make fun of this official?" "That's right, it's that insensible child." The girl beside Ma Pang said, "Find your family's lord. Do you know how high Registrar Ma's position is? Do you know who Li Yan is? If he kills your whole family, no one will dare to say anything." At this time, there was no need for Xiao Bei, who had been in front of them, to speak. As a man, when facing an external enemy, Xiao Yuan showed the courage that he should have. He reached out to protect Xiao Bei behind him and spat. "Bah! How high is the registrar official?" "The registrar official of Wanyan County is at the 7th rank. So high. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You dare to say that you are a high official in the capital? I'll catch you today and take you to the morning court tomorrow morning. Don't move. Don't say that I didn't remind you. If you moved, kill my whole family. Xiao Bei, don't move. Stand back. If I can't teach him a lesson. Do you think that I, Wang Xiaoyuan, am made of mud? Don't move." Xiao Yuan changed his weak appearance from before. It was as if he was a different person. He scolded Ma Pang. Xiao Bei's eyes were filled with stars. At this moment, she felt that Xiao Yuan was really too handsome. Her heart was pounding as she opened her bag and took out something from it. She said to Xiao Yuan, "I'm not moving, I'm taking out my gun. Just because of what he said, I'll kill his whole family. Even Uncle Emperor will praise me. Since when can our family be threatened by others? Is the blood of Tubo not enough?" As he spoke, Xiao Bei took out a pink palm grenade that was dotted with little stars. Ma Pang and his group were quite knowledgeable. When they saw what Xiao Bei took out, they immediately recognized what it was. It was a handgun. They weren't like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had seen a lot of toy guns. The things that could be taken out now were basically real. With Xiao Yuan's shout and Xiao Bei's pistol, Ma Pang's group of 13 became well-behaved. Little girl, don't shoot. Surrender, we surrender." Ma Pang was astute. He didn't care about the size of the other party. He raised his hand first. In fact, the smaller the opponent, the more afraid he was. Children didn't care about so much and would shoot if they wanted to. The 12 people around him raised their hands one after another. They were sweating profusely. They couldn't figure out where the little girl in front of them had gotten the gun. But if she had a gun, it meant that her identity was not small. "Xiao Yuan here, take it. You're a man, you're stronger than me." Xiao Bei gestured and stuffed the gun into Xiao Yuan's hand. Xiao Yuan held the gun with one hand and the other hand firmly grasped the wrist of the other hand. He knew how strong the recoil would be. Xiao Bei rolled up her sleeves and ate another piece of mutton on the plate. She didn't forget to feed Xiao Yuan a mouthful. She smacked her lips twice and said, "It's a pity that Feng Province's mutton is given to you. Also, don't call me little girl. I'm a dignified fourth-rank official who inspects all the officials in Tang. Even if you find the old Secretary Yuan, as long as he makes a mistake, he will tremble when he sees me. Say, what do you plan to do, Ma's wife? It's not that I look down on you, but you're just a seventh-rank official in the Ming-Jing section. Look at how proud you are. I heard from my brother that my father was the top scorer in the catering section. When he came home, didn't he wake up early in the morning to help my mother draw her eyebrows? And my brother, with a wave of his hand, there are zombies thousands of miles away. He also likes to cook for Sister Cuckoo. He also helps Sister Cuckoo count the moons. One in the sky, one in the water. Xiao Bei, you can't talk about this." Xiao Yuan nudged Xiao Bei with her shoulder and reminded her. "Oh, I won't talk about it. You, official Ma, I'm an official of Tang, the inspector, and the Shaoqing of the Supreme Court. Uncle Emperor didn't say anything, so it's considered a tacit admission that I'm the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. Let me ask you, what do you think?" Xiao Bei reacted and changed the topic to Ma Peng again. Ma Peng didn't need anyone to remind him of Xiao Bei's identity. When he heard the two words cuckoo, he guessed who Xiao Bei was. Her full name was Zhang Xiao Bei, so the Xiao Yuan beside her must be Wang Xiaoyuan, the child of the Zhang family and Wang family in Sanshui County, the daughter and future son-in-law of Minister of Revenue Zhang Zhong, the younger sister and brother of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It was said that she could enter and leave the palace as she pleased. Ma Peng wanted to cry. No wonder the other party said that even Li Yan didn't dare to interfere. Indeed, how could Li Yan dare to provoke this family? He looked at the girl beside him and thought about how she said that she wanted to kill Xiao Bei's family. Ma Peng couldn't help but shudder. He glared and was about to say something ruthless to push the girl out, but he couldn't bear to do so. He sighed. Sigh. Xiao Bei also sighed. She didn't know what to do. If Ma Peng had pushed the woman beside him out just now, then Ma Peng would have definitely died. In Xiao Bei's opinion, there was already a woman who was sad. If another woman was sad, then Ma Peng would not be a man. "We'll do as you say." Ma Peng no longer treated Xiao Bei as a child. He only hoped that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have time to care about this matter. Otherwise, with Wang Wan's character, she would be threatened and very likely to eliminate the source of trouble. Xiao Bei was also confused for a moment. She really didn't know what to do. She looked at Ma Peng beside her and shook her head vigorously. She said, "Capture them. I'll ask my brother and sister. It's so troublesome." Not long after Xiao Bei's voice fell, many people rushed out from all directions and surrounded the 13 people. They escorted them back with Xiao Bei. When they arrived, before anyone could ask, Xiao Bei ran to Zhang Xiaobao and opened her arms to let Zhang Xiaobao carry her. She said, "Brother, what should we do?" "What should we do? It's—" Xiao Bei explained the situation from beginning to end. Chapter 883. Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan arrested an official today. When it was time to sleep, Zhang Xiaobao stretched out one arm for Wang Wan to use as a pillow, while the other arm hugged Wang Wan's waist. His mouth was close to Wang Wan's ear as he spoke. "I know, what's the matter?" Wang Wan used her hand to press down on Zhang Xiaobao's hand, not allowing it to move as she asked. "Nothing. I just feel that the new registrar of Wanyan County is unlucky. Xiao Bei was born in a family like ours and can't stand other people finding a few women. This is something that education can't make up for unless you find another two, right? Which family do you fancy? I'll give you some advice. Our Xiao Bao isn't a good match for most people." Wang Wan's hand was no longer pressing down on Zhang Xiaobao's hand. Zhang Xiaobao's hand suddenly stiffened, and he didn't dare to move. In the past, he could still move up, but after a few breaths of time, he recovered. That's fine too. There's a shop opposite Savant's restaurant that sells lamb's face that sells quite well. His family has a daughter. Looking at her roughly, she should be around 16 years old. She's good-looking, more than one. 6 meters tall. The first impression she gives people is that she has big breasts. According to modern people's words, she has a lot of milk, and in the future, her child will grow up to be strong. The second impression is that she's pretty. She has a round oval face, a nose, eyes, and especially that mouth. When she purses her lips, the corners of her mouth curl up so far that people can really feel the curve of her lips. I've looked at her a few times and found that her hair is also beautiful. Others have hair like clouds or something, but I feel that when I look at her hair, it's already outdated. She has layers of clouds, and her voice is also extraordinary. When she speaks, people can hear her clearly. Unlike you, who usually speaks softly and gently to me, I can't see any strength in her small waist, and her legs aren't thick enough. Standing there, she looks like she hasn't been through any hardships. It makes people worry. In addition, I can only use one hand to touch her firm and perky breasts. When I touch them, move again? You're still counting the moons. Last time, I gave you a chance to count the stars, but you didn't take it. So you have to understand your situation. Be honest. Take it away. Ouch, you used so much strength. It hurts. You can't do it these 2 days. I've noticed that you always have an excuse to leave these 2 mornings. As Wang Wan spoke, she wanted to turn over, but gave up in the end. She moved closer to Zhang Xiaobao and asked. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly blushed. Fortunately, it was dark, and there was an orange lamp in the room. It was dimly lit, so Zhang Xiaobao couldn't see it. He shrunk his head and replied, No, I didn't go anywhere. I went to look at the beautiful woman opposite me. Really? If that's really the case, it'll be really hard on you. There are many beautiful girls in the inner courtyard, but won't they immediately obediently go to your bed with just a word from you? Why did you have to look at that woman whose legs are thicker than your waist? She's stable. Her waist can fit 3 of you. She's strong, has a big mouth, nostrils like Wei Wei, and her hair isn't combed very naturally. Your nervous system is still very strong. Wang Wan turned her face and looked at Zhang Xiaobao as she spoke softly. Zhang Xiaobao shrunk his head back and laughed embarrassedly. Actually, I went to look at my family's business these 2 mornings. When I marry you in the future, there will be a lot of dowry. Hey, I suddenly remembered that a new batch of Hetian jade came into our jewelry shop. Do you like it? I'll make a bracelet for you, a pair of bracelets. Okay, I can feel your watery eyes. Don't glare at me. I'll confess everything. Actually, I didn't go to look at jade. I went to look at tonics that nourish yin and strengthen yang energy. After all, when you allowed me to count the stars, we were more confident, weren't we? Why don't you believe me? Yes, I've cheated many times in the past, and my hands are bloody. It's not unreasonable for you to think that I'm lying. But the truth is that because of physical reasons and my energy was focused on legitimate business, I didn't think about the matters between men and women. But I also understand the requirements of doing that kind of thing, right? What are you doing? Don't touch my hair. Wife, I just realized that you're really beautiful. You're gentle to me, and I went to the brothel in the capital that has a business relationship with my family, okay? I didn't know what to do. I went to eavesdrop on the women and customers in the brothel. The excuse I found was that recently, some people who wanted to destroy my family's business secretly entered the capital and eavesdropped. I wanted to learn. I was going to change to another brothel tomorrow morning. Today's brothel didn't do anything in the morning. I'm stupid. You don't blame me, right? Wang Wan was stunned for a moment. Then she burst out laughing. She leaned forward and kissed Zhang Xiaobao's forehead. She said with a smile, No wonder you knew how to move your hands yesterday. You're so capable. You only eavesdropped for 2 days, and you already know how to make people feel comfortable. You must have been a good student when you were studying in prison. If that woman and her patron knew about this, wouldn't they spread it everywhere? Zhang Xiaobao, who organized the top ranking of billionaires, controlled the Great Tang Bank, stirred up a storm in the economic war, and came up with a plan to destroy a country. Didn't know about this kind of thing. He even secretly eavesdropped on others. The people who were eavesdropped on would feel honored. Especially that woman. She would probably shut her door and refuse to see any guests. Come, let me see my lovely Xiaobao. Oh, how did you take the photo? Why is your face so red? Tell me, what else did you learn? I'll give you some advice. I'm better than you. When I was in school, I watched a lot of good movies with my roommates. I know a lot. No, that's all. That's it. You don't blame me? Zhang Xiaobao continued to do what he had heard and seen. Don't move. I can't do it these few days. How can I not blame you? You're going alone. Why didn't you call me? I suddenly realized that you're more precious than a panda. All right, I know you have a strong learning ability. You should be busy this month. Next month, the month after that, I'll count the stars with you for 3 or 5 days. Go to sleep. Wang Wan kissed Zhang Xiaobao again and lay down again. Zhang Xiaobao also retracted his hand and looked at the ceiling. All right, 1 month. Arrange everything in Xinluo. Next year we'll go to Xinluo. That's where the Great Tang is. I know that you want to fight, but I'm not willing to directly use force. I just need to intimidate others with force. I don't want the soldiers of the Great Tang to die because there are no zero casualties. All military operations are for the sake of politics. How about this? I'll arrange a war for you. Treat it as training for your soldiers and also obtaining more benefits for the Great Tang. When the time comes, you have to fight well. Even if you have to temporarily retreat, don't advance rashly and cause the Great Tang to lose too many soldiers. I just found something. It's very serious. Can you let me check again? I'll be gentle. Really, I won't use any strength. You're not allowed to go to that kind of place in the future, and you're not allowed to learn it. Otherwise, won't I be tortured to death by you? Where do you want me to hit? I'm not telling you. It's not Xinluo anyway. Tell me, how did you? Don't say it. Oh, okay. I saw that woman actually use her mouth. Have you seen it before? So what if she uses her mouth? I've seen her use a knife. The next morning, in the Hanyuan Palace, I've heard that the imperial examination in spring this year is already done. However, the imperial examination in spring is far from enough. Therefore, I'll add an autumn imperial examination in advance and select knowledgeable people from the Great Tang, such as the Bohai Jidushi. What do you think? Li Longji brought up this matter during the morning court session. At first, the officials did not understand. Later, when they heard about the Bohai Jidushi, they understood. The autumn imperial examination that the emperor mentioned was for Zhang Xiaobao. It seemed that if the autumn imperial examination was really held, the top scorer would not change. No one would be able to push Zhang Xiaobao down. As long as Zhang Xiaobao participated, he would definitely be the top scorer. Whoever was not convinced could try. Some officials with bad tempers and straightforward natures who were unwilling to admit the status of the Zhang family and Wang family began to criticize in their hearts. Wasn't it just Zhang Xiaobao who wanted to be the top scorer? Couldn't he just casually give him the title of the top scorer? Why add an autumn imperial examination? All the scholars of the Great Tang would be tormented. Some might not even be able to make it in time. Then there would be many officials who would be busy reviewing the examination papers. Li Longji did not care what others thought. In any case, he just mentioned it and the matter was settled. If he chose too many officials, he would not be able to arrange all of them in a short time. He could send them to Zhang Xiaobao. He believed that Zhang Xiaobao would definitely have a place to settle down. Move aside, don't block me. I'm looking for Uncle Emperor. While the Hanyuan Palace was silent, a clear voice came from outside. Even without the use of loudspeakers, the voice traveled very far. The officials heard a familiar voice and turned to look. They saw Xiao Bei wearing a bright red official robe. He had a goldfish pouch on his left and a silverfish pouch on his right as he strode into the palace. Behind Xiao Bei, there were 8 people dressed similarly. They stood in a row with their chests puffed out and their heads held high. They had the appearance of proper officials attending court. Behind the 9 of them was a 7th-rank minor official. His face was filled with panic as he looked around. Clearly, he had been brought here by Xiao Bei and the others. Zhang Zhong, who was not far from Li Longji, had good eyesight. He immediately saw who it was. Seeing this situation, he did not need to ask to know what was going on. Someone was unlucky and had been caught by Xiao Bei. However, such matters could not be dragged to the morning court every time, right? Zhang Zhong took 2 steps forward and stared at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei, it's the morning court. Let's talk after the court. Xiao Bei was annoyed by this. It was clearly his own matter, but his father was stopping him. Previously, after he had his fill in the court, he was scolded when he returned home. However, he could not ignore today's matter. He signaled to the people behind him with his eyes. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath and stood up. He said to Zhang Zhong, I am doing the grace of the emperor to investigate the actions of the Tang Empire's officials. From the 9th-rank officials to the Hall of Secretaries, there is nothing that I do not ask. If they are obstructed or questioned in the same case, Minister Zhang, do you wish to cover for them? Zhang Zhong was angry. Yesterday, Xiao Bei and the others left in a hurry. He even said that he was going to find an official to ask for information. He did not expect that they were going to arrest someone. Today he was even questioned. He heard that his son-in-law's words were not bad, but he could not be as mischievous as his daughter. Xiao Yuan, you? Zhang Zhong pointed at Xiao Yuan. He did not know what to say for a moment. Xiao Yuan also threw caution to the wind. At most, he would go back and plead with his brother and sister. For Xiao Bei, he would go all out. Hence, he took 2 steps forward and said, It has been like this since ancient times. The importance of the country lies with the people. The people rely on the officials for their affairs. The officials are virtuous but cannot do their best. The officials' actions are not righteous but cannot do their best. An official has 1 or more positions and can do their best. Minister Zhang is the Minister of Works. How can you stop me from patrolling? Even if you are the Secretary of State, you cannot stop the imperial censor. The heaven is above, the earth is below. The emperor is above and family is below. Could it be that Minister Zhang wants to use your own body to suppress the etiquette between the emperor and his subjects? These few words stunned all the officials. They all looked at Zhang Zhong. Their hearts were filled with jealousy. Look at other people's children. Any one of them was not simple. Xiao Yuan, this little brat, was only a little bit old. He was discussing official matters and talking about the etiquette of the emperor. He definitely did not memorize it beforehand before bringing it to the imperial court. How exactly did the children of the Zhang family and Wang family raise? Then, who was the one who was arrested? How unlucky to be targeted by the 9 children. Zhang Zhong did not know what he was thinking about this matter. He was happy and angry. His future son-in-law was not bad. He spoke so fluently, but did he not know who he was talking to? With a sigh, Zhang Zhong pointed at Xiao Yuan. You brat, you're good. Wait until you get home. Aha, patrolling Wang is right. I've learned something. Please. When Xiao Yuan heard the latter part of the sentence, his face turned pale. He turned his head to look at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei stuck out his tongue. He opened his arms and ran up to Zhang Zhong in one breath. He grabbed Zhang Zhong's hand and shook it back and forth. Father, big matter. Today is a big matter. Elder brother and elder sister did not stop me. Father is the best. Isn't that right, father? After he finished speaking, he saw that his father's face was still stiff. Xiao Bei let go of his father's hand and ran to Li Longji's chair. He grabbed the armrest and shook it back and forth. He whispered, Uncle Emperor, please help me say something. If this continues, Xiao Bei will not dare to come again. The originally serious imperial court was changed by Xiao Bei, Some of the old-fashioned court officials lowered their heads and did not look. They could only sigh that public morals were deteriorating with each passing day, and that people's hearts were no longer what they used to be. This was the second time that Ma Peng, who was captured, saw the emperor. Looking at him from afar, he did not feel excited at all. He finally experienced the power of this little girl, Xiao Bei. It turned out that she could casually interrupt the morning court and run to the emperor's room to make a fuss. All the court officials were watching. Any one of them was a fifth-ranked official or above, but no one stopped her. The Jinwu guards were also like decorations. Why was he so unlucky? Why did he have to go to the hibiscus garden? Li Longji was happy when he saw Xiao Bei. He patted Xiao Bei's head and said, "Good, Zhen will speak for you. Tell Uncle Emperor. Why did you capture him? What crime did he commit? Uncle Emperor is the best. When you're not busy in the afternoon, Xiao Bei will come and sing for Uncle Emperor. He's he's an official and doesn't want his previous wife anymore. He divorced and didn't divorce, and his wife didn't do anything wrong. Xiao Yuan, what do you say?" Xiao Bei was happy. She wanted to talk about it in detail, but found that she didn't know how to organize her words. She waved her hand at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan took a loudspeaker from the eunuch next to her. She didn't dare to look at Zhang Zhong. Wei Wei tilted her head and said, "If one person doesn't get anything, he will implicate a family. If an official has no virtue, he will harm the people. If his wife is innocent, he will abandon her. How can an official bear virtue? If he can abandon his wife today, he will abandon his people tomorrow. If his family has a wife, he will find another daughter from a rich family." Last night, someone sent a letter to this official's residence, ordering this official to not pursue County Secretary Ma Peng for 10,000 years. This official lives on the monarch's salary. How can we be threatened by others? Therefore, this official is investigating Li Wang, Li Yan colluding with foreign officials. Using his status as a member of the imperial family, he violated etiquette. This is a problem that cannot be ignored. When these words were said, the court officials no longer had the mood to laugh. Members of the imperial family could not collude with foreign officials. This had long been a rule, but under normal circumstances no one cared. Ignoring it did not mean that it was allowed. Today, someone brought it up and pointed at Li Wang Lian. Who would win in the end? Li Longji's face became gloomy. He turned his head and asked Xiao Bei, "Did Yan really send people to threaten you last night?" "He dares?" "The person who came did not threaten, but said that he would give us something fun to play with and let us go." "I won't do it. I only help Uncle Emperor. I don't listen to other people's words. Besides, what fun does my family not have? Want to bribe me? Dream on." But it is indeed someone from his family. The second steward in charge of foreign affairs in Li Wangfu, I remember clearly. He has a mole on his face. I can recognize him when I meet him. The main reason is that he has Li Wang's name. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see me. Xiao Bei pouted and complained. Li Longji thought about it and asked, "Your family didn't care?" "No," brother and sister asked and didn't say anything. "I know that this is our own matter. We have to solve it ourselves, so I came today. Uncle Emperor, let me tell you, it is a concubine of Li Wang Lian. Her younger sister took a fancy to Ma Peng. As for Ma Peng, you said that if you like that woman, you can marry her. But he was afraid that the woman's family would oppose him, so he didn't dare to bring his wife from elsewhere. He wanted to climb up Lian. I know that his family's little brother Ma is very pitiful. My father was the top scorer back then. If I do, what will happen to him?" Xiao Bei explained his reason, because normally speaking, Ma Peng did not violate the law. "Then what do you want to do?" Li Longji asked. "Let Ma Peng bring his wife here. But the world is so big. If there is no Ma Peng, there is still Zhang Peng, Li Peng, and Wang Peng. Don't tell me you want to catch everyone? Then give an order. No official is allowed to not have a wife. Then what if the official's wife is domineering and uses the order as an excuse to not do women's affairs? Ah, can it be like this? Then I don't know what to do. I will go back to brother and sister." Xiao Bei couldn't think of a way, and said dejectedly. Li Longji touched Xiao Bei's head again, "Then go back first. Zhen will give Ma Peng's position to other officials. Let him think about it, okay?" "Okay. Li Shi, go find Li Wang Lian and let him come to Xinqing Palace after the morning court. As long as the members of the imperial family don't use their own power to promote other officials, Zhen will be lax. Our Xiao Bei did well. Zhen is relieved. I think that in the future, no matter if it is coercion or temptation, no one will be able to move Xiao Bei, right?" Li Longji instructed Gao Lisher, then turned his head to praise Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei smiled sweetly and nodded happily. That's right. I'm not afraid of being threatened, and I won't accept bribes from others. I have money, so I'm fine. I'll go back first and have a good talk with my father." "Okay, don't forget to come and sing," Li Longji said seriously. Chapter 884. Xiao Bei couldn't solve the problem he caused. He was worried that Little Ma would be beaten, so he took Little Ma to Savant's restaurant to live temporarily and wait for his mother to come and take care of him. Little Ma knew that his father's official position had changed because of this convenient sister he met in the hibiscus garden, so he didn't blame Xiao Bei. For him, being able to see his mother was more important than his father becoming a higher official. Xiao Bei couldn't clean up the mess, but the officials in the court thought of various ways to deal with this matter. Whether it was to show goodwill to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, or to sincerely consider this problem, they used all kinds of methods to send memorials to the head of the secretariat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan discussed for a while and also wrote a memorial. They sent it to the head of the secretariat according to the usual procedure. In fact, it was similar to their method at that time. If an official wanted to be promoted and transferred to a better position, in addition to working ability and a good relationship with the higher-ups, he also had to ensure that nothing happened to his family during the operation. According to the current saying, if the Qi family couldn't do it, how could they govern the country? Even if they didn't write a memorial, they still had to pay attention to this during the evaluation. For those officials who wanted to go further or keep their position, their family matters would also be used as a standard and basis for evaluation. As for the specific situation, it could only be analyzed in detail and the thoughts of others. It was estimated that after a period of time, it would form a unified rule that needed to be further improved. This time, Xiao Bei really caused a big problem. It directly affects human nature. I don't know what he will do next time. After Zhang Xiaobao sent the memorial he and Wang Wan sorted out, he wrote a memorial to request to return to the northern part of Hebei province. When he stopped writing, he looked at Xiao Bei and the others playing outside the window and said, Wang Wan also wrote a letter to return with Zhang Xiaobao. It wasn't that the two of them wanted to go back. They had to show the proper attitude. The provincial governor and deputy provincial governor didn't stay in their own places, but always stayed in the capital. It was easy for people to guess and criticize. Wang Wan also stopped writing, gently dried the ink on the paper, folded it, and put it in the envelope. She asked, "Then let them be more obedient in the future and not go out to cause trouble." "No, didn't you see Xiao Bei holding a summary meeting? She said that in the future, when you do things, you have to think carefully before you do anything." She emphasized that the person who started it had to be the one who perfected the system. Xia Yuan even complained, saying that it was Xiao Bei who started it herself and insisted on dragging others to bear the responsibility with her. "Aren't we still in a Cold War today?" Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile as he looked at Xiao Bei, who had been ignoring Xiao Yuan and playing with others. "Just spoil them. Yesterday, when your father came back, he was very angry. Look at what Xiao Bei and the others made of the morning court. Who doesn't arrive in advance and only barge in when they're about to start their discussion?" Wang Wan looked at her younger siblings outside and felt that they were more fortunate than she was when she was younger. They had a powerful older brother to help them settle everything. This was like her suddenly barging into a meeting when she was 6 years old. It was simply impossible. It's just that you didn't go at the right time. You didn't go wrong. All officials of the 5th rank and above can participate. Who doesn't have an age limit? In the future, remember to call me father. Don't you? I'm not engaged to you yet. I won't call you that. I won't call you that. Wang Wan said as she shook her head and Wei. Zhang Xiaobao stood up and walked out with a sullen face, looking like he was very angry. Wang Wan cooperated and asked, "Where are you going?" "To drink with the girls." "Oh, how many years has it been? I'm hearing this again. Quickly go and find a beautiful girl. She has to be experienced and learn more. You can't lose face. In a while, I'll also go somewhere else and find a few handsome gigolos. Remember not to come back before midnight." Wang Wan waved her hand and showed a supportive attitude. Zhang Xiaobao walked out with his head held high. After less than a quarter of an hour, he hurriedly ran back and said to Wang Wan, who was dressing herself up in front of the mirror, "Let's go. Come with me to drink with the girls. This is new. When you're doing that, you still want me to watch by the side. Let's change. You come with me." Wang Wan was unmoved. Something serious. Yes, something serious like drinking with the girls. I just got the news that a Japanese man came and wanted to rent our gunships and steam engine ships. He said that it was to fight against the increasingly arrogant pirates. He's really well informed. He just made the decision, and before the ships were sent to the entrance of the Bohai Sea, he already knew. It seems that our spy system still needs to be improved. He found the people from the Ministry of Works. Let's go and have a look. I'm afraid that the people from the Ministry of Works will directly refuse. That won't do. Zhang Xiaobao walked a few steps behind Wang Wan, picked up the wooden comb and began to comb Wang Wan's hair. Wang Wan sat in front of the mirror motionlessly and let Zhang Xiaobao comb her hair. The Japanese have lost too many ships recently. The pirates you arranged are indeed rampant. Not only did the Japanese have a reaction, but our Tang Empire ships are also afraid of being robbed. Do you plan to continue like this? On the left, there's a strand of hair on the left that hasn't been combed in. Others are right. Before you get it, men are always very considerate to women. I wonder if it will change in the future? No, I'll comb your hair for a lifetime and draw your eyebrows for you. Okay, I think it's about time. Let's go. Don't wait for them to finish drinking and listening to music. It'll be a big loss if we're late. Zhang Xiaobao took a step back and looked at her. This girl was quite beautiful, so he urged her to go. You said a lifetime, but you can't wait to comb my hair for a while. Let's go. It seems that I have to test you again. Wang Wan put on the headdress and complained as she walked out with Zhang Xiaobao one after the other. The two just went out and didn't wait to sit in the carriage. They were heading towards the most luxurious brothel street in the capital. On the way from the imperial palace, a person hurriedly ran over. He went straight to the front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said in a low voice, "Little young master, little miss, something has happened. Prince Li Yan was called by the emperor yesterday afternoon. When he returned to the mansion, he was well behaved and hasn't come out yet. However, many members of the imperial family who are still in the capital secretly contacted him and wanted to go to the palace to see the emperor. It seems that the matter has something to do with Xiaobei, and it will also mention the problem of our Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family being too powerful. Little young master, little miss, you should make early plans." "Oh, and I know. Go and do your work. I'll think about it with Cuckoo." Zhang Xiaobao frowned slightly and let the person leave. He helped Wang Wan into the carriage and put down the curtain. He turned to look at Wang Wan and asked, "What do you think is going on?" Chapter 885. As the carriage gently bumped along the road, Zhang Xiaobao hugged Wang Wan and stared at the front of the carriage in a daze. After a while, he said, "Those who don't get anything and those who get little naturally feel unbalanced. But what can I do? Xiaobao, why don't the two of us go back? I don't want to get involved in this mess. Li Longji still has a lot of work to do. And if he doesn't make too big of a mistake and maintains a good attitude, Those people who are waiting for him to abdicate will still have to wait. Wang Wan understood who was making trouble. Anyone who had a chance of ascending to that position would always want to do something behind the scenes. In this aspect, she and Xiao Bao didn't need to worry about it. Presumably, Li Longji, who had more free time, already knew how to deal with it. Leaning her head on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder, Wang Wan added, "They're just lacking money. Ever since the Great Tang Bank was established, they couldn't interfere with the taxes of the various regions, and they couldn't interfere with the treasury of the capital. No matter what era it is, how can they do things without money? All of them want to work with us to make money and then use it in other areas, but we won't give them this chance. In the past, they couldn't find an excuse, but now that they have one, they won't put a little pressure on us. Let's go back. Let's go back to the 3 provinces of the northeast. Li Longji won't favor them." Zhang Xiaobao nodded, but then he shook his head. "We can't. If we really go back, Li Longji will think that we don't trust him and are afraid that he'll suddenly make trouble for us. We can't go back. Then what should we do? Just let them make trouble?" Wang Wan raised the curtain on her side and stared blankly at the people walking on the sidewalk outside. They still have money. If they don't have money, they'll just obediently spend it in their own places and live frugally. How could they have the leisure to offend us? I've decided. Our family has a shortage of cash flow, so we'll stop giving some of the officials and members of the imperial clan free of charge. In the past, it was to create a brand for them to use, eat, wear, and lead the use of our goods. Now that we've established a brand advantage, we won't give them any more. If they want to buy it themselves, they'll have to do it. At the same time, we'll have Between the Clouds and the Water introduce new products. If they like them and want them, they can buy them themselves. Don't treat me as a fool. I'm too busy and can't afford to be idle. Also, we'll stop the monthly cash coupons from the restaurants and supermarkets. We don't need them to bring other customers. Zhang Xiaobao leaned back in the carriage and narrowed his eyes as he spoke to Wang Wan. Wang Wan yawned and moved her head on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder. "That's fine. We can also put on a show for Li Longji. Tell him that we don't care about his sons and relatives. Tell him that he doesn't need to worry about us getting involved. We can save some money this way. Xiao Bao, you can be more generous when you're drinking with girls in the future. When you see beautiful girls, give them more tips. Who knows, they might even use some tricks that they never use with others to serve you well. Wife, I have to praise you. What's that called again? It's just that you don't have wings. Then you'll understand everything in your heart. I was thinking the same. Today, we'll go and meet an acquaintance. You two have to get along well with each other in the future. You're like sisters. Don't make things difficult for me." Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and asked Wang Wan about the smell on her body as he continued to climb up the pole. Wang Wan moved her head away from Wei Wei and sent Zhang Xiaobao flying. She smiled seductively and said, "Hubby, don't worry. I know that in the future, I and that girl will serve you together. If you think it's too little, you can find a few more. Everyone says that if a man wants to do that, his body must be strong and his waist must be strong. Let me see if hubby's waist is strong. Don't hide. I'm just touching. Hubby, don't hide. Let's talk about business. I think that the Japanese are very interesting. As long as there's an opportunity, they don't want to miss it. Don't you think so? I hate it when people pinch my waist. Let's talk business." "I haven't pinched your waist yet. Don't pretend. The world is like this. No matter which country, as long as they haven't completely lost their opportunity, they will think of ways to obtain better benefits. Furthermore, Japan has always been diligent and eager to learn. The Japanese are also smart, especially when it comes to spiritual support. They're not inferior to the current Great Tang. Otherwise, with that small island, do you really think that it's because of geographical reasons that the country hasn't been destroyed? Many places that are more dangerous than them have also become the property of the colonists from other countries. You're not thinking of renting the steam engine ship and the gunship to them, are you?" Wang Wan freed a hand and gently rubbed Zhang Xiaobao's waist. feeling the strong muscles. Her face suddenly turned red. Feeling the gentleness of Wang Wan's hand, Zhang Xiaobao relaxed. Looking at Wang Wan from the corner of his eyes, he asked in doubt, I don't know much about the matters between a husband and wife, but why do I feel that you know more than me? Where did you learn it? Who is as stupid as you? Don't you know that before a woman gets married, someone will teach her the matters between husband and wife? A man who has never been in contact with another woman is usually guided by the woman on the wedding night. There are also books and pictures. Wang Wan's face turned even redder. She buried herself in Zhang Xiaobao's arms and didn't come out. Ah, there's such a thing. If I had known, I wouldn't have eavesdropped. It made me angry. Tell me in detail so that I can supplement what I learned. I heard that the ancient people were very thorough in their research and had a lot of postures. Zhang Xiaobao really didn't know about this. Once it was mentioned, he became even more angry. Do you want me to do it for you again? Nod. You're nodding. We're here. We're here where you secretly learned. Get out of the car and let me see what's so good about the women in Peach Blossom Court. The name is pretty good. Peach Blossom of Light, brilliant. Don't tell me you can take it home? Wang Wan straightened her clothes, rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao, and walked out of the door on her side. Zhang Xiaobao came down from the other side. He looked up at the signboard and nodded. I remember. I was here yesterday. How can I not remember? Where are the Japanese? It's not good to go directly into someone's private room, right? Wang Wan had never been here before. She thought that it would be strange for a woman to come here. In the end, she found that she wasn't the only woman. There were also women who followed the men in, and then women who left with the men. The clothes of the women in the building were obvious at a glance. The women who didn't wear the same clothes were obviously from outside. They got along very well, as if he knew what Wang Wan was thinking. Zhang Xiaobao didn't rush in. He stood to the left of Wang Wan and introduced. I just found out not long ago. The women in brothels didn't just sell their bodies. Even if they sold their bodies, they didn't necessarily stay in the building. They could also accompany people out to play. For example, if 5 men went out and 3 of them brought their own female companions and 2 didn't, what should they do? In such a place, they could find 2 or more women to take out to make it more lively. The women in the brothels with a little background are not ordinary. They can't just spread their legs. They also need to know how to play zither, go, calligraphy, painting. They can talk about military affairs and they can talk about politics. They can cook tea and wine, painting, archery, and horse riding. There's nothing they can't do. I know, I already knew. You don't need to tell me. Where are they? Wang Wan felt uncomfortable when she saw that the people coming and going kept looking at her. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao's sleeve and asked anxiously, In the hall. I don't know what they are thinking. It seems that they don't want people to see that they are doing anything sneaky. Come, follow me. I'm familiar with it. Zhang Xiaobao walked in front and freed one hand to pull Wang Wan inside. When they just arrived at the door, the waiter came out to greet them. Zhang Xiaobao casually threw a note with 100 coins written on it. Before the waiter could speak, he said first, Go, call Tao Tao, the one with the most beautiful voice who has served me well the last few times I came here. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. The waiter had a natural expression and seemed very friendly. Then he said in a very low voice, Young master, we don't have anyone called Tao Tao in this brothel. There are a few with good voices. Why don't you change it to Miss Han Zue? The waiter was saving face. When he saw that Zhang Xiaobao brought a woman here, he couldn't guess what he meant. He probably wanted to tell this woman that he often came here, so he helped to cover it up. If it was someone else, he could cover it up. Unfortunately, he was speaking in the direction of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. His voice was low. Wang Wan couldn't hear it, but Wang Wan could see the movement of his lips. Aya. Zhang Xiaobao sighed and looked helplessly at the waiter. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Wan said, Husband, since I can't see Sister Tao Tao today, then I'll choose Han Zue. Okay. The sudden sound made Zhang Xiaobao quiver. The waiter was shocked. He looked carefully at Wang Wan and found that she was still a virgin. He couldn't understand the relationship between the two for a while. Zhang Xiaobao could only nod. Then I'll call you Han Zue. Remember, there are people in this world who can read lips. You have to have some professional attainments. In the future, when you encounter this kind of thing, regardless of whether there is Tao Tao or not, find a girl first and ask her to call Tao Tao at the last minute. I'll go find that Japanese person. I know. Thank you, young master. That Japanese person is called Takeshita Junichiro. He's with the people from the Ministry of Works. The waiter also felt embarrassed and added, You're wrong again. When he's on duty, he's from the Ministry of Works. After work, he's not. Today, he's on break, so it has nothing to do with the Ministry of Works. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaobao taught him again. Yes, I'll go find Miss Han Zue right away. The waiter agreed and hurriedly went to call her. Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan and walked inside to find the location of the Japanese person. Wang Wan was very generous just now, but now her footsteps became a little hesitant. Let's go. Don't worry, they won't take the opportunity to eat you. Zhang Xiaobao slowed down. They keep looking at me. Wang Wan lowered her head and replied embarrassedly, Who asked you to be so beautiful? If someone like you has a mature charm in the future, you won't be able to go out casually in the future. If others see you, it's easy to add to the burden of the hospital. If they keep staring at you, they'll hit the wall. After hearing Wang Wan's words, Zhang Xiaobao compared a little and suddenly found that his cuckoo was indeed more beautiful than others. It was just that she lacked a mature charm, but she was delicate and pretty. In the past, they were always together, so he was used to it. Therefore, he didn't feel it, so his hand tightened. Wang Wan felt pain from his grip. Why are you using so much strength? Can you still run away? It's nothing. When I was admiring the apricot flowers in the distance, I suddenly found that the peach blossoms beside me bloomed. They were delicate and beautiful. Oh, once you enter this place, you know how to talk. On the left, there's a person on the left who looks like a Japanese. The people from the Ministry of Works don't recognize him. Wang Wan plucked up her courage to look around and found a table full of people. Zhang Xiaobao heard and looked over. Sure enough, it was there. He led Wang Wan over. The position of the people from the Ministry of Works shouldn't be high. Otherwise, it was impossible for him not to recognize them. At this time, there were 8 people sitting there, 4 men and 4 women. The women were wearing clothes that were obviously from the Ministry of Works. They were drinking wine and chatting happily. Occasionally, one could see the women trembling with laughter. However, when he walked over and saw Takeshita Junichiro, he realized that he didn't have a happy expression on his face. Presumably, he hadn't achieved his goal. Wang Wan saw that the other girls were wearing less. After thinking for a while, she took off her outer coat and wrapped it around her arm. It was much cooler, revealing her delicate shoulders and fair neck, as well as the natural pearl necklace. For a moment, she was radiating light. It made Zhang Xiaobao have the urge to put her clothes back on. He couldn't let others see his own things. Among the women sitting at the same table as Takeda Junichiro, there were 2 who happened to be facing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When they saw Wang Wan, they had an ashamed expression on their faces. It wasn't only because Wang Wan was beautiful, but more importantly, because Wang Wan was wearing a bright yellow dress. The yellow was alluring, the yellow was dazzling, and the yellow was full of wealth and status. Who would dare to wear bright yellow clothes? The 2 women were stunned for a moment. Takeshita Junichiro couldn't help but look over. When he saw Wang Wan, his eyes immediately lit up. He sat up straighter and leaned forward with Weiwei, as if he wanted to stand up. Before he could stand up, 3 people from the Ministry of Works immediately stood up when they saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They stood there obediently, not daring to move. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know them, but they knew Zhang Xiaobao. The most important one was the eldest son of the Shangguan family. He had an outstanding status, and the other one was also not ordinary. The three people from the Ministry of Works were a little confused. They didn't know why the two powerful people of the Tang Empire would dress up as a golden boy and jade girl and come to the brothel today. The three people thought about it at the same time and felt that it was normal. Most of the things that the two people did were not normal. It was fine to get used to it. Could it be that they knew that the three of them were in contact with Takeshita Junichiro and came to catch them? When Takeshita Junichiro saw the three of them stand up, he also stood up. The four women were naturally no exception. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care what the others thought. He came closer with a smile, cupped his hands, and said, "Sit, sit, sit. I didn't expect to be fated to meet you here during this busy season. How have you been recently?" Only then did Takeshita Junichiro recognize who they were. He also had the portraits of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but he was dazzled by Wang Wan just now. After knowing the identity of the two people, he didn't dare to sit first. He also saluted and said, "Unexpectedly, it's Provincial Governor Zhang and Provincial Governor Wang. You two are—" "It's nothing. It's nothing. I was bored at home, so I brought Kaiwan out to drink. Coincidentally, we met all of you. Fate. Come, sit down, don't just stand there. If I had known that you would call four beautiful ladies, Kaiwan, and I wouldn't have called ourselves drunk." Zhang Xiaobao acted magnanimously. He first found a seat and wiped his face on it, then made way for Wang Wan. Only then did he accompany them. As soon as he sat down, a woman dressed in revealing but dignified clothes approached him from the side with a charming smile. She said, "Young master, this servant can't compare to the one beside you. But if you didn't ask this servant to come, this servant would also be sad. Don't talk nonsense." A person from the Ministry of Works next to them scolded, "This is the eldest son of the Minister of the Ministry of Works, Bohai Provincial Governor, young Master Zhang." "Ah, Zhang." Zhang Xiaobao, Han Zui, who came over, didn't dare to speak like before. Previously, when she came over and saw Wang Wan, she was a little jealous. Now, she was much more obedient. She had always heard of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She knew that one could make money, and the other could fight. However, she never would have thought that Wang Wan, who killed so many people that blood flowed like a river, would be so beautiful. She made people want to protect and touch her, but they didn't dare to blaspheme her. Wang Wan stood up and held Han Zui's hand, saying, "Sister Han Zui is right. Sister is such a beautiful person. Wouldn't it be a pity if I didn't see you? Today, I accompanied the young master here to broaden my horizons. Sister doesn't need to be so polite." Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about Wang Wan's wife diplomacy. He picked up the wine that the woman beside him filled and said, "Since it's fate, why don't we drink together and have fun? Drink." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and downed the wine. The others naturally accompanied him. As for teasing and taking advantage of the woman, they didn't. With Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan around, who would dare to be impudent? Zhang Xiaobao didn't mention it, nor would he touch the woman beside him. He gestured for the wine to be poured and then picked it up. He faced Takeshita Junichiro alone and said, "Hey, In, have you had a good time in the capital? I see that Takeshita-kun's complexion is a little pale. Is there anything that's troubling you? Let me hear it. It's a small matter, no problem." "Young Master Zhang, this matter." A person from the Ministry of Works wanted to explain, but Zhang Xiaobao glanced at him and he immediately shut up. Takeshita Junichiro hesitated, unsure of whether or not he should say it. Only when Zhang Xiaobao finished his wine did he clench his teeth and say, "Young Master Zhang, I heard that the Ministry of Works of the Tang Empire wants to build steam engine ships and rent them from the Bohai Sea. Recently, our ships have been harassed by pirates, so we want to rent a few steam engine ships and gunboats. But it involves the relevant technology, so the Ministry of Works is unable to make a decision. Every time I think of our people struggling to survive at sea, my heart feels like it's being cut by a knife. I wonder." No problem. Takeshita-kun is talking about a small matter. I'll take care of it. Tomorrow, I'll go with Takeshita-kun to the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War. I'll definitely let Takeshita-kun get what he wants. Without waiting for Takeshita Junichiro to finish, Zhang Xiaobao happily agreed. Chapter 886. Sometimes it was very uncomfortable for people not to be believed by others. Zhang Xiaobao was currently in such a situation. Other than Wang Wan, who was chatting with a few girls beside her who had a trusting expression, Takeshita Junichiro and the three people from the Ministry of Works were not willing to admit from the bottom of their hearts that Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to help Japan. Takeshita-kun, what I said is the truth. You should believe me. Before coming, I did some research. The others were not willing to agree with you and had declined many times. Today's wine was on you, right? Zhang Xiaobao looked sincerely at Takeshita Junichiro, then raised a full glass of wine and gestured for a toast. Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived, Takeshita Junichiro had already drunk a lot of wine with the three people from the Ministry of Works. Although the wine did not feel too strong when he drank it, and it was still sweet, the after effects were still there. After drinking 2 glasses in a row, the wine he drank earlier had already begun to take effect. Especially when he was trying to guess the truth of Zhang Xiaobao's words. Takeshita Junichiro felt sleepy. His eyes were half closed, one hand holding the glass, the other pinching his thigh. He gritted his teeth and poured the wine into his throat, then flipped it up and forced himself not to spit it out. His eyes were red from holding it in. Wei Wei's hands were trembling. He picked up a cold cucumber with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. After suppressing it, he let out a sigh of relief. He raised his head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao, who was looking over with concern, and said, "It's fine. I think they have their difficulties." Takeshita Junichiro did not dare to say anything that would offend the people from the Ministry of Works. In order to express his thoughts, he even smiled at the three people from the Ministry of Works. The three people from the Ministry of Works did not have the leisure to care about Takeshita Junichiro. Their thoughts were all on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Today, they realized for the first time that Wang Wan was so beautiful. She had a figure, appearance, and temperament. No matter how they looked at her, she did not look like a person who would kill people like flies. As for Zhang Xiaobao, he seemed to have deliberately dressed up today, attracting the glances of the nearby girls from time to time, but no one dared to approach and speak. The three people from the Ministry of Works were led by a director who was an official like Li Bai, a 6th-ranked official. He and the other 2 sat there obediently and accompanied them. When Zhang Xiaobao raised his cup, they drank with him. They were not that afraid of Zhang Zhong. Even if Zhang Zhong was the Minister of Works, they could always find someone to replace him. What they were afraid of was Xiao Bei. They were worried that they would offend Zhang Xiaobao with their words. Zhang Xiaobao and Li Bai were magnanimous, but Xiao Bei would be unreasonable if she found out. Zhang Xiaobao pursed his lips and thought for a while, then said, "Indeed, the matter is a little too big. Normal people wouldn't dare to agree, but since I've met you and based on the friendly relationship between Japan and the Great Tang, I have to help. How many steamships and gunboats does Takeshita want to rent?" "Ah, young Master Zhang, I was just thinking about it abruptly and haven't confirmed it yet. I'll go back and find someone to discuss it before I can get a specific number. Perhaps I won't rent them in the end." Takeshita Junichiro really didn't dare to agree. If it were someone else, not Zhang Xiaobao, he would have agreed happily. Of course, the more boats that could be rented, the better. When facing Zhang Xiaobao, he thought of Yamamoto, the mountain temple, and the windy bridge. The three of them had great ambitions when they came to the Great Tang. In the end, they met Zhang Xiaobao, and all of them were defeated, especially Windy Bridge, Shoji. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't think of a way to break it. How was the structure? They had lost everything. That was sulfur and silver worth 1,000,000 strings of coins. Now, the price of garlic was still stable, and the garlic sprouts were selling well. There was also the sweet garlic. If Xinlua joined in the fun, who knew how much they would lose in the end? It's right to go back and find more people to think about it. We mustn't blindly rent steamships and gunboats, especially gunboats. When the time comes, even if we rent them, we won't let others board them. It's just a form of employment to help in battle. It costs a lot of money, the distance it takes to sail, the difficulty of resupplying, and the wear and tear of the cannons and shells when firing the cannons. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. He turned his head and instructed the 3 people from the Ministry of Works. In the future, don't always think about keeping the Ministry of Works a secret. When it's time to keep it a secret, keep it a secret. When it's time to make money, make money. If you want to go out and seek new development, if someone comes looking for you, you can take it to the Ministry of Works for everyone to study. It's the same no matter who you rent it to. There's no difference between renting it to Xinhua and Japan, but as long as it's rented, it can only be rented to one side to prevent our ships from being damaged when there's friction at sea. Especially for gunboats, we can't rent to both sides. Otherwise, wouldn't others pay for it and we kill each other? The 3 people nodded in unison. Zhang Xiaobao didn't persuade others to drink anymore. He finished the wine himself, stood up, and politely smiled at Takeshita Junichiro. Then he said to Wang Wan, "Cuckoo, let's go back." "Oh, Sister Hanzue, let's talk when we have time. Remember not to use the new perfume released by the Shueiyun group casually. Everyone's skin is different. You have to choose the right one. The expensive ones might not be good for you." Wang Wan nodded and reluctantly explained the choice of the new perfume to Hanzue. She even asked Hanzue to ask about the jasmine fragrance on her body. Only then did she hold Zhang Xiaobao's arm and walk out under the starry gazes of the girls. After walking for about 10 steps, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly turned around and said to the 3 people from the Ministry of Works, "I just thought of something. The Ministry of Works can develop a few small electrical appliances suitable for navigation. It just so happens that we can use the steam engine ships to generate electricity. It's best to set up a separate department and find merchants from Tang to discuss the matter of renting. Let them travel further and bring back more valuable goods. Young Master Zhang, don't worry. We'll remember it." The director of the Ministry of Works stood up and nodded vigorously as he sent them off. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked out, the director said to Takeshita Junichiro, "It's getting late. The 3 of us should go back. We'll talk again next time when we have the chance." After saying that, the 3 of them also left. Takeshita Junichiro sat there, confused and distressed. The matter that he had been begging for but couldn't get was suddenly presented to him. He didn't dare to accept. What did Zhang Xiaobao mean by this? Wang Wan, who had just left, was also puzzled. She boarded the carriage, and while making tea for Zhang Xiaobao, she asked, "Xiaobao, tell me directly. Those who know you won't agree. I'm afraid. What do you plan to do?" "Let me kiss you, and I'll tell you." Zhang Xiaobao leaned over with a smile. "Your breath reeks of alcohol." "No." Wang Wan dodged to the side. "Then don't tell me. Count the moon yourself at night. Then I'll tell you in detail at night. Tell me one thing first.